Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Johnny raised his hands in confusion, mouth agape. Meanwhile, Susan stormed up to Nick Fury and Brian with urgency. Gentlemen, I really don't understand. Why do you want us to join the Avengers? We're scientists, not superpowered warriors. I don't think we're qualified. Nick Fury's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Qualified? You'll find out soon enough. The mysterious tone of his response left everyone puzzled. Susan frowned. Mr. Fury, could you be a little more direct? What exactly do you mean? Before Fury could respond, the door opened. Bufan walked in calmly, casually scanning the room. He spared Nick Fury and Brian a glance, then made himself at home, pulling up a chair and sitting down like he owned the place. Little Nick, he said, brushing imaginary dust off his sleeve. Wanda said you had something important to tell me. Nick Fury twitched at the remark. Little Nick, he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a living legend. Yet this guy addressed him like an errand boy, and in front of outsiders, no less. Johnny's eyes bulged in disbelief. He turned to Fury, then back to Bufan. Did he just call you? Little Nick? Susan and Reed were just as stunned. It felt like a scene from a surreal dream. Nick Fury forced himself to ignore the insult and turned to Brian. Mr. Brian, since you started this mess, it's better if you explain it to Agent Lee. Brian, holding back a chuckle, nodded respectfully. Of course. He turned to Bufan. Agent Lee, on behalf of the President, I offer a formal apology for everything that's happened. I assure you, unless under extraordinary circumstances, we will never repeat such actions again. Alan Duncan has been permanently reassigned. He will never hold power again. We hope you can accept our sincerity. Bufan leaned back, unimpressed. So, I came all this way just to hear an apology? Brian remained composed. Not just that. He glanced at Nick Fury, who nodded and took over. Susan, Johnny, and Reed stood frozen. It was surreal. Two of the most powerful men in America, groveling before this seemingly ordinary young man. Nick Fury, the spymaster of S.H.I.E.L.D., was practically deferential. Wait a minute. Johnny shook his head like trying to wake from a dream. Did Mr. Brian call you Agent Lee? That means you're with S.H.I.E.L.D., he gasped. Then why is Fury treating you like this? Who are you? Fury, annoyed, barked. Kid, when adults are speaking, don't interrupt. But fine. If you want to know who he is, I'll tell you. Johnny froze, goosebumps covering his arms. No way. You're the death god. That means you already knew Peter's secret identity, didn't you? He threw his hands in the air. I feel like a complete idiot. At the coffee shop earlier, I thought you were just some clueless guy, but you were playing us the whole time. Damn, this is embarrassing. Bufan sighed and scratched his ear. Johnny, do you have to be this loud and dramatic? But it wasn't just Johnny who was stunned. Susan and Reed looked like statues. Reed murmured, the death god is actually a government agent? I must be dreaming. Susan could only stare, speechless, mind reeling. Bufan clapped his hands. All right, now that everyone knows who's who, can we get to the point, Nick? Fury straightened up, knowing Bufan had little patience. Don't worry. This time, it's not about conflict. Chapter 168. He knows everything. Before anyone could relax, chaos erupted. A sudden screech echoed through the room, metal restraints tightening violently. Johnny let out a strangled yell as red marks appeared across his body. Stop it! Susan screamed, rushing forward. You'll kill him. Let go of him. Reed roared, fury in his eyes. Roar! A loud roar tore through the room as Ben Grimm jolted awake. He leaped up, his body transforming rapidly as the hospital bed under him collapsed with a boom. The transformation was complete. Ben Grimm had become the Thing. He stared at his rocky hands in disbelief, examining his body as if it belonged to someone else. Reed shouted again, livid. I said stop. Are you even listening? Whiz! Reed's arms stretched like rubber, fists flying toward Lee Bufan's face with force. They had only just awakened their powers, still clumsy and weak. Despite the sudden attack, Lee Bufan didn't even flinch. The rubbery punches landed on his head, but he didn't budge. No pain, no effect. He merely tilted slightly before bouncing back, completely unharmed. Reed's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Bang! The rebound from the impact sent the rubber punches recoiling back, smashing into Reed himself and slamming him into the floor. The shock of it all left him groaning. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Susan vanished, her clothes falling to the floor. She had turned invisible and was sprinting toward Lee Bufan, looking like a ghost from a horror movie. If it were nighttime, she'd scare the life out of anyone. Stop! Please stop! She screamed. Johnny can't breathe. You're going to kill him. Still invisible, Susan launched herself at Lee Bufan. But as Lee Bufan had already observed, her powers were still limited. Just invisibility, no energy blasts, no shields. Her attack amounted to clumsy punches at his chest. Lee Bufan raised an eyebrow, grabbed her mid-swing, and gently pulled her into his arms. Leaning in with a teasing smirk, he whispered near her ear, "Sweetheart, relax. He's not going to die. Now watch closely." As he said it, Lee Bufan activated his skill, God's right hand, a technique so rarely used he'd nearly forgotten about it. If Susan had become visible again, the world would see her blushing like a tomato. Lee Bufan's voice carried a warmth and magnetism that cut through all defenses, settling deep in her chest like a spark in the heart of winter. Flustered but flailing, Susan tried to resist. "Let me go. You jerk. Chill. Don't move. Watch," he murmured. Held firm in Lee Bufan's arms, she stopped struggling and turned to look at Johnny. That's when it happened. On the edge of suffocation, Johnny suddenly burst into flame. Boom! A fiery column surged upward. "Get away from me!" he roared, surrounded by blazing light. "You damn things! Leave me alone!" Metal melts at 1,538 degrees Celsius. Johnny's internal flame output, potentially tens of thousands of degrees. A moment later, Johnny raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A tiny flame flickered to life on his fingertip. Another snap, and it vanished. "WHOA!" he yelled, eyes lit with excitement. "Did you see that? Did you see that? This is insane. I've got superpowers, baby." Susan, still recovering from the embarrassment, shot him a glare. "Johnny, watch your language." Ben Grimm crossed his rocky arms. "Let go, Susan. Your brother's always been a mouthy brat." Johnny, still euphoric, turned to Ben and teased, "Hey, Stone Man, better watch yourself. I might roast you next." Ben cracked his knuckles. "You want to go, Matchstick?" "Oh, scary. What's got you so grumpy lately?" Johnny grinned. "But seriously, the Stone Man title suits you perfectly. From now on, that's your name. Deal with it." Ben's eyes blazed. His massive fist clenched as he stepped forward. "I swear, if you keep running your mouth, Susan Reed, don't hold me back. I'm going to knock some sense into this clown." "Come on then." Johnny egged him on. "I'm not afraid." Nick Fury and Brian stood to the side, watching the chaos unfold. They'd already learned how difficultly Bufan was to handle. But now, seeing him casually train the Fantastic Four into chaos and still somehow recruit them, Nick Fury felt like banging his head against the wall. "Ahem," Brian coughed awkwardly. "Director Fury, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to report back to the president." "No need to see me off. My bodyguards are waiting." Without waiting for a response, Brian made a quick exit, leaving Fury glaring after him with a scowl. Typical Brian, always bailing when things get messy. If I didn't know him for decades, I'd cut him off entirely. As for Lee Bufan, he wasn't the least bit fazed. He expected this chaos. The Fantastic Four had wildly different personalities. Bickering and conflict were inevitable. Still holding Susan, who was now half visible, Lee Bufan took a long breath, enjoying the faint fragrance of her hair. "Let go of me, you pervert," she hissed, mortified that Johnny wasn't in danger, and everyone was watching. Lee Bufan just grinned, utterly shameless. It's not what it looks like. Total accident. Bad habits. Hard to break. Bad habits. Susan's face flushed deeper. This bastard skin is thicker than a castle wall. Finally, Bufan released her, still smirking. Susan immediately. He jumped down and gave Bufan an annoyed look, but she didn't even notice it, and there was a hint of coquetry hidden deep in the annoying eyes. Bufan didn't even notice it, only felt that Susan couldn't wait to eat herself. It's not the kind you like eating, but really eating. I hate it too much. However, in this kind of thing, Bufan's face has always been thicker than the city wall. Chapter 171, Hidden Mission. Raiders Invisible Woman. 8 requests for subscription. Bufan's gaze fell on Susan, and for the first time, he looked seriously and carefully. The beautiful face is like an angel's bumpy figure, but like a devil. The smile is very sweet and belongs to an absolute mixed-blood American sweetheart. Her skin is not white. It is probably because of mixed blood, which gave her a healthy brown, or wheat color. This undoubtedly added a bit of exoticism, temperament, and charm to her, unspeakable. Jessica Alba is still there. The script of Fantastic 4 Foot in that world is very mediocre. But Jessica Alba is one of the few highlights of the whole movie, and Bufan is still fresh in his memory. Unlike actors, in this world, she is not called Jessica Alba. She is Susan Stone. Her charming face and the extraordinary temperament cultivated by real-life experiences make her unique. What are you looking at? Susan naturally felt Bufan's hot 27 gaze. He looked at Bufan for a while and gave Bufan annoyedly and whispered, "Smelly hooligan. I don't learn well at a young age." Bufan curled his mouth that he had been accustomed to counterattacks of this level. At this moment, ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The host has been detected as a beloved target. The host has been insulted by the target character, and the host has opened the educational red envelope. So the hidden task under the educational red envelope has been triggered. Raiders Invisible Woman, Susan Stone. Strategy success. Education red envelope reward doubled strategy failure. No punishment. Fuck. For the hidden missions under the Shintia education red packet. Bufan was stunned by the system in his mind. This operation is really stunned. Plum. Nick Fury's call brought Bufan back to reality. He smiled and said, "No problem. From now on, I will be the instructor of the Fantastic Four. I will let them master their superpowers in the shortest time." God, that's too much. Nick Fury was overjoyed, and he thought it would take a lot of effort. But he agreed with Bufan's cleanliness. But he didn't notice that Susan, Reed, and Ben were all covered with black lines. Please, they are the parties. They are still thinking about what. And in the end, you have decided our destiny. Were we, toys to be slaughtered, even if you are S.H.I.E.L.D. The Chief doesn't have this right. Johnny is quite calm. Hearing Bufan's name for the 4 of them his eyes brightened, and he said excitedly, "Lee, what did you just say about the Fantastic Four?" "Ah, this name is so cool. Iron Man, U.S. Team, Black Widow, Hawkeye, since we were destined to join the Avengers. Naturally, there must be a well-known nickname. Fantastic Four. You are such a genius. Who has a name?" "But this is the name of our team. What do you think I should call Fireman?" "No, Fireman, no. These titles are too one." Bufan smiled and said, "How about Thunderbolt?" "Thunderbolt." Johnny was so excited that it exploded. He roared and yelled, "Great! Great! From now on, I will be called Pilaihua. What the other 3 people are called, you just think about it. They are all up." "Ha ha!" Bufan said, "That rubber hero is so amazing. Why don't we call him Mr. Fantastic? Since your sister can be invisible, with such a cool superpower, then call her the Invisible Woman. As for Ben, haven't you already named it? The name Stone Man is easy to understand, and it's pretty good." Johnny became more and more excited and said, "Thunderbolt, Invisible Woman, Mr. Fantastic, and Stone Man, together called the Fantastic Four. Well, there is no better name." Susan, Reed, and Ben's faces are getting darker and darker. "Damn it, you are really getting too much, and you don't ask our opinions. Even if you have a name, you can't take the 3 of us as people." Shut up, Johnny. Susan gave Johnny a stern look. Chapter 172. Nick Fury is desperate. I can't figure out. Only you. One request for subscription. Nick Fury's eyes widened, and he looked at Susan, Reed, and Ben incomprehensibly. Damn it. You are sure that you are not joking about superpowers, please? What you got is superpowers. How many ordinary people want to have them, but can't? Normal reaction should be like Johnny. It is not easy to genetic mutation. This is God's gift, and you want to become ordinary people with all your heart. This world is really crazy. Nick Fury suddenly thought of something. He looked at the three of them and said slowly, I understand. Haha, I think I understand all of them. Susan, Reed, Ben! Exclamation point. You bitter egg. I understand what Nick Fury clapped his hands and said. Are you worried about the people's opinion of you? You are also worried that you have become like mutants. You have to say that the living environment of mutants is indeed very good. It's bad, and many people who don't know the truth want to deal with it quickly. They think mutants are a disease, but you are different. Little Spider knows this example is not good. Only Johnny knows. Then I will give another example. Hulk. That is Dr. Bruce Banner. He has not yet joined the Avengers, but he has become a hero, and it's very popular. The owner of Jenny's Ice Cream is a fan of the Hulk. He has launched several ice creams named after Hulk. The most famous one is the Big Hot Chocolate Hulk ice cream, which is very popular. Ben then said, I have eaten it. It tastes very good. I like it very much. Right. Nick Fury pointed to the book and laughed. I know what you are worried about, but it is completely unnecessary because you are fundamentally different from mutants. The people fear mutants, which is a fear of a better genetic mutation. The mutation of mutants is innate, and the little spider, Hulk, and you are all acquired. You are not mutants, but superpowers. I don't know my explanation. It's clear enough. Reed said blankly, Mr. Fury, your explanation is very clear. We can all understand it, but I don't think you already understand what we mean. Nick Fury looked dumbfounded. What the do they really don't want these superpowers? Susan calmly said, Yes. I'm just an ordinary person. It was just an accident. It was swept by a cosmic ray, which caused our genes to mutate, but this kind of suddenness. We can invent a device that puts us in the anti-cosmic rays again and finally returns our genes to normal. Johnny raised his hand, a little annoyed. I explained in advance that if you want to become ordinary people, that's your business, so I won't do it. Susan glared at Johnny and snarled Johnny coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. So you are an idiot. Susan said, I tell you, as long as you become the Fantastic Four, you will no longer be able to live the life of an ordinary person. You walk on the streets of New York. Everyone knows you. Everyone will point you. This is the treatment of orangutans in the zoo. Do you understand, my stupid brother? Johnny shrugged and said, It's not bad. Which big star is not like this? Tom Cruise, Kobe Bryant. Do you need more examples? Susan was completely speechless by Johnny. N.S. Nick Fury was also speechless. Originally, Johnny agreed to be the Fantastic Four, and he still felt very happy, but he didn't expect that this guy didn't know what it means to be the Fantastic Four and what it means to join the Avengers. Before the Kitari army attacked the Earth, this kind of stunned Qinglian Shield Bureau. They don't deserve to join, let alone the Avengers. Damn it. Be quiet. Everyone be quiet. Now listen to me. Nick Fury waved his hand, but he was already lying in his heart. Heaven, these scientists with terrifying brain circuits, they don't know how many people dream of superpowers, let alone how blessed it is to let Lee be their instructor. Next, Nick Fury spent a lot of time. Chapter 173, There is no time to be quiet, but someone is carrying the weight for you. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 170, For your dad, ma'am. 3 requests for subscription. Baxter Building, Reed, and Ben's co-owned scientific research room. Everyone has returned from Mount Everest. Wow. Johnny was so excited that he stared at Lee Bufan and his eyes were shining. And he said excitedly, Lee, are we friends? You and Peter are best friends, and I have a very strong relationship with Peter. We met again just now, so... Lee Bufan sweated wildly and looked at Johnny speechlessly. He even wondered if this guy was suffering from ADHD. Okay, we are friends. Hey. Johnny smiled and exclaimed, I know. So since we are friends, can you teach me magic that is cooler than my superpowers? Bufan shook his head and said, Johnny, calm down. Magic is not that easy to learn. It depends on whether you have magic talent. The guardian mage of the sanctuary in New York counts me as half a disciple. I can introduce you to you. He will check if you have magic talent, and if you have it, you can follow him to learn. Johnny exclaimed, It's really great. No need to test. Someone like me must have a gift for magic. Pete, it seems that you are a little self-aware, but you're not a poo, but a second. Bufan's mouth twitched. Okay, Johnny, stop messing around. Susan frowned and groaned. I haven't said anything about business, huh? Hey, that guy, we already know that there's magic in this world, so what? Bufan said, First, I don't call him hey, and second, I don't call me that guy either. You can call me Lee. Understand? Who would call you that, hum? Susan glared at Bufan and added in her heart, You are a stinky rascal. Bufan continued, Now formally answer your question. You already know that there are magicians in this world, but do you know how long they have existed? They have existed almost since the birth of human civilization. It's just that at that time, they were not called magicians, but wizards. But have you ever thought about why the world did not know the existence of magicians for thousands of years? Think deeper. As long as everything exists as meaning, what is the meaning of the existence of a magician? Also, they have been hidden, but now they have no plan to hide anymore. Many ordinary people have already known their existence one after another. Do you have them again? What is the reason? Everyone was attracted by the questions raised by Bufan. Yes, magicians, how powerful and existing they exist. What is the meaning of, how do they hide themselves? Don't they never fight? But as long as, how can they hide so perfect? You can see Nick Fury's shocked expression, even if it is S.H.I.E.L.D. I hadn't noticed the existence of a magician before. And the most important magician has already decided to join the world. Perfect hiding does not mean that there is no battle. On the contrary, the battles of top magicians are often earth-shattering, and they're not noticed by the world because of the mirror dimension, a high-level magic, just like it is now. Yes, Bufan just showed what is meant by a mirror-dimensional world. The meaning of the existence of a magician is to guard the Earth in the dark to ensure that the Earth is not invaded by the Dark World or other magical civilizations. The reason why it is gradually emerging now is because the enemy is too powerful. The magician alone can no longer stop him, and he must cooperate with other guardians of the Earth to jointly guard his homeland. Dormammu. Of course, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, is one of the most powerful opponents who was born in the chaos period of the universe. In addition to dictation, Bufan also played the video of the black and white magician war that broke out in the most holy place in London not long ago. Everyone was amazed. Even Nick Fury was stunned. Chapter 175 Dormammu. Please be a negative textbook. 4 requests for subscription. Damn it. Reed's face was pale, and he trembled. You don't really want to call Dormammu here. Susan said, Smelly rascal, stop. You will ruin the Earth. Ben Graham shrugged and said humorously, Hey Susan, don't stop him. I don't believe he really dared to do this. Look at my orange stone. I think even if the Earth is destroyed, it's pretty good. Shut up, Stone Man. Nick Fury gave Ben a fierce look and yelled, Don't be excited. You don't know Lee's character at all. As long as you are happy, he can do everything. Lee, don't be impulsive, my God. What have you done? Bufan smiled slightly, and his thoughts moved, closing the absolute shield of Dormammu, and at the same time performing the dark dimension energy-grabbing, profound meaning 583, and scrupulously absorb dark energy. Dormammu, this negative textbook, you are set. Dark dimension world. The sky is full of flames, and countless burning rocks are suspended in the air. Unlike the Earth, there is no parent star here, and some are just like the vast universe, the boundless space, all the worlds swallowed by Dormammu, constitute a part of it. If he swallows the Earth will also disappear, perhaps split into countless rocks, floating in the dark space. A giant with no body and a body made of blazing flames suddenly opened his eyes. Eye sockets the size of a house. with black flames beating. He is the lord of the dark dimension Domum. Believers, believers, I finally got the feeling again. Ha ha ha. Domum's face was ecstatic. Yes, he mistakenly regarded Bufan as a black mage headed by Cassius. He didn't know it all during the war a while ago, only that his fanatics were working. Work hard for yourself to come to the earth. He was very pleased, generously gifted countless dark energies, and was afraid that their bodies could not bear it. I thought that with the blessing of his own dark energy, his fanatics would soon be able to resolve the battle, and the earth would immediately become something in his pocket. But strange things happened, and his feelings with those believers disappeared in an instant. How could it be possible that they lost? That is no longer an opponent of Cassius, but the fact is that the induction has disappeared. In the short term, he will not be able to come to the earth again, but I did not expect a few days to pass. A miracle happened again. The induction has come again. Ha ha, the earth is mine. The wonderful, energetic world must be mine. I have longed for tens of thousands of years. Since I left the earth and merged with the dark space, I have been longing for it. Today, the wish counted today, the dream of tens of thousands of years, will finally come true. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a helpless voice disturbed Dorma. Well, Dormammu, wake up soon, don't daydream. Just want you to be in negative teaching material, and also devour the earth for fun. Dormammu was instantly confused and asked, You Cassius, are you my other believer? Stop talking nonsense. We are coming over, ready to pick up customers. There was a muffled sound. Bufan used soul magic to knock out the souls of Nick Fury, Susan, Johnny, and others, and turn them into a state of soul, and used dark energy as a medium to instantly destroy everyone brought to a foreign space. Domum's dark dimensional world. Everyone is shocked. It's like being in outer space. The difference is that they don't wear space suits, but in the way of souls, the surrounding is not empty, but countless burning flames and rocks. Exclamation point. Susan's beautiful eyes widened to the extreme, and her cherry red lips were also widened to the extreme, making Bufan's heart hot. Fuck. Johnny glared at Domummu and exclaimed, That ugly is Domummu. The corner of Bufan's mouth twitched. Nima, the little spider is just talking. You're not only talking, but you are also a master-level poisonous tongue. Bitoni is ruthless. In other words, it is in other people's turf. People are the host. Anyway, consider the face of others. Roar. You human bug, who do you say is ugly? The corners of Bufan's mouth twitched again. Chapter 176, Domummu goes crazy. Do you dare fool me? 5 requests for subscription. Ben Graham shrugged and said, You are not mistaken, it is flirting. Congratulations, Reed. Besides Victor Dumb, you have another strong competitor. What? Reed then looked at Bufan, without paying attention at all, and said speechlessly, Ben, what are you kidding about? That kid who hasn't grown all the hair yet. Why is he competing with me? A strong competitor. This joke is not funny at all. In addition, I always believe that if I really love someone, as long as that person is happy, it is my greatest happiness. I will not blame myself. On the contrary, I will sincerely wish her. Ben rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Come on, Reed. This is your biggest shortcoming. Perhaps you have made such great achievements in science because of stubbornness, but love is not a science, and there is no data to calculate. Understand, love cannot be calculated. What you want, you must take the initiative and fight for it. And you are too indecisive, thinking that you are good to others, but it's not the same thing at all. Reed shook his head and said, No, Ben, you are right, and I am not wrong. We just treat love with 28 different ideas. You really are. Ben was speechless enough to explode, shook his head and said, Forget Reed. You are happy, but you'd better ask yourself honestly, are you really happy? Reed looked at Susan, lost in thought. While the two were talking, Bufan had already sent them all back, and he himself was stopped by the angry Domummu at the moment he was about to leave. Countless dark energy, densely filled with void, absolutely sealed Bufan to death. Asshole! Domummu was completely out of anger, and he already understood everything that this guy is not his own believer at all. But just like Gu Yi's despicable, shameless mage, he is a thief who steals his own energy. Gu, you already dead. You must die here too. I'm going to burn you, wicked thief. Ah! In the angry roar, those dark energies all turned into blazing flames, and they encircled Li Bufan. Li Bufan looked calm and sneered. Dormammu, can it be said that after you abandon your physical body and become a flame, you have no brain, or that your brain is filled with shit? You never thought that the Ancient One mage stole dark energy. You noticed it the first time, but I've already stole it to fold the real space, but you still didn't notice it at all. Then what is the reason? Move your brain cells and think about it. Dormammu would not listen to Li Bufan more. When he was speaking, the fire of darkness had already burned Li Bufan. It's a pity that it didn't work. Li Bufan has already activated the absolute dark energy defense. The dark flame is just the appearance. What dark energy is in essence? This is Li Bufan's assassin who knows that he is Dormammu's opponent, but dares to meet him. This assassin's skill, before seeing him, has already guaranteed his place. Of course, the time can't be too long. If you have to come over, it will not be fun. Dormammu's eyes widened in disbelief. His worldview was subverted, and he roared bitterly and angry. Why can you resist the darkness? Fire, back then, I accidentally entered the dark space in order to survive, to become stronger, but I had to abandon my physical body. I have paid so much to achieve today's achievements, but you are only a mere mortal. Unfair. It's not fair. At this moment, the great king of dark dimensions is aggrieved like a child. Li Bufan sneered. Idiot. People are not the same as people. There is nothing fair and unfair. I can not only ignore the dark fire, but also absorb it, just like now. Wham! The space where Li Bufan was located began to twist, eventually forming a black vortex, and the dark energy surrounding him was quickly sucked in by the black vortex. Soon, that huge energy was all absorbed by Li Bufan. Chapter 177, Sundara's Invisible Heroine. Like him? What a joke! I hate him to death. 6 requests for subscription. Li Bufan's soul body just returned, and a pleasant and concerned voice rang. Asshole, you are finally back. Susan. Li Bufan smiled slightly at Susan, and Susan realized that her performance seemed to be too eager. Look at Reed. Ben and Johnny both know. They're looking at herself strangely. His face turned red. Susan hurriedly explained, I'm not. Worry about him, but Dormammu. That's the devil, too powerful. Reed's face is green. Damn it. He didn't put the hairy boy in his eyes. He thought he had only one competitor, Victor Dumb, a college classmate, but Susan was behaving more and more strangely. She didn't. I really like that little guy. What a joke. Reed feels like he's going crazy. The changes in these 2 hours today are more than what he has put together in the past 20 years. Johnny laughed. He joked, Sister, don't explain. We all know what you mean. Hey, Lee, when will you introduce me to the great mage in the sanctuary of New York? Hurry up, I can't wait. This impatient guy. Li Bufan shook his head, gave Johnny a call, and said to him, That's Master Drum's phone number. You can contact him directly and report my name, and he will arrange the rest. No problem, Johnny said with joy. Thank you, brother. After doing all this, Li Bufan said casually, Now you know more, but I can tell you responsibly, even if you add these, your understanding of the world is still the tip of the iceberg. Next, you have 3 days to consider whether to accept your superpowers or change back to ordinary people. Remember, there are only 3 days, and it will not expire. Little Nick, I'm leaving now. After all, Li Bufan left cleanly, without any nonsense. Extremely chic. Give up superpowers and change back to ordinary people. Knowing this, you should know how dangerous the Earth will become in the near future. If they want to change back to ordinary people, then they're all idiots with superpowers, even if you don't help others, you can protect yourself. But they have to be ordinary people. When danger comes, they don't have any power to fight back, and can only be killed by others. Nick Fury is also a smart person, knowing that the goal has been achieved. and he left with a smile. Lee Bufan and Nick Fury all left, and the research room immediately. When you calm down, the atmosphere becomes a little weird. Everyone is thinking. Johnny, he feels superpower, and he didn't even think about turning back to an ordinary person. What he thought was immediately, contact Drum Reed and stare at Susan, who is entangled in her heart. Susan wouldn't really have a good impression of that guy, right? Impossible. But her reaction just now was a bit like it. Really, damn it, what the is it? Susan was slightly confused and didn't think about anything, just very strange. For some reason, at this time, her mind was all that, the smirk of the stinky rascal and the figure from his back when he left. She was very cool, I have to admit, it was a little bit. Xiao Shui. Damn it. Susan, when is it all? Are you still thinking about these messy things? What does that guy's handsomeness have to do with you? Just do it to you. No. Even if you agree, it won't work. How can you, Susan, agree? That's a hairy kid, younger than Johnny. Susan shook her head violently, which made herself withdraw from her messy thoughts about Lee Bufan and return to reality. Among the four, only Ben was thinking hard about whether to retain superpowers. Ben suddenly said, since the future is destined to become so dangerous, then I think it is good to retain superpowers. It is ugly to be a bit ugly, but at least it can protect itself and protect our relatives. What do you think? Big guy, you finally got the hang of it. That's right, Johnny. Chapter 178, This is the Youth. One request for subscription. Chapter 179, Trouble. Indigestible dark energy. 2 requests for subscription. The core problem is solved, and the rest is how to increase the flame temperature. Johnny's attack method is fire, and the highest body surface temperature is equivalent to the explosion of a 1 supernova. He definitely does not have this ability now and needs to slowly increase. This belongs to the watermill time, and it is closely related to Johnny's physical and psychological qualities, so I can't be anxious. In addition to flames, there's also the ability to fly. This is even simpler, that it's like learning to ride a bicycle, that it's difficult at first, but once you get used to it, you can instantly become a flying expert. Unfortunately, Lee Bufan is not a flying expert. He is a flying master. He knows all the details and skills related to flying. Johnny was really a genius and very clever. Bufan taught him all these experiences and talks. This guy only took 2 hours to digest everything, and half of his foot entered the ranks of the flying master. But that's the end of it. Flying in daily situations, they're seldom accidents, and he can only do this. The remaining half-step can only be crossed by battle. The more fierce the battle, the more tests a person's comprehensive qualities, such as physical fitness, psychology, on-the-spot response, etc., can only be possible through countless battles. Really reach the realm of the flying master. Basically, in just 2 days, Lee Bufan completed the transformation of Johnny. The results are amazing. During training, Johnny also ventilated with Lee Bufan, saying that Reed would not come to him, and even complained and didn't know what the 2 guys thought. Lee Bufan chuckled. He doesn't care. This educational task red envelope was originally an additional question, and it is a pity that it can't be completed, but if it is to complete the task, let him take the initiative to find them, let it go. Nonsense. But what makes Lee Bufan a little strange is that these 3-day deadlines are about to pass. Susan actually did not come to him. Reed and Ben did not come to him. He can guess the probable reason, but it is because of Reed. Be jealous. Seeing that his sweetheart treats himself in that way, how can he pull his face and ask his underestimate for advice as Reed's best friend? Naturally, he stands on the same front with Reed and stands firm to the end. But Susan is the reason why it is difficult for her to think about Reed and worry about Reed's misunderstanding. So she would rather explore it slowly by herself than to come to him for advice. If this is the case, it can only show that Sean has a very heavy heart. At least heavier than himself. Not a little heavier, but a gap that can't be compared at all. It seems that I want to pick this sweet flower and really walk in her heart. There's a long way to go. There's a long way to go. What does Susan think for the time being? Lee Bufan didn't have the mind to guess. because he also had his own bigness. Trouble. Dark energy. 3 days ago, Bufan brought everyone's souls to the world of dark dimensions and met with Dormammu. Not only did he play Dormammu, but he also absorbed the huge darkness in front of him. Energy. The behavior is, of course, very handsome. Dormammu was directly vomiting blood, but the trouble that followed was not small at all. What trouble is hard to digest? Facts have proved that the demon is the demon god, and Dormammu's things are not. You can take it if you want. Previously, Bufan had quietly stolen from Dormammu for more than 3 months through the dark dimension energy, grabbing the profound meaning, while absorbing the dark energy while digesting it. There was no risk, but this time he absorbed the darkness at once. The energy was more than 100 times the previous amount, so that after the absorption, he felt like he was eating and he was full. If you change to an ordinary magician, no, even at the level of the ancient first mage, supreme mage, without the demon parasitism in the body, not only cannot refining such a huge energy, but it will also be swallowed by this dark energy. Fortunately, after Bufan's body was strengthened several times, he could barely suppress it. 3 days. He estimated that based on his current physical strength, it can only be suppressed for 3 days. That as time passes, it will either be swallowed and assimilated by dark energy, or it will release all this huge dark energy. This is not a trivial matter. Once all are released on the earth, Bufan doesn't know how serious the consequences will be. Therefore, in the past few days, apart from training Johnny, Bufan also read various magic books to see if there is any solution. Chapter 180. Susan. Damn bastard, don't laugh. 3 requests for subscription. Bufan's face changed, and he said solemnly, "What happened?" Hank the Beast hurriedly said, "Since the breakup of the Apocalypse incident, Chin has been very stable, but just a few days later, every night when she goes to bed, she becomes extremely unstable. In her sleep state, the power of the Phoenix will run away. We don't know the exact reason, and we are still investigating." God, Lee, let's not say it for now. I don't think the professor can support it for even a minute. Come here quickly. Otherwise, the entire mutant school will be destroyed, and it may even cause children's casualties. Please, Bufan said immediately. I'll go over immediately. Good. After all, the beast hung up 9:30 in a hurry. Called. Bufan secretly said, "The power of the Phoenix is finally here." The power of the Phoenix comes from the Phoenix, and in the Marvel multiverse, the Phoenix is definitely one of the most intimidating existences. That it has an extremely terrifying ability and can cut or regenerate any part of the universe. It was even completely destroyed and burned, and it was called Phoenix's Verdict. The Phoenix in its original form was not a sentient entity, but a huge, invisible energy group. Like many creation universe civilizations, it traveled in the multiverse and came to Earth for thousands of years. In the future, various things happened, and the power of the Phoenix found a different host, and among them, the longest time, and finally able to show the power of the perfect Phoenix, only one. That is the Phoenix female Piano Gray. Regardless of the comic setting or the film and television plot, the power of the Phoenix is extremely present. But Bufan is not worried at all, because the power of the Phoenix in this period is like newborn baby. With his current strength, he can completely surrender. He considered more far-reaching. In the original plot, Tianchi was resurrected, and the power of the Phoenix in Jean Grey's body was about to move, showing signs of running away. Unfortunately, Jean Grey was also dreaming at the time. She dreamed that the apocalypse was killing all quarters, and the whole world was turned into a sea of fire. This is a fear of the future and a kind of foresight. But the future she foresees is not static, but can be reversed by her own ability. In the police's fight against Apocalypse, she exploded at the last moment, exploding the power of the Phoenix, burning the Apocalypse into ashes, and finally changed the future. But the problem is that the Apocalypse was killed by Bufan before it had time to harm the quartet. Therefore, during the Apocalypse incident, Chin's power state was stable and did not go violently. But now it is also in sleep, and the same power is running away. This is definitely not compatible. Li Bufan can even conclude that it is definitely because the power of the Phoenix perceives the calamity of the world, so it will be so irritable. What is the disaster of the world? Who can bring annihilation to the earth? Li Bufan has no clue. Forget it. It doesn't make sense to think about it, so it's right away. Hurry to the mutant school and ask about the situation. Li Bufan shook his head. At this moment, ding! The elevator suddenly opened, and the 18th floor had arrived, and then Li Bufan saw the invisible heroine Susan Stone with a look of surprise. Susan's eyes flickered. She didn't dare to look directly at Li Bufan's eyes, and said in a panic, "Ah, you're back to me. No need to explain, I understand." Li Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Come in." Susan wondered, "Aren't you going home?" Li Bufan shook his head and said, "There is an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with. You will come with me, just to teach you some tips for cohesiveness and concentration." What a character, Li Bufan. How can I still not understand what the situation is now? See Susan flashing, and she knows with flustered eyes. She must have come to Li Bufan to be her instructor, but she is a little embarrassed, plus there is nothing at all. Come, so. I hesitate so much, it is difficult to make up his mind. I want to go in, I'm sorry, I don't have the courage, I just thought about going back, but I didn't expect that when the elevator opened, it was so dead, and I happened to run into Li Bufan. That's an embarrassment. Li Bufan doesn't point to break it all, run. Chapter 181. Hey, don't make trouble, something really important. 4 requests for subscription. Hey, don't make trouble, there are really important things. Li Bufan gave a chuckle, and while talking, he used the space teleportation magic to build a space door in the elevator to connect to the Xavier Genius Youth School. The voice is gentle and very magnetic. Susan just felt that it was like the seeds of spring suddenly took root in her heart. Blushing, her heart was thumping and throbbing, and looking at herself, she was a bit too affectionate, and she was shocked. Let go quickly. Susan couldn't help but take a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but the beating heart couldn't come down anyway, and she cursed, Susan, why are you so unbelievable? How old is he? He is a stinky rascal. It's all so bad now, and when you grow up a little bit later, you'll be 24 years old, and you're not a girl of 16 or 17. Why can't you control yourself? Okay, no matter. Susan can't control how she talks in her heart. Li Bufan asked casually, Susan, why didn't Reed and Ben come? Those 201 hateful guys. What can I do if they don't come? Speaking of this, Susan did not cause a rush of fire, and said annoyed, I have persuaded them for 2 hours, but the 2 guys don't know what the wrong thing is. They just won't come. It's really disgusting. John, it's not that they didn't see the changes in Nepal. That Johnny, Desabao, now that he has basically mastered his superpowers, how could he not show off Reed to others? Susan, I knew it all. Just now, Li Bufan didn't even mention Susan's knack for condensing the spirit. In fact, Johnny had already acted as her half-master. What surprised her was that even if it was Johnny, the half-master, the effect was exaggerated. Lita Ben was all stunned. Johnny laughed loudly. Have you seen it? This is all my credit. Hey, I didn't expect that I still have the talent to be a teacher. How is it? He rushed to Reed, raised his eyebrows frivolously, and said, Since you don't want to learn from Lee, the same is true with me. Hurry up and approve. Oh yeah, it feels so good to be a teacher. I feel that I know everything. Everything is under my control. This feeling is really wonderful. The 3 of them gave Johnny a big roll of eyes. They all knew that the reason was not Johnny, but Li Bufan. After listening to Susan's words, Li Bufan chuckled softly. So you are tempted. Susan's dead duck mouth is hard, but she just refuses to admit it, and hums, Who is tempted has already told you. Take a walk. I got here by accident. Exclamation point. Li Bufan will not be so boring to undress. Compared to. He also blinked his left eye at Susan, jokingly. Where to Richards and Ben Graham, they both have seen the changes in Johnny. They're both smarter than Johnny and better than Johnny. Be patient. They should know that as long as they come to me, their growth rate will be more exaggerated than Johnny. Ah, this they. Susan's face turned red again, and she stubbornly couldn't say a complete sentence. God, what can I say? Don't you want me to tell you that Reed wouldn't come because he was killed? It's because he thinks I am interesting to you and even fell in love with you. As a man, he can't bow to his love rival even if he is dead. It's a hell. Is he blind? I actually think I like you, a hairy boy. N.S. Susan looked embarrassed, but she glanced at Lee Bufan's expression immediately. Knowing that he was playing with himself, he raised his head and hummed annoyedly. Don't be proud. Reed, I could have said that even without your help, they won't lose. They also said that the competition will start from now on. Just me and them, you will teach me, and they will learn by themselves. Lee Bufan smiled and said, Oh, that's really interesting, but Beauty, do you want to win or lose? Susan has not had time to answer in the future, and the portal has been successfully built. Over there, Xavier Genius School has appeared, and it is still the conferencing room. Hank the Beast, Alex Shockwave, Scott Lasereye. Chapter 182, Terrifying, Phoenix Power. 5 requests for subscription. So, this Ms. Susan, who is really beautiful. Should you also be grateful to Mr. Lee Bufan who brought you here? Don't you plan to give him a warm hug to express your gratitude affection? Lee Bufan suddenly spoke. Humph! Susan's face was stern, and she groaned. You annoying guy. Do you have to interrupt me at this time? Lee Bufan clapped his hands and said, Idols or fans, put them aside first. Grant, you should tell me more specifically about the situation here. Sher's face sank, nodded, and quickly introduced Chin Jiriai's situation. In fact, it is very simple. There is almost nothing to introduce. It is the last 3 days that Chin always feels emotionally unstable every night. The power of the phoenix in her body and the shadow have a tendency to rush out. Of course, Chin has experienced similar conditions before, but any time in the past, it was not as good as this one. It is surging, starting from the day before yesterday, 3 consecutive days, every night. This is unprecedented. What is even more terrifying is that the intensity of these 3 days is stronger than once, and the piano may even be dominated by the power of the phoenix. At this moment, in the student dormitory, the room on the right at the end of the corridor suddenly heard Chin's horrified roar. The power of the phoenix was activated instantly. Boom! The space underneath seems to be distorting. What? Suddenly, another girl screamed, and the voice came from a room in the middle of the corridor. Amanda! Sher's face changed drastically, and he said anxiously, Hank, didn't you say that all the students have been transferred? Why Amanda is still staying in the dormitory? Beast Hank panicked. I don't know. We have been to every dormitory and transferred all the children, but Amanda, she might think we were playing peekaboo with her again. Bufan laughed dumbly. These 3 words came out of the mouth of a great ape covered in blue hair. Why are they so funny? Don't be stunned. Go over immediately and transfer Amanda. Shu almost roared. I'll go. Let's go together. We must control the power of the Phoenix of Chin. Otherwise, how serious the result is, I can't even think about it. Everyone, you and me, all flashed out of the office and came to the corridor outside. Aloro pushed forward. Susan has her own superpowers. Where have you seen her body in this battle is also immortal compared with mutants. She is the ultimate younger brother. The distorted space all around did not tear her apart, but it was almost suffocating. Follow me, Lee Bufan said lightly. Without any hesitation, Susan shrank decisively. Clinging to Lee Bufan's back, the effect was immediate, and she didn't know what Lee Bufan did. Although the space around her was still distorted, she did not feel abnormal. She couldn't help but raise her head, looking at the thick back that was less than 1 centimeter away. Her heart settled instantly. As long as he is there, there will be no accidents. It's a strange sense of security. Susan wondered. Boom! The distortion of the space continued, and then a scene of surprise appeared, layer after layer of golden heat, like a tide. The ones running at the forefront are 2 people. One is Hank the Beast, and the other is Alex Shockwave. A golden heat wave hit. Alex was directly lifted off. Ah! The beast roared with a grim face, a pair of similar human hands. The peculiar feet instantly burst the flat shoes, and 10 fingers, like a hard hook, instantly penetrated the tiled floor, firmly grasping the ground. The corridor was extremely narrow, and his body was burly, alone in front, blocked most of the heat waves, and the people standing behind him were much more comfortable. Chapter 183. Successive Unexpected Situations. One request for subscription. Chapter 184. Bufan's Alternative Teaching. The Invisible Woman's Life and Death Epiphany. 2 requests for subscription. Unexpectedly, Bufan smiled and said, "Charles, even if we can suppress it now, we can do it later." Sho understood Bufan's meaning and said anxiously, "I also know that this method treats the symptoms but not the root cause, but now we have no choice but to do this. This is the only solution, isn't it?" "Not really." Bufan shook his head without explaining. Instead, he turned around and smiled at Susan and said, "Susan, of you are really beautiful. I didn't expect you to be more than just beautiful. At the critical moment, you can actually burst out so much energy. It's amazing. It makes me admire you a little bit." Susan rolled her eyes and said with no anger, "Bad guy. When is it all? Still kidding. Hee hee, then be serious." Bufan looked at Susan deeply, with a solemn expression. "Next, I will pass and completely suppress the power of the Phoenix. My life is in your hands. If you can support it for a while, I'll be a little more successful. Hope. Do you understand?" "What?" Susan panicked and said, "Don't do this. I'm not sure. It's the first time I use the energy shield. I'm not sure. Don't put your bet on me. I don't even have confidence in myself." "No, look at my eyes," Bufan said deeply. Susan did. "I believe in you. I am willing to put my life in your hands. I think you can do it." Before she knew it, Susan had completely calmed down. "Damn, what is he going to do?" Storm female Aloro said silently. "He won't really plan to go alone. He can't do it with the power of the Phoenix. He can't do it at all." Shockwave also looked eagerly. "Professor, Leisure is too foolish. Please stop him." "Hank." "Yes, Professor, he might die." "That's too late." Give an annoying pat on the wheelchair armrest. It was too late, because after encouraging Susan, Bufan resolutely rushed to Chin Jiriai's room, and the tragic fight began instantly. Accompanied by a booming and clicking sound, half of the mutant school was reduced to rubble. Chin Jiriai's eyes turned black, and she was completely controlled by the power of the Phoenix and lost her reason. Her other personality, the Black Phoenix, is about to go online. The consciousness of the power of the Phoenix has already used Chin Gray's mouth to shout at Bufan sternly, "Guy, you can't stop me. You don't even know how arrogant you are." "Who knows?" Bufan curled his lips and said with a chuckle. His demeanor was still relaxed. He didn't put the shocking battle in his eyes at all. And he was even more open-minded, as if he didn't care about his life at all, as if all this was just a game for him. The power of the Phoenix was completely irritated by Bufan, and even a mere mortal dared to despise the power of the Phoenix. And it increased again. I can't. Susan stared at the battlefield in the distance, not dwelling in her heart, and encouraging herself. Storm Girl Aloro said, "Professor, that guy is too arrogant. He can't suppress the power of the Phoenix alone. We must take action." "Do not." He waved his hand and said, "Even if you make a move, it will not have any effect on the situation of the battle. I've already made it. As long as I can feel the piano again, I can help Lee. Maybe he can really suppress the power of the Phoenix." But at this moment, an unexpected situation happened. Jia, because I felt that I was underestimated by the power of the Phoenix. It broke out with unprecedented intensity, unexpectedly burst out a group of golden flames in advance, and the level has reached the original plot. Chin exploded at the last moment, attacking the strength of the apocalypse. Bufan fell to the ground in an instant, and the mocking sneer of the power of the Phoenix sounded like a child. Grant Zero was stunned. Hank the Beast, Ororo, the Storm Girl, Alex Shockwave, and Laser Eye Scott were all stunned. Teach emotions. Chapter 185, The Invisible Heroine. How can you die if you haven't chased me? 3 requests for subscription. My God, Susan alone suppressed this level of strength of the Phoenix power. This is too exaggerated. Sure enough, the biggest difference between humans and other creatures is that they have unlimited potential. You never know how incredible things you can do. The police were all stunned by this scene. Even more shocked, still, behind, after Susan instantly suppressed the power of the Phoenix. Instead of taking advantage of the victory, she rushed to the side of Bufan's corpse, hugged Bufan, and hugged him into her arms. Choked and said, "Don't die. I beg you, don't die. Don't leave me. You trust me so much. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You are so bad to me. I haven't asked you to settle the account yet. You are 930. How can you just leave like this? You haven't chased me yet, bastard. Wake up. Wake me up." Bang, bang, bang. The power of the Phoenix hit the energy shield that imprisoned him time and time again, with unprecedented rage, and just 5 seconds later, the energy shield would be wiped out. Oops. Everyone was shocked. Susan screamed in pain. "Susan, come back soon. Lee is unfortunate, but we must live strong hell." Boom. In the painful cry, the power of the Phoenix tore the energy shield to pieces and instantly swallowed Susan, who was holding Bufan. Everything was over. Shu and the other police officers closed their eyes in pain. Just a dozen meters away, golden flames swept across. Bufan and Susan were swallowed instantly, but they didn't know that an unprecedented change was taking place there. Susan, also knowing that she is bound to die, but because Bufan was dying in front of her at this moment, her heart was ashamed, and she was not afraid at all. Death is not as terrible as I thought. Susan thought so. At this moment, a joking chuckle suddenly sounded in her ear. "This, Miss Susan, who is really beautiful. Are you okay? Out of courtesy, let me talk about my situation first. I'm very good. You." Susan's already dim eyes were alive in an instant, full of color. She lowered her head, surprised and pleasantly surprised, unable to believe. You were just pretending to be dead." Bufan blinked at her and said, "Congratulations. Now, if you have a reward, do you want to come to a surviving, long-lost reunion, embrace the kind that is very enthusiastic?" While speaking, Bufan's gaze swept Susan's upper body. Susan was ashamed and annoyed. "Go to hell, bastard. You lied to me, you bastard. I'll kill you, beat you to death." "Oh, you're not dead. Great, no, you're not dead." After the shyness, Susan was completely relieved. "Careful." Bufan narrowed his eyes and stood up instantly, blocking Susan behind him, and the golden flames had swallowed him. The power of the Phoenix was also taken aback and immediately furious, vowing to kill Bufan. "Want to kill me?" Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered. "Although you are a Phoenix, you are a just-born baby now. You are too weak, fool." Ah, the power of the Phoenix saw Bufan despise him so much, and was even more angry. Bufan smiled and said, "You are so naughty. I will find a partner for you, and you two will fight and see who can win." While talking, he has released all the dark energy imprisoned in his body. Boom! The monstrous dark energy burst out in an instant, and quickly turned into an endless flame of darkness, entangled with the power of the Phoenix. Bufan is indeed difficult to digest, but it is easy to suppress this dark energy in a short period of time. Far away, suddenly, Shua's eyes widened, with a look of surprise on his face. Storm Girl or Rolo Mouth. Chapter 186, Oneself. Suppress the Phoenix. 4 requests for subscription. The Dark Dimension has nurtured countless dark energies, and these energies have in turn become the current Dark Dimension. At the same time, it has long been the top 10 demon domum, but it can't be compared with the Phoenix born in the multiverse. But fortunately, the power of the Phoenix right now is just a newborn child. Even if the dark energy is invincible, there is still Bufan. During the fierce fighting, the dark energy screamed, and the power of the Phoenix roared violently, but it gradually turned into a scream, Li Bufan shot. Yeah, Li Bufan was taken aback first, then ecstatic. He still couldn't refine such majestic energy. As soon as his thoughts turned, he released them all. Unexpectedly, as the fight progressed, the dark energy became weaker and weaker under the power of the Phoenix. Even respecting him as the master, praying for him to take rescue, unexpectedly completed the refining smoothly. Li Bufan laughed loudly. This is the intention to plant flowers, and flowers 01 will not bloom, and unintentionally plant trees to create shade. The majestic dark energy completely lost its original consciousness and was quickly absorbed by Li Bufan. Come and play again. Li Bufan's eyes flickered, and with a flick of his sleeve, the majestic dark energy turned into 8 black dragons at the end. Connected to each other, forming a tumbling ball of black energy, 8 black dragons kept chasing the power of the Phoenix, just like a shepherd dog. The power of the Phoenix is a sheep. Retreating steadily, horrified, this is the truest portrayal of the power of the Phoenix. Soon, the power of the Phoenix was driven by Li Bufan, condensed into a sphere, and completely suppressed back into the Qin body. For a long time, it will live under Li Bufan's powerful and terrifying shadow. The disaster was eliminated. Qin fell to the ground in an instant. Li Bufan quickly flew down, grabbed Qin's petite body, and flew to everyone. Everyone was amazed. The storm girl Alora was speechless, and she felt embarrassed on her face. What was the situation before? She did not believe that Li Bufan could do it, and the other was that Li Bufan's death was not as good as Susan's. Deep feeling. It's amazing. If you let him be your boyfriend, it would be great. Alora thought to herself. But when I think about it just now, I feel a little embarrassed, but it's okay. From the first meeting, the guy is obviously interesting to him. As long as I treat him a little better, I can't catch this man with my hands. Now, she has a confident face. No one else paid attention to Storm Girl. Their eyes were on Li Bufan, and Hank the Beast exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, God, Li, what happened just now? It's really nothing. Shockwave Alex said, It's incredible that you really suppressed the power of the Phoenix by your own strength. It's really amazing. Li Bufan smiled and said nothing. Naturally, he could tell them the truth. Of course, even if they said it, they might not understand it, and they started to explain it all again. Ahem. Give the right hand to eat and press the on Qin Jiriai's temples. Enter Qin Jiriai's sea of consciousness. Try to echo Qin Jiriai's soul. Without the influence of the power of the Phoenix, Qin Jiriai quickly woke up from a coma. Qin coughed twice, opened his eyes, and saw half of the school that she had already destroyed. All around, all devastated. Qin said guiltily, Professor, I'm sorry, I got into trouble again. Because of this, other people are afraid of me. I think I should leave school. Do not. Sure shook his head and said, Qin, you must not think like this. You are controlled by the power of the Phoenix. It is not your fault. You shouldn't even have the idea of leaving school, because my original intention of starting this school is to provide shelter to every mutant who has a difficult life. I just want to teach you how to integrate into the society of normal people, and I did it. Do you understand? Qin nodded and said, I understand, Professor. Thank you. The enlightenment opened Qin's heart, and he was very happy, saying, Actually, the person you should be most grateful to is not me, but Li, not just you, all of us should be grateful to him. He saved our school. Qin looked at Li Bufan. His eyes flashed with joy, and he was a little shy, only to meet Li Bufan's eyes, and then quickly turned his face away, not daring to look again. Thanks. Thank you, really. Chapter 187 Wolverine Goes Online. News from Logan. 5 requests for subscription. After the arrangements were made, everyone gathered in the room of Storm Girl and Qin. Li Bufan asked, Qin, what have you dreamed of these past few days? Fear flickered in Qin's eyes, and his body trembled instinctively. Sho hurriedly comforted, Don't be afraid. Don't be nervous. We are all here. No one can hurt you. Neither can the power of the Phoenix. Take a deep breath. Yes, that's it. Qin took a few deep breaths before slowly saying, I dreamed of a spaceship. I dreamed that the whole world was turned into a sea of flames. Magma sprayed out from the ground, swallowing the earth, and the sea was turbulent and flooded the earth. There are corpses everywhere. Many people are crying, many people are begging, but it's useless, and some people die. Finally, the whole earth becomes devastated. Humans are not all perished, but there is not much left. Those who survived, they lingered on. They became slaves with shackles on their necks and feet. A shocking doomsday prophecy picture, accompanied by Chin's description, automatically surfaced in everyone's mind. There is no doubt that what is coming is the real disaster of extinction. If they can't stop it, the prediction will become a reality. But Jean knows nothing about the enemy. She didn't dream it. I don't know who the enemy is. I only know that the enemy is very powerful. As long as someone dares to resist, he will kill. If he keeps resisting and doesn't want to surrender, he doesn't mind destroying the earth and killing everyone. All mankind. Chin's eyes were full of horror, trembling uncontrollably with omnipotence. Granted immediately, echoing with Chin's soul, he couldn't help but comforted. It's okay. Chin is okay. That's just a dream of you. It's not true. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. We will always be by your side. Now you don't need to do anything, let alone think about it. You need to rest. Under the spiritual hypnosis of the teaching, the spirit of Chin, who was already exhausted, soon felt that his eyes and face were as heavy as 10,000 pounds, slowly closed, and fell into a state of deep sleep. Storm Girl immediately, hugging Chin into the room inside, covering her with a quilt, and then returning to the living room. Presidential suite, living room, everything. Bufan said in a deep voice. No wonder the power of the Phoenix is so violent in the disaster of extinction. This time, the intensity is much stronger than that of the Apocalypse incident. In other words, this time the enemy is also more dangerous than the Apocalypse. Ku was stunned. Why didn't the professor say anything about it? It was just a dream of Chin. Lee, you don't take Chin's dream seriously, right? Bufan shrugged and said with a smile, Of course it is true, but you, Hank, you won't really believe what Charles said. The beast stared at Shu in amazement. Shu shook his head and said, Hank, don't look at me with that kind of eyes, I'm not sure. Chin only possesses the power of a phoenix. She doesn't have Super Lee who predicts the future. Why are you so sure? No, Bufan, who was really not acting just now, shook his head speechlessly. Charles, please recall that before the resurrection of the Apocalypse, did Chin have a similar situation? Grant nodded. That's all right. Bufan shrugged. The body of the power of the Phoenix is the Phoenix, which can be said to be one of the most mysterious energies in the entire universe, and it is nothing to predict the future. My guess is that it is not a prophecy, but a feeling of unprecedented hostility, and at the same time releasing the hostile person. When his strength is strong enough to subvert the world, Phoenix. The power will be irritable. Maybe this is also a way for it to remind the host. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they were all convinced by Bufan's reasoning. Bufan continued. Compare Chin's reaction before the resurrection of the Apocalypse, and then look at the present. Only one thing can be proved, that the Apocalypse, who thinks he is omnipotent, is an embroidered pillow compared to the enemy that is about to appear. Hiss! Hank took a breath, and Tianchi was the embroidered pillow's upcoming enemy in front of that person. How fierce it was, he was also shocked, and said, Lee, Chapter 188 Susan is jealous. I hate you. You Danny Rob. One request for subscription. Chapter 189 Nano Boots. Black technology leading the whole era. 2 requests for subscription. Bufan returned to his senses in an instant. Susan's apricot eyes widened. A pair of beautiful eyes, tears flickering. And then he looked at Shu, the beast Hank. All of them turned their faces, indicating that I was looking at the scenery and I didn't know anything. Misunderstood. Pete. As expected, not only Susan misunderstood, but everyone misunderstood. Bufan was about to turn around to explain, but he didn't expect that even the Storm Girl Aurora would have misunderstood. As soon as he reached out and held his shoulders, He raised an eyebrow provocatively at Susan and hummed triumphantly, Lee will not tonight. You go back first. You. Susan was run by Storm Girl, and tears were about to burst out. Happiness. Lee Bufan made a move, frowned, knocked off the hands of Storm Girl on his shoulders, and said, Madam, please take care of yourself. I'm not familiar with you. If you do this, be careful I sue you. The Storm Girl was dumbfounded for an instant. She was messed up all over. The brain was in a mess, and he couldn't believe it, and thought to himself, how is it possible that he is playing tricks on me? Impossible, based on my Aurora charm. How can there be men who don't like it? He must be lying to me. I don't believe it. Susan stayed. Grant, Hank the Beast was all stunned. What kind of sorrow is this? Aren't you interested in Aurora? Lee Bufan turned around and came to Susan, jokingly said, Why are you crying? I just did that. You make a magic. Give you a gift that is ahead of the entire era. Guess what I will give you. Sure, you will be surprised. Susan burst into laughter and gave Lee Bufan annoyed a glance and tweeted, You think I'm a 3-year-old kid? So easy to deceive. What a gift that leads the whole era. I don't believe it. Lee Bufan turned his mind and took out a pair of nano boots from the red envelope space. In the eyes of everyone, it is tantamount to becoming a magic, but no one is surprised. Have long been used to it. This guy is the world's top magician. Even the portal is easy to build. What happened is something changed. It is a change of things, even if it is a big change. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the shoebox. It's like a shoe box inlaid with diamonds, exquisite and beautiful, and a luxurious and noble breath is oncoming. Not to mention the gift, just this shoe box is very valuable. Susan, wow. For a moment, his eyes widened, and he hesitated. You were really preparing a gift for me just now. Stupid, you need to ask. What am I doing to you, don't you know? Lee Bufan handed the shoebox to Susan and smiled. Open it and take a look. It's the same sentence. You will be surprised. Think I haven't seen the world before. So, it's such a lie. Susan gave Lee Bufan a white look, stretched out her hand, and opened the shoebox. It's that. The liquid crystal bracelet is not very textured yet, full of high technology. Jouet, Hank the Beast, and the Storm Girl also saw them. They all shook their heads and laughed dumbfounded. Although things were very closed, Lee still fulfilled his promise. It's really surprising. Ha ha! The Storm Girl burst into laughter and secretly said, Sure enough, Lee Kai is pretending. He may also like that bitch, but he must also like me. Even if he doesn't like it, he will definitely have a good impression. Keep up the good work and take down this man. Aurora, come on. Susan gave Lee Bufan a sullen look and said, What is this? You are a fool. It really surprised me. Stupid. You stupid. Lee Bufan smiled and said, Don't scold you. When you apologize to me later, these are a pair of nano boots. Follow. He quickly introduced this gift from another world. Everyone was stunned. Damn it. Hank's eyeballs are. Chapter 188, Two Women Fighting Husband. Huh? Interesting to you? Think too much. You are too ugly. 3 requests for subscription. Susan, wow. With a cry of exclamation, there are stars in his eyes. God, Hank exclaimed and said, Unbelievable. It's really a nano product. Lee, how did you do it? Lee Bufan shrugged and said helplessly, Hank, don't yell. I always have a way. Hank exclaimed, Damn it. Don't understate nanotechnology. This is nanotechnology. Lee Bufan shook his head, took out his high heels, squatted down, and chuckled, I'll put them on for you. Susan's face blushed, and her heart was as if she was smearing honey, sweet and soft. She raised one foot, let Lee Bufan put on for herself, and she quickly put it on. In 9-3-0, with the high heels, Susan's graceful posture is more prominent. The Storm Girl was dumbfounded. Her heart was full of sourness, and she secretly said, If Lee's gift was given to me, how good it would be. I would definitely die of joy. He said, Please let me say it again, Sue. You are really beautiful. Thanks. Susan smiled sweetly. Hank was itchy and asked, Lee, can you tell me where you got it from? Did you invent it? Is it his own invention? Nonsense, of course. Lee Bufan smiled and said nothing. Hank exclaimed, God, Lee, you're simply a god. I didn't expect you to be so genius in science and technology research. Compared with you, I feel like a 3-year-old child, and the gap is too big. How can it be so exaggerated, as you said? Lee Bufan shook his head and rushed to Susan. Sue, switch to the boot mode and fly back directly. What? Susan was a little worried. Is it dangerous if it's so late? Lee Bufan smiled and said, Idiot. What are you worried about? Am I still there? If you have me following, what can you be dangerous? Susan responded immediately. An order was given to Jenny, and it didn't take 3 seconds, and the red high heels turned into a cool army green. On the Sols, 2 light energy vortex engines are ready to go and can be started at any time. The 2 of them were about to leave, and at this moment, Storm Girl couldn't help it anymore. No, I definitely can't just let Lee leave like this, or I won't have a chance again in the future. And many more. The Storm Girl suddenly yelled, and she didn't care that G and the Beastman hurriedly came to Lee Bufan, feeling extremely excited. Lee Bufan frowned and said, Storm Girl, are you okay? This fellow, Storm Girl, wouldn't even call her own name. Storm Girl's heart was half cold, but she still had the courage to ask, Lee, what do you mean? Actually, you have a good impression of me, right? It's just because she is here. That's why you are like this. It's all because of her, right? Holly Bufan looked at Storm Girl with a weird expression and said, What are you kidding me when I am interested in you? You think too much. Storm Girl excitedly said, No, you lie. You like me. Otherwise, for the first time, why did you treat me so much? The first time, Lee Bufan thought for a while, but couldn't remember anything and shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know you absolutely misunderstood something, but from now on, you don't need to misunderstand anymore. The Storm Girl's face was pale. She looked unbelievable, as she shook her head and said, No. Lee Bufan's face turned cold and said, Don't play a bitter drama with me. First, you are ugly, not my type. Second, I suspended my death just now. Think about your attitude and cynicism, saying that I can't help myself and obviously can't suppress the power of the Phoenix. If you are strong enough, you call it a liking. So, when did you like me so much? I don't know where you are acting this way. So you have. Chapter 191, The Shock of Iron Man. God, you came back from the future. 4 requests for subscription. Tonight in New York, the stars are shining and the moon is charming. Under the hazy moonlight, as the world's most prosperous international city, flashing lights and neon lights form a gorgeous and beautiful night scene. And in the sky, 2 figures fly wantonly. Lee Bufan is like a statue of a god, floating delicately in the sky, pointing constantly. Well, actually there's nothing wrong with him at all. With the help of artificial intelligence, Susan quickly became familiar with this pair of nanoboots from another world. And no matter if she has any questions, Jenny will give the perfect answer as soon as possible to solve Susan's doubts. Lee Bufan's only role is to act as Susan's reassurance, so that Susan understands that no matter what she does, there will be no accidents. He is there anyway. It is indeed very useful. Susan is different from her brother Johnny. Johnny is only a 0-1 slogan, who only masters flying and can't wait to come to various slogans. That Susan's personality is relatively stable, not adventurous and not radical. But tonight, Lee Bufan is here. Everything becomes different. Susan's heart is Dawn, and she has completely broken through her own character and has become the same as her brother Johnny. Soon, Susan completely mastered the combat mode, and her ability to fly became more and more slippery. She circled Lee Bufan, doing all kinds of incredible moves. Rollover, instant reverse. These actions, even the most advanced bomber in the world, could not be completed, but Susan did. Of course, the root cause is still volume and load. She is a single soldier, and the bomber is very different. Lee, did you see my backflip? Slightly pretty, it's so exciting. Until tonight, I realized that the night sky in Manhattan is so beautiful. Never again. Susan was very happy. Her character was originally quiet and introverted, but at the moment, she is like an excited magpie, twittering nonstop. There is no doubt that all of this started because of Lee Bufan. Lee Bufan checked the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning, and Susan had been groping for an hour and a half without realizing it. Bufan had already talked to Wanda on the phone. She must have fallen asleep and was not in a hurry to go back, but Susan should go back. For women, sleep is very important. Bufan smiled and said, Sue, it's okay. You have a full palm. The sky is over. I will send you home. No, I can go home by myself. I'm not afraid at all. Flying. This has always been the dream of mankind. It was not until the appearance of the plane that this dream was completed, but it could only be considered half completed, because it still depends on large-scale equipment. Fly magic, it is completely realized. And now, Susan felt this way too. She was so excited that she couldn't stop her head. Bufan shook his head lightly, just about to agree. Ding! The real map of my mind was updated again, and the second red dot appeared. It's another real-life red envelope. I'll go to the precise location. Bufan's mouth twitches. No, the system is too messy. The precise location is not elsewhere to IT is the Baxter Building. IT is more accurate. Read, Ben's Joint Research Room. And it is also the place where Susan and Johnny currently live. It's a mess, but the red envelope should be taken. Bufan decisively changed his mind. I know you can, but I must send you back. Wow. Susan controlled the nano boots, suspended 3 meters in front of Bufan, smiling sweetly, with her hands behind her back, and asked, Why? Beautiful eyes flashed with inexplicable expectations. Bufan said, Because I want to. Oh yeah. Susan screamed in her heart and snorted still for what was just now. Chapter 192 Tony, I am proud to have you as a friend. One request for subscription. Let's get in the topic, right? The matter over there was solved. Tony came again. Bufan shrugged and said speechlessly, Tony, don't tell me. Susan goes back, and then I will go back to sleep. And also, Tony raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't expect you to be a busy man. It really scared me, but you guessed it wrong. Who am I, Tony? Tony Stark, rich man, philanthropist, playboy, scientist, no matter which is the best in the world. What do you think you can help me? Save the world? No, that's not my responsibility. Even if I need to save the world, I will do it myself. If I can't do it, then it has nothing to do with me. I am not Nick Fury, so I have to ask you to come out. Con. Bufan's mouth twitched, and he shrugged at Susan and said, Sue, have you seen it? I told you a long time ago. This guy is just talking. Susan pursed her lips and smirked and said, No, I think Mr. Stark is very cute. Tony shrugged his shoulders and said, I have to say, beautiful lady, unlike this guy, you are very smart and far-sighted. I find that I like you a little bit more than I like this guy. To be honest, it's really nice to have a friend of Tony. Although the tongue is poisonous and the words are chattering, this guy is interesting, and it is not generally interesting, but very interesting. Bufan smiled knowingly. The depression caused by Stormgirl was wiped out. He was in good mood. He smiled and said, Okay, Tony, don't chat. It's so late. It's very cold here. What's the matter with you? Tony murmured, Please, you guys also know that it's very late. I'm working on the Nano Iron Man suit. Do you know? Bufan nodded. I know. Tony said, I have been working for 3 consecutive days and have achieved initial results. I am in a good mood, just like sleeping, but suddenly I found 2 boar guys flying around in the sky, worrying about what might happen. I'm going to come over and see, look what I saw, and you guys are dating here. Oh God, Lee, I know you're more slapstick than me, but can't you pay attention to it a little bit? Woolen cloth. Bufan laughed loudly and said, It is true. That's how you big-headed ghost. Susan blushed and turned into an apple. She glared at Bufan angrily and quickly explained, Mr. Stark, you have misunderstood. I'm not this guy's girlfriend. If I disturb you, we will leave immediately. Tony blinked and said jokingly, Oh, like that pretty lady. Can you accept my pursuit? Susan blushed even more. No need to answer. Tony waved his hand and said seriously, The little guy is not easy to provoke. If anyone touches his things, he must end up terribly. I don't want to die. By the way, beautiful lady, you can also fly. Could it be that he taught you the magic of flying? Well, God, It was only recently that I learned that there really is magic in this world, which is really incredible. Susan shook her head, not waiting. She replied that Tony's face changed drastically, because just now, Jarvis had completed a scan of Susan's whole body and found the results that made him stunned. Susan's special aviation suit has a 4 extremely cool equipment due to being radiated by cosmic rays. After that, just like her people, the molecular structure has undergone a drastic change, and it has become a divine costume. It doesn't invade water or fire, and it can be infinitely stretched, which meets the needs of Johnny, Reed, and Ben. For Susan, when she activates her invisibility ability, the entire battle suit will also become invisible instead of ordinary clothes. Of course, this is nothing. All Tony's attention is focused on Susan's pair of nano boots. Nanotechnology. Tony's eyes widened to the extreme. He looked at Lee Bufan and said in disbelief, "Lee, you actually took a step ahead of me and invented the nano weapon. How did you do this?" Plum. Chapter 193, The Invisible Heroine. Stupid, you big idiot. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 194, Mr. Fantastic. Being green, suffocated. 3 requests for subscription. Susan said coldly, "Reed, pay attention to your attitude. Lee is here to help us. He is a famous of death. You don't want to accept his help? Forget it. You still use this attitude. Did he do something sorry for you? If it is because of me, then I will tell you now that I will move out tomorrow. This is the joint research room between you and Ben. After all, it is not my home. I can understand." Reed was stunned in an instant. What is going on? He didn't say anything too much. Well, he admitted that he was a little too much. But how could Susan react so violently? To panicked. "No, it's not like that, Susan. You don't need to move out." Ahem. Ben patted Reed on the shoulder, strongly suggesting that he controlled his emotions. If this continues, there is no need for Lee Bufan to act, and Susan will only become more and more annoying. That is really no chance. That's not what Reed meant. Susan, everyone calm down. Ben looked at Lee Bufan, shrugged, and said slightly, "Lee, welcome your visit. It just so happens that you can also test the results of our self-study. You will definitely be surprised, because even without your guidance, we did. It's not bad." "Oh, is that right?" Lee Bufan smiled and said nothing. Thunderbolt fired. Johnny also drove out and saw Lee Bufan and Susan standing together with his eyes shining. He gave Lee Bufan a thumbs up and said without a word, Holly, I've been talking to him a long time ago. You said that you and my old sister are talented and beautiful, and you are a natural match. I said that I will be a matchmaker for you, and you are not happy. If you agree, you have done it 2 days ago. Why wait until today? But I can tell you that, although you can handle my elder sister, don't want me to call you brother-in-law." The corner of Lee Bufan's mouth twitched. This guy, how low his EQ is. These words, 2 people can make a joke in private, and actually said in front of so many people that they can't see the scene, the situation, and there is no one. Of course, the root cause is that Johnny doesn't have much friendship with Reed and doesn't care about his feelings at all. Sure enough, Reed's entire face was black. Ben Tootsau said, "Johnny, you are a veritable bastard." Susan glared at Johnny sternly and screamed, "Johnny, you are not allowed to talk nonsense. I am mad at me." Johnny shrugged and said, "Sister, don't deceive yourself. If I don't say it won't exist anymore." Susan has nothing to say. The atmosphere is awkward. Lee Bufan shook his head. Susan was stunned and hurriedly followed. On the wall, the red dot flickered. It was the second red envelope, and Lee Bufan was looking forward to it this time. Click. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. I found a bunch of ordinary red, super genetically modified roses. Name, super. Grade, genetically modified roses. Attributes, ordinary items. Quality, grade. Elementary world, Empire of Tomorrow. Special effects, a bunch of romantic gifts from the Empire of Tomorrow. This is the most lethal Valentine's Day gift in the Empire of Tomorrow. Each rose has a very strong vitality. Just insert it into the water to maintain the peak flowering period for a long time. The duration is as long as 13. After days, the flowers will wither, and after 3 months, they will bloom again and get 131 flowering periods. Such reincarnation. According to the existing test report, this super genetically modified rose has 15 to 21 flowering periods. That is to say, the blooming time could be at least 20,000 days and 60 years. Comment. The gift rose, the hand has a lingering fragrance. Super genetically modified rose, the best choice for engagement and marriage proposal. You deserve it. Your uncle. Bufan's mouth twitched, and it is true. The fluorescence lasts for 60 years. The fragrance and faint roses are of course worthy of quality, but the gadget has the effect of improving Bufan's cultivation. Thinking of fighting. Life is the fundamental. Give it to Wanda and Susan. They must be very happy. This is absolutely unique in the world. Thinking about it this way, Bufan is in a good mood. Chapter 195 Thunderbolt. Are you sure you want to humiliate yourself? 4 requests for subscription. Bufan didn't look at Reed, didn't know what he thought, and didn't care at all, so he briefly introduced the characteristics of roses to Susan. Dumbfounded, Susan stunned Bufan and said, "Okay, I know the origin of this flower is unusual, but you don't need to exaggerate it to such a degree." Johnny said speechlessly, "Lee, what are you kidding about? Just put these roses in a vase and get some water. They can bloom 131 for a lifetime. This is a good idea, but it's too nonsense. This is not ordinary nonsense. It's all involved in outer space." Reed shook his head and said, "One flowering period is 131, which means at least 3 years. There are at least 15 flowering periods, which means that the flowering periods of these roses are added together. At least 45 years, 930. God, do you know what you were talking about?" Ben patted Reed's shoulder, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice and quickly, "Pay attention. I am very happy not to see Sue. You will only make Sue more and more annoying." Reed's face changed. Ben patted his hands and said with a smile, "Haha, this joke is actually a bit funny, isn't it?" Bufan smiled slightly, did not explain, and said something to Susan, and then left. Susan held the 9 roses tightly and said, "After drinking the coffee, let's go." Bufan and Reed had another unpleasant meeting, which made her make up her mind to move away from Baxter Mansion tomorrow. She even regretted it not for letting Bufan send herself, but regret to come back here. "I shouldn't come back here again." "No," Bufan said, but he only turned around. Reed flashed a sly in his eyes and suddenly said, "Lee, I formally apologize to you. I shouldn't be like that just now. There's a problem with my attitude. If you can, please accept my apologies, okay?" Susan was overjoyed, but he didn't expect Reed to figure it out and said happily, "That's right, Lee, sit down. Have a cup of coffee." Bufan shook his head and said indifferently, "I was not angry at first. It is already very late. I have to go back. You guys rest." "All right." Susan was full of regret. Reed was anxious and said, "Lee, let's go after watching our test with Johnny. Of course, if you're confident, you can let Sue take the action. After all, you also taught Sue Ishang, didn't you? If you want to change to someone else, I would definitely not say that, but you did not create too many miracles." Bufan turned around and looked at Reed with a weird expression. This guy is really messing up, so there's no chance at all. Ben Graham hates Reed, but understands Reed. As Reed's best friend, he knows how Reed came over these years, and he also knows Reed's feelings for Susan. If you still do nothing like before, Reed will definitely regret it for a lifetime. Susan frowned and glared at Reed and said, "Reed, you again. Tell you what I want to do? I have had enough." Ben made a decisive decision to attract all the firepower by himself. He hugged Reed's shoulders and laughed. Yeah, in fact, that's what I meant. Lee, Johnny told you that. We want to compare it with you. Let's see if you teach well, or we teach ourselves well. We have learned almost. Johnny also learned from you for a few days. Susan studied with you all night. If you think we played against Susan unfairly, then Johnny is fine. Stay and have a look. Susan, don't be angry. This has nothing to do with Reed. It's all me. You can blame me if you want to blame. Susan snorted, still staring at Reed coldly. Whatever you think, when I am a fool. Bufan has not yet answered. Johnny is already excited and eager to try. Okay, I will be your opponent, but before the start, I still think just ask Reed, Ben, are you sure you want to humiliate yourself? Since, taking his own humiliation, he rolled his eyes with anger and said annoyed, You guy. Chapter 196, Unprecedented Shock. Instant kill. 5 requests for subscription. Reed, this site is set. The orange stone fists touched each other and made a loud noise. They stared at Johnny fiercely, gritted their teeth, and said, Humph, I've seen this not pleasing to my eyes a long time ago. There's been no chance. God bless. Now the chance is finally here. Ben, don't be impulsive. Reed persuaded. Johnny is still just a kid. Don't worry about him. Just give it a lesson. Ben threw a big eye to Reed and said in a bad mood, Okay, Reed, I know what you mean. Isn't it because that kid is Susan's younger brother? What do you want to say? Susan is also my friend. I mean, how can you be really cruel? Ben shook his head and said speechlessly, If you want to be really sensible, you shouldn't ask for a test at this time. You just want to make that kid ashamed. It's naive, Reed. Now you're like fighting for candy. Child. Reed's face blushed and said, What nonsense. Didn't we think so from the beginning? Ben shook his head and said, Is it nonsense? You know it yourself. Ensei's kid. Reed raised his head and glanced at Bufan, who was on the opposite side, with a calm face. 01 felt annoyed. What made him depressed was that Bufan was not only calm, but did not put the competition in his eyes at all, as if he had won steadily. Do not lose. Ben, cooperate according to the original plan. Johnny can fly, and I will take control of him. You bully and press close. Do you understand? I see, this plan is perfect. It will take less than 3 minutes to end the battle. 20 meters away, Johnny said impatiently, Hey, you two guys with ink, you have a good plan and you don't want to discuss it. Let's start. It's really troublesome. What else to discuss, anyway? No matter what you lose, you are actually delaying time, right? Hateful. Ben's lungs are almost exploding, gritted his teeth and said, Ben, I changed my mind. This bastard's mouth is so stinky. I must teach him severely, or I will go crazy. Reed smiled bitterly, then said loudly, Johnny, it's time to start. Okay. Johnny laughed, but at this moment, Susan suddenly stood forward, grabbed Johnny's back, and slammed back. Johnny staggered and was almost dragged down. He said depressed, Sister, what are you doing to worry that I will hurt them? Don't worry, I have a good measure. Susan was expressionless and said coldly, Lee also taught me one night, so I will fight with you next. Johnny, Reed, Ben were all taken aback. You? Johnny was speechless and said, Please, old lady, Ben was just complimenting Lee just now. That was just a joke. How can you take it seriously for a few hours? What can you learn? Don't make trouble. Johnny. Susan turned around abruptly, her expression stern and stern. Do you think I'm this? Somehow, Susan suddenly asked, and suddenly released an awe-inspiring aura. Johnny was startled with cold sweat on his back, and under Susan's powerful aura, instinctively shook his head. I dare not say a word, let alone stop it. Susan immediately. Turn around. Damn it. When Johnny touched his forehead just a moment ago, he burst into countless cold sweats. Looking at the old sister's back, there was also an inexplicable heart palpitation. He was shocked and thought, God, what is going on? My elder sister, it's A to have such a strong aura. Reed and Ben, 20 meters away, were the same as Johnny. They all refused, but Susan's momentum at this moment also shocked the two of them. Damn it. Ben shook his head and sighed softly. Reed, you really did something wrong. Reed puzzled. What? Ben was speechless. What the hell? All your talents are in science. Chapter 197, Blood Abuse. Incredible Crush. 1 request for subscription. Look. Susan looked at Ben Graham and screamed again, interrupting Ben's quarrel with Johnny. Ben smiled bitterly. Sue, you don't want to knock me down, right? Of course not. I want to use the second superpower on you. What? Ben asked. Is it invisible? You don't need to try it. As long as you become invisible, I won't find you. Although your superpower is very powerful, it must be flawed, but I haven't found it yet. Johnny laughed and said, Big guy, are you nonsense? Is this your humor? Huh. Fuck. Shut me up. Ben blows up her hair again. Susan shook her head. This competition is really an out-and-out farce. Let it end as soon as possible. So she said, No, Ben, my second superpower is energy shield. While talking, Susan stretched out her hands and locked Ben. OM. Just listen to it trembling, a huge, almost transparent energy shield covering Ben. Susan said, Ben, if you can smash the energy shield, even if you win. Ben's face changed suddenly, and he looked at Susan with amazement, and his heart was shocked. Damn it, what does this mean? How could it be that Susan was confident that he could block her iron fist from a heavy blow? You know, within 4 hours? Susan only then realized the energy shield. Not Susan himself comprehended, but everyone stayed together, brainstormed, and studied the results of 3 days. Then, they did an experiment to see the strength of Susan's energy shield. It turned out to be a punch. With just one punch, Ben smashed Susan's energy shield to pieces. More importantly, Ben's punch is not full. He only used 1/10 of 10% of his power, about a ton. And now Susan is actually confident that even if he does it with full strength, he can't crush it. My face changed slightly, and he said seriously, Sue, you are sure? Yes. Good. Ben nodded and said, Then you are ready. The energy shield is closely related to your spirit. If you are not careful, you will be injured. Susan nodded and said casually, I know, Ben, you can punch. Ben is no longer nonsense. He took a deep breath, shook his left arm lightly, and started a simple warm-up work. At the scene, the crows were silent. Reed watched with all his attention, and Johnny, who was very noisy in front of him, opened his eyes and held his breath. No way. Susan was too confident. They all thought they were dreaming. Roar! Ben bowed slightly. His center of gravity shifted down, and his feet slammed into the ground with lightning swiftly. A punch with all my strength. Even an extraordinary performance. The power of this punch exceeded 10 tons. A jaw-dropping scene appeared. Ben's fierce and transcendent punch hit the energy shield violently. Susan just frowned slightly. The place where Ben hit the energy shield, ripples swayed all around, and the energy shield, but he didn't move. Johnny exclaimed excitedly, Sister, the strength of your energy shield has been increased to this level. You are too powerful. Ines. Reed was stunned. How is this possible? I couldn't believe my eyes, and said in shock, Sue, you god, what have you experienced in these 4 hours? How did you do it? I'll explain to you later. Susan didn't have the slightest complacency on her face and continued, It's just a punch. You can punch it a few more times to see if it can be broken. Don't worry that I will get hurt, and punch it hard. Good. He should have heard it, but in fact he hadn't kept it before. The punch just didn't break, and now he continues to punch his punches, which is just to detect the strength of Susan's energy shield. Bang, 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 bang. Ben waved his hands like raindrops, constantly attacking Susan's energy shield. Like a stone falling into the water, ripples appear one after another. One after another, one ripple has not disappeared, and the second ripple appears again. In the first few punches, the energy shield still didn't move. Until Benlian. Chapter 198 Tai Chi. 4 or 2,000 Acadis. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 199 The Invisible Woman. In my heart, pretends a little man. 3 requests for subscription. Susan didn't want Reed to be too embarrassed, and said, Johnny, comma. Johnny spread his hands and said, Sister, don't stare, I know what you mean. I want to save some face to Reed. I don't say it's not okay. Then I will leave it to you. After all, Johnny mumbled, Really, I can't even tell the truth, it's boring. Susan stopped paying attention to Johnny, looked at Reed, shook her head, and was too lazy to say more, just said, Reed, what is left in the Baxter mansion? I will let the moving company come over tomorrow. Johnny, let's go. Reed looked dumbfounded. What does it mean that she is moving out? Damn, what is going on? Absolutely not. Reed has a feeling that once Susan moves out of Baxter Building, he will never have a chance again. After graduation, it has been 3 years. A full 3 years have passed. It was like 3 long third centuries before they met again. This time, he will definitely not let go like he did when he graduated from university. Take the initiative. He must fight for it. Wait, Reed suddenly yelled, looked at Susan anxiously, and said, "Are you moving out of Baxter Building?" Susan nodded. "What?" Reed panicked and said, "If it is because of my attitude towards Lee, if it is because of what happened just now, then I sincerely apologize to you. If you still feel dissatisfied, I can even apologize to Lee. It is indeed that I did something wrong. But Susan, can you not move out? We finally reunited with me. I don't want to lose you again." Reed, a genius, is not an ordinary genius, but a genius like Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, enchanting genius. Since childhood, he has been wearing the aura of genius. When did he have a sincere tone like today, from the bottom of his heart, and even revealed his plea? He couldn't stand it anymore, and said, "Susan, you still don't want to move away now. Reed already knows that he is wrong, and you should give him a chance. We are all old friends for more than 10 years. Are you really so ruthless?" Susan looked at Reed with mixed feelings. The once genius showed the embarrassment now, which is definitely not what she wants to see. You should make a thorough judgment and no longer be indecisive. Otherwise, you will not only hurt yourself, but also others. Susan sighed in her heart and made a decision at the same time. "Reed, don't you understand what I mean?" Susan raised her head and fixed her eyes on Reed. "Time has passed. We will never return to the past. In addition to being firm in science, you cringe and hesitate about everything else. When we graduated, why did we open the ring that I was ready to pick you up at the time? And I will be with you forever. But about you, you flinched." Reed said excitedly, "I know. Susan, these years, I have realized the mistakes I made in those years. Give me a chance. I want to make up for the mistakes I made. And more clearly, I will never be indecisive. A cowering man. I know you hate it. I have changed that kind of man, and now I can prove it to you." Reed got more and more excited as he spoke, and the blue veins on his face bulged up. "No, it's too late." It's a pity that Susan still shook her head and said, "Actually, I have never given up on you. I'm med and dumb industrial. I am also willing to give you a chance, but it is different now, in my heart. Already pretended to be a little man, no longer, can't tolerate others." Johnny Wow shouted, gave Susan a thumbs up, and said, "Sister, really brave. That's how it should be. I support you in pursuing your own happiness. No swearing." Susan frowned and glared at Johnny. "What? Is that true?" Reed was shocked, his face pale, his spirit was greatly shocked, and he was in a daze, and he was almost unsteady on his feet. Book, Chapter 200 Project X, The Ultimate Weapon. 4 requests for subscription. Old sister. Old sister, don't fly so fast, wait for me. Johnny was in a hurry. He forgot the most important thing, the relationship between Reed and his old sister. He didn't care at all. He was more interested in Susan's nanoweapons. Of course he could fly, but those boots were really good. It's so cool. Let me wear that pair of nano boots so that I can feel the feeling of speed. Rest assured, I don't mind if you have athlete's foot. Johnny displayed his flying ability and galloped towards Susan. "Go to Johnny. You have athlete's foot." Before the joking words of the siblings were finished, the two disappeared from Reed and Ben's vision. Reed was lost in his soul, and his eyes were godless, like a walking corpse. Ben shook his head, patted Reed on the shoulder, and said nothing because it was useless once this guy got into the horns. 939. Jin, don't want anyone to pull him back. Wait for him to think clearly. The problem will be solved. Susan and Reed, Ben's duel. Lee Bufan didn't even bother to watch it. After the power of the Phoenix, Susan had an instant epiphany, and his strength skyrocketed. Reed and Ben, the two superpowers who were groping for training, were not hers at all. Opponent. That's not a duel, but a sling. Absolute crushing. What's there to see? Susan got Reed with a shock wave of energy. Lee Bufan yawned, then used instant step, evaporated out of thin air, and then built another one. The portal immediately returned home. It was already 3:30 in the morning, and Wanda went to bed early. Lee Bufan was worried that Wanda might be noisy, so he went to sleep in the second bedroom. Before the two had a relationship, that was his room. Wait until the next day. Early in the morning, Lee Bufan was awakened by Wanda's joyful scream. It was to see 99 roses blooming wantonly on the table. This sudden little surprise made Wanda excited and ran to Lee Bufan's room. Jump on the bed. She originally wanted to make a simple statement and kiss him casually, but since she awakened Lee Bufan, how could she end it so easily? The next step was a long morning exercise. Wanda was originally going to make breakfast. Now it's okay. Don't even think about making breakfast. I have to make a living for lunch. I tossed for nearly 3 hours. Point 3, Wanda was really hungry. Lee Bufan just let it go. Wanda one horse. At lunch, Lee Bufan briefly introduced Super Jean Rose to Wanda, and Wanda was stunned. One flowering period 131 has at least 15 flowering periods. Wanda couldn't help but give Lee Bufan a glance and chuckled lightly. Darling, I know you want me to be happy, but you treat me as a 3-year-old child. Is it so easy to cheat? You also have to contact Xia Xian. Lee Bufan had no choice but to say, didn't I tell you? These roses are different. They are all super genetic crops. Okay, do I believe it? Wanda smiled and interrupted Lee Bufan's bragger. Squinted and smiled. I am very happy with your surprise, and I need to brag. Lee Bufan moved his lips. Well, the reward for level items is level. Even if you trust him, you can't immediately accept it because this has completely subverted their worldview. During the meal, Wanda received a phone call. A surprise flashed in his eyes, and then told Lee Bufan that he was going to several nearby communities to do charity activities. Lee Bufan smiled and said, Is it okay to be idle? You're still so happy at work. You think everyone is like you, salted fish. Wanda snorted, Shield. It's under construction. Basically nothing to do with me. During this time, I have not done anything. I am about to get moldy when I am idle. It is very boring, okay? Besides, doing charity activities in the community is very meaningful, okay? I like to be with the children together. Lee Bufan nodded and said, It's really boring to do nothing. Just be happy if you're happy. You just need to know, don't care. What you want to do it boldly. Even if you blow up the White House, I will give you my husband. How can it be so exaggerated? Glib. You will coax me with nice words. Chapter 201 Ultimate Big Egg, Deadpool. One request for subscription. On the other end of the phone, Schur continued. He extracted the mutant's genes and analyzed it. After the research is successful, it is a way to inject it into ordinary people. The other is to inject the genetic serum of these mutants into other mutants. In this way, that the shards continue to strengthen other mutants and finally screen out a monster that is more terrifying than Apocalypse and possesses countless top superpowers. This is the ultimate weapon. The only difference is that Apocalypse has self-awareness and that the shards can control the weapon in some way. In the end, the weapon will become a killing machine controlled only by him. That lunatic, bastard brute. Speaking of the end, Sue started yelling with excitement and couldn't see the cultivation of any professor, which has never appeared in the movie plot. Obviously, William Stryker's 0-1 behavior has exceeded the bottom line of the award. After all, the movie is just a beautified life. The miserable living environment of mutants and the brutal and inhumane methods of William Stryker. If Charles can remain calm, then he is not the virgin, but cold-blooded. Lee Bufan frowned and couldn't help thinking. The police series of devices shined brightly. Wolverine was very popular. At that time, he was not called Wolverine, but Uncle Wolf. So it was logical that the single-player movie of Wolverine came out, but the timeline was The Policeman. One before. Wolverine can be regarded as the prequel of Warning 1, mainly about the afterlife of Wolverine, how he awakened his special abilities, and what happened after awakening. The device is exactly what appeared in Wolverine 1. Logan, originally born in a wealthy family at the end of the 19th century, was born weak, but his bones were clear. Because the family was not harmonious, Logan was introverted and withdrawn when he was a child in an accident. The gardener Logan killed his father. An accident happened. Little Logan inspired the Bone Claws and killed the gardener Logan. But until then, Ronaldinho and this realized that the gardener Logan was his biological father, and then little Logan, with his brother Victor, ran away. How many wars the two participated in, from World War I to World War II, and from World War II to Vietnam War. But the superpowers that the two showed on the battlefield caused the two to suffer a lot. Humans are afraid of mutants, and the military will imprison them and prepare to execute them. At this moment, a person named William Stryker appeared, recruited two people to engage in special work. In the constant killing, Logan was completely tired, defected from the organization, and lived an incognito life. During this time, he also met a mysterious woman codenamed Fox, named Kaya, but William Stryker found him, and Kaya was eventually killed by the saber-toothed Victor. The angry Wolverine accepted Trek's conditions and agreed to conduct mutant transformation experiments. The inside was injected with Edmund alloy, and the natural bone claws turned into diamond claws, and Ben was brainwashed by William Stryker. However, after reawakening, Wolverine launched a big killing ring, teamed up with the saber-toothed tiger Victor, and killed the ultimate killer controlled by William Stryker the Weapon, and saved many mutant children including Laser Eye and Phantom Cat. But at the end of the battle, William Stryker used a bullet made of one Edmund alloy into Logan's head, causing him to lose part of his memory. Now, the situation is clearly different. First, Laser Eye, the Phantom Cat, has never been caught by William Stryker. That is to say, it is other mutant children who are now trapped in the core base of the weapon. Second, Logan has lost his memory. This timeline is too confusing. Bufan was too lazy to think and directly asked the professor to see how much he knew about Wolverine. He didn't let him down and quickly informed Bufan what he knew. It was true that Logan had amnesia, and it was also because of William Stryker's one Edelman alloy bullet. But it did not happen at the machine research base, but just a few years ago, Logan completed the Amandel alloy transformation. He hadn't been brainwashed by William Stryker. He didn't even listen to William Stryker's explanation. As soon as the operation was completed, he went to kill. William Stryker panicked and couldn't choose his way immediately. Fleeing in a helicopter gunship, Logan chased him, jumped more than 10 meters, and at the moment the gunship took off, he grabbed the helicopter's landing gear. Chapter 202, Animal Behavior. 2 requests for subscription. If William Stryker's ultimate killer tool is Wade Wilson, then there is no single-player Deadpool movie in this world. Deadpool is just the ultimate villain who was beheaded. Bufan is a little sorry. There's no such cheap and cute guy. I don't know how much less fun in this world. You must not be careless this time. Bufan was thinking, and the teacher over the phone reminded him very seriously. After Logan escaped, William Stryker initiated the plan, and through continuous research and experimentation, he has created a weapon that is even more terrifying than Logan. That is his ultimate killer. No matter how you kill it, kill it. Immortal monster. On the phone, there is a hint of panic in the voice of the teacher. No way, the tool is really a Deadpool. Bufan was a little surprised, then a little disappointed, and a little helpless. If it was really Deadpool, it would be a bit troublesome. I won't talk about the comic setting. It must not be that abnormal, but even the film and television setting, that guy is also a monster. In Deadpool 2, because his girlfriend was accidentally killed, after Deadpool killed the murderer, he was unlovable and tried various suicide methods. Those who jumped off the building were all pediatrics. The most cruel thing is that he stayed in a room full of gasoline and bombs. An ray of flame instantly blew himself into the sky. His body was torn apart, his head was blown up, but he still did not die, and his self-healing ability was so abnormal. Human gesticulation. In this regard, Wolverine is weak compared to him, because a simple beheading can kill Wolverine. Follow. Not waiting. Bufan asked, and the professor said important information. During the process of investigating the information, the police was discovered by William Stryker. As a result, William Stryker directly used the weapon. Shockwave Alex was killed. Laser Eye Scott was badly injured. Shockwave, is it still dead? Bufan sighed in his heart. Shockwave, is the brother of Laser Eye. If you really press it, in the original plot development, as early as the Apocalypse incident, Shockwave should have died, but because of Lee Bufan's intervention, Shockwave escaped a catastrophe and unexpectedly died. Charles, mourning. Thank you, Lee. His eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, but when I am sad now, Lee, I ask for your help. William Stryker is a beast. Many of the mutants he caught are only 10 children. Smaller, even only 7 or 8 years old. The children who are 7 or 8 years old have been tortured by that brute for at least half a year. A cold light flashed in Lee Bufan's eyes, and he could feel Charles's anger because he himself was too. He is certainly not the Virgin, but William Stryker's behavior is no different from that of a beast. That guy has broken through the bottom limit of being a human. Lee Bufan said in a deep voice, Charles, tell me the precise location of the Weapon Research Center. I want a longitude and latitude accurate to 2 decimal places. Good. Sue quickly said 2 numbers. There is the Research Center of Chi. And then he said, Lee, what else do I need to do? You can ask, no matter how difficult it is. I will finish it even if it is difficult to reach the sky. Unnecessary. Lee Bufan shook his head and said, Charles, you don't need to do anything. Next, leave it to me. Within half an hour, I will bring all the mutant children imprisoned by William Stryker to the Xavier Genius School, and you can do the reception work. Okay, everything depends on you, Lee. Said gratefully, and then hung up the phone. Lee Bufan didn't hesitate immediately. In action, he first built a portal and instantly appeared in Susan's house, and then briefly talked to Susan about the current situation. Susan's eyes widened, and the whole person was stunned. She is not a mutant, and she has not experienced the world. The mutant living environment is the same, and she is different from other heroes. She was born in a wealthy family in Manhattan. Ordinary middle-class families, but the ranks of the rich. The entire Stonehouse. Chapter 203, Uncle Wolf, Cranky Online. 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 204, Wolverine Logan. This kid something. 4 requests for subscription. Susan. Lee Bufan called out. Exist. Susan said, Lee, what do I need to do? Lee Bufan pointed to the iron gate and said, train your energy shockwave. This iron gate weighs about 5 tons. Try it and see if you can blast the iron gate open. No problem. Susan responded immediately. Start to gather the spirit. After the battle with the power of the Phoenix last night, Susan had an instant epiphany, and her understanding of superpowers had already entered the room as long as she condensed her spirit. Her sea of knowledge would enter a mysterious realm that is indescribable. The voice disappeared, the picture disappeared, and only the heavy iron gate was left, and only herself was left. Then, a humanoid, almost transparent energy shockwave suddenly launched. Boom! But after hearing a loud noise, the heavy iron gate weighing 5 tons shattered, and iron filings flew away. But embarrassingly, it did not break open, but a graceful human-shaped hole appeared. Susan herself. Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and he vomited. Although you didn't open the door, you still have a great figure. It's just that you're really beautiful, miss. Do you want us to get in from there? Susan blushed and said in embarrassment. When is it all? Still talking nonsense. Logan saw Susan's ability. His heart was shaken, and he looked at Susan in surprise. Secretly said, Charles was wrong. I didn't see what was special about that kid. But this girl, she looked weak, but she did not expect to have such a terrifying ability. She should be her own super assistant, right? Just kidding. Lee Bufan put away his smile and pointed. Susan, when you gather your mind, don't just focus on your mental power, but also use your imagination. Your abilities are definitely not only here. Susan was puzzled. Lee Bufan continued. Well, let's make a specific request. You try to triple your body shape in your brain. I see. Susan's eyes brightened, but she frowned again and said, but the larger the attack range, which means that I need to spread the limited attack to a larger range. In this way, the attack effect will not be greatly reduced. Lee Bufan smiled and said, yes, you can draw inferences about it. This is indeed the case. So when you can freely control your attack range, you must find a way to increase your refined attack power. Understood. Try again. Good. Susan responded confidently, and the two of Logan. I was stunned again, looked at Bufan in astonishment, and then at Susan. He felt that he was dreaming. Everything in front of him was very unreal. What does this mean by listening to these two people? That the underage kid, it's really to be Susan's teacher. Just the energy shockwave that Susan just now is definitely the top mutant. And it is actually that boom taught by the kid. Just as Logan was thinking, Susan once again launched an energy shockwave, a human-shaped shockwave that was at least 3 times the body and completely shattered the iron gate. Success! Susan screamed in excitement. Her face was covered with dense sweat. Panting slightly, she cast 2 energy shock waves in a row, and the second one was the first time she expanded the range of her attack, giving her body and spirit a great load came. Logan's body was shocked and looked at Susan in amazement. This is too fast to succeed. Is it Susan's genius or the boy who is instructed? Bufan is very satisfied with the effect of this attack, nodded and smiled. It's not bad. You take time to rest. The enemy, the counterattack, is coming soon. Chapter 205X Special Forces. 5 requests for subscription. In the main control room, there are countless monitoring screens, and every mutant child in the cell is monitored. Of course, there are surveillance cameras in the entire research center. In the southeast corner, the 9 workers and 9 groups are all in. They are 1 saber-toothed tiger. His real name is Victor, Logan's brother. He has a cruel personality and is not in line with Logan's philosophy. There was a conflict over whether to torture civilians, and the two parted ways. This person took pleasure in abusing Logan. The more pained Logan, the happier he was. For this reason, he killed all those who Logan cared about or cared about Logan. This is no longer an ordinary pervert, a scum, but an absolute anti-human. Special abilities: tiger claws, tiger teeth, self-healing factors, strength, speed, observation, and perception are extremely terrifying, and each is better than Logan. 2 Mage. Austrian 930. Carly. The mental power is extremely powerful. You can control object through your mind. That is, the power of mind drives things. 3rd Ghosts. Smith. Black. Awaken the spatial ability. The weakened version of the Asazo demon can instantly transfer within 30 meters. 4-0. David. The marksman is not an ordinary marksman. He only needs to get close to the target, and he can impose a curse on the target. And then red dot marks will appear on certain parts of the target. Next, he will start the curse. Stones, bullets, and other gadgets, cars, trucks, etc., big things, as long as he sees with his naked eyes, all objects under 10 tons will automatically lock onto the opponent until it hits the target, etc., etc. Even mutants are different, just like ordinary people and special soldiers in society. These people are not ordinary mutants. Every one of them possesses terrifying killing ability. Not to mention, the more important thing is that they are not ordinary mutants who have never seen blood. They have a lot of experience in battle. They kill people without blinking. Normally, the 9 teams of the 9-man team basically acted separately. It has never been like today. The strength of the individual is extremely strong. So far, none of the tasks that William Stryker has given has ever been completed by the 9 of them. They came yesterday and thought they could do it right away, but they didn't expect that William Stryker's order was only one word, that is, wait. As a result, they have waited until today without waiting for anything. The 9 groups of 9 people are upset, and they're already very impatient. What makes them even more impatient is that they have been waiting for so long, but they don't know how long they will have to wait. This place where birds don't shit, there is no bustling red and green. Women. They want to play women, gamble, and people instead of staying in this research center where birds don't and be dead. There, William Stryker and a general named David Hank in military uniforms are closely watching a surveillance screen. It is a research room. Several scientists in white research uniforms are sampling a mutant child. Blood, David Hank asked. William, what special ability does this little monster have? William Stryker said, General Hank, he could be invisible. My God is invisible. David Hank was a little surprised. He smiled. This superpower can be very powerful. As long as it has undergone strict training, it is simply invincible. William History. Trek shook his head slightly. There is no invincible superpower in this world, but he did not refute it. The startup capital of the equipment program reached hundreds of millions, which is a huge amount. Without the full support of the military, he would not be able to proceed at all, and David Hank was an inspector sent by the military. If he is upset, this plan will be stale. At this moment, the mage O'Care cried, William, who is the enemy? Can he tell us when he will be by now? Ghost Smith angrily said, Damn it, we have waited so long, and how long will we have to wait? You can't directly tell us who it is. You actually called all of us over. Chapter 206X Special Forces are speechless. They really came to die. 6 requests for subscription. Wow. Ghost Smith used his special ability to turn into a cloud of black smoke, disappeared in an instant, and appeared again in an instant. The first one came to the monitoring screen and couldn't help frowning, saying, It's not Logan. Who are these two guys? Saber-toothed Tiger, Zero, Mage, and other members of the special agent team quickly walked over, with doubts in their hearts. Only then did William Stryker tell the truth, and said coldly, If it's just Wolverine, how could I summon all of you to Charles Xavier? That is, the famous professor. You all know that. The Mage O'Care was surprised. They are the police. Good, William Stryker said in a deep voice. They must be the police. Not long ago, G discovered our secrets and knew the weapon plan. That guy thought he was the savior of mutants. How could he ignore it? Just 2 hours ago, I had already killed a policeman. 1 inch. Ghost Smith was surprised. Then he dared to send someone over, and it was the woman who sent it. Let's not say that. Asian boy, he shouldn't be an adult yet. Send them over. Are you here to die? Humph, William Stryker sneered. The ghost knows what that guy thinks. I have dealt with him countless times, and that guy is an idiot who will never look back when he hits the south wall. We have caught so many mutant kids. If he doesn't know it, it will be fine. As long as he knows, even if he sacrifices all the police, he will come. That's okay. Kill all the soldiers at once, and it's time to settle the ledger with him. Hearing William Stryker's words, a group of 9 agents was immediately put away the contempt. Police Charles Xavier is not a cat or a dog, nor is it a mutant who has never seen blood, never killed Zero, and lives in a greenhouse. They are all legends. If the police are deployed, even they may not be able to hold them. Immediately afterwards, everyone concentrated and waited for the other police to show up. The weird thing is it doesn't. Only the big boy and that. Women were all dumbfounded. Even William Stryker frowned and said, What is Charles doing? He doesn't really think that he will send 2 people casually and the mutants and children will be saved. Just as everyone hesitated, another familiar figure appeared, rushing to the gate at a fast speed. Wolverine Logan, here comes. Saber-toothed Tiger exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha, Logan. The cute guy is finally here. William, that guy is mine. Now I'll go out and solve him. Listen up. That guy is mine. No one is allowed to grab it. Victor, wait a minute. Don't do it. I want to hear what Charles is doing. William Stryker sternly stopped the saber-toothed tiger. Logan, the boy, and the woman seemed to be unaware of the surveillance camera and chatted casually. So the eyes of William Stryker and the members of the special team such as Saber-Tooth Tiger, Mage, Zero, Ghost, and so on were almost shocked. No conspiracy, no follow-up plan, no other police responding. It's the big boy, the woman. Those 2 people are Logan's assistants. This is all the plans of the grant. What is the difference between this and the death? William Stryker, I couldn't believe my ears. All the members of the work team originally thought that the delegation ordered the police to go out, and all of them were nervous. But when they heard this, they relaxed in an instant, and their fierce fighting will disappeared. Zero's eyelids rolled over, and he curled his lips and said, Damn, police, that's an absolute legend among mutants. Is he crazy now? It depends on these 3 guys. Ghostsmith laughed and said, I don't know what the professor thinks. I only know these guys really came to die, huh? Mage O'Care stared at Susan, eyes full of evil light, and smiled wickedly. I don't care about the others, but that. Hot woman, I'm going to fix it. You guys can fix those two things that do not live or die. That woman has given it to me. Kill me when I'm happy. Don't be careless. William Stryker furrowed his eyebrows and said in a deep voice 930, Gee, that's a smart and cautious guy. He will never make such a stupid mistake. He must have done this for a reason. What exactly does he want to do? Oops. William Stray. Chapter 207 Instant Kill. 2-2. Too ruthless. One request for subscription. Bufan, Susan, and Logan passed through the iron gate and entered it. Logan and Susan frowned because the front was so empty, the concrete floor for 44 basketball hoops, and the towering cylinder architecture. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Susan wondered, what is the situation is that the professor's intelligence is wrong. This is not the research center of the weapon project. No, it's here. A look of pain appeared on Logan's face, and he affirmed, although I have lost part of my memory, I have a very familiar feeling about everything here. I must have been here before. I can even be sure, William Stryker. It is the Edmund alloy injected into my body here. Susan was even more strange and said, then there is no one here. Not only there is no one, but there is no decent building. The Chi plan is at least 500 people, 500 level. What do those people eat and live? Plum. She looked at Bufan. Although they didn't know, Lee definitely knew. Logan couldn't help but look at Bufan and secretly said, no, this kid really knows that Bufan sneered and said, all the buildings are under the ground. If you just look at the ground, it would be strange if you can find anything. Oh, over there, we don't need to look for it. They have already come for us. Click. A downward sloping concrete passage. The neatly integrated steel door suddenly moved to both sides, revealing a 4-meter wide, 3-meter high passage opening, and 4 men appeared. It is the saber-toothed tiger, the mage, the Zero, and the ghost. Victor! Logan saw the saber-toothed tiger immediately. It brought back those extremely painful memories and remembered his friend who was brutally killed by the saber-toothed tiger. Ha ha ha, it's me. The saber-toothed tiger laughed and said, Logan, I didn't go looking for you, but you came here by yourself. You are impatient to live. Are you ready to die? Just rely on you 3 cats and dogs, and want to save people. Are you too naive? Rogan's face was violent, and he roared angrily. I killed you, Victor. You in human custody. Come on, my dear brother. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take revenge. Logan immediately. He rushed towards the saber-toothed tiger, and the saber-toothed tiger sprinted towards Logan at the same time. One was a wolf, and the other was a tiger. However, both of them have self-healing factors in their bodies, regardless of, no matter how fierce the fight is, don't even think about winning or losing for a while. Mage O'Carey, Ghost Smith, and David Zero jokingly looked at Bufan and Susan like a shrewd, powerful hunter, seeing the weak and helpless prey with nowhere to escape. The ghost chuckled and said, You two are Wolverine's assistants. What are you going to do now? Ha! I'll leave that boy to you, and the woman is mine. Mage O'Carey laughed and looked at Susan lustfully. Hiss! Susan frowned her eyebrows, was staring uncomfortably by O'Care, and got goosebumps on her arms. O'Carey smiled slyly. Woman, I have seen your superpower, something, but you are not my opponent. Let's discuss it. You are now obediently, and you will be caught with your hands. Be my woman, and I will let go. In the middle of the conversation, O'Care's expression changed, and he said, How can the police catch you with nothing? Say, woman, you are in the middle. Susan's face changed drastically, and a gust of wind came in behind her head. Call out. It was a basketball hoop flying towards the back of her head at high speed, and it was O'Carey's special ability to drive things. Logan, who was fighting with the saber-toothed tiger, saw this scene, changed his color in amazement, and roared, Quickly get away! Chapter 208. Amidst the talk and laughter, the shovel disappears in smoke. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 209, your gun has its own ideas. It disagrees. 3 requests for subscription. While speaking, Bufan reached out his hand and pointed towards Kawaii. Kawaii, damn it. This is what you mean by I am very cooperative. Didn't you say that as long as you dare to move your finger, I will blow your head, but you will not move anywhere else, but you only move your fingers? I don't want to lose face with so many hands. That black brother, do you know where the mutant children are being held? If it is convenient, please take me over. This guy, being pointed at so many guns and still so arrogant. It's not a madman or a wolf, no matter what. Nothing is easy to mess with. Fire. Cawhide was sweating coldly and gritted his teeth and let out a loud shout. Da-da-da. With an order, all the mercenaries fired at the same time, and the fire snake spewed out from the dark barrels, intensively exploding and deafening, but at the moment everyone fired, Bufan disappeared out of thin air. Brother, you have a bad temper. A devilish voice suddenly sounded behind K-Wade. Damn! Kawhi's scalp was numb, and his whole body got goosebumps. When he turned to see Bufan, he wanted to fire again, but he saw Bufan stretch out his hand. Kawaii, you are crazy. Alan shot a shot in the arm and yelled angrily. Kawhi snarled, It's not me. Fool, can't you see that he has already controlled this gun? Gun, although it is still in Kawhi's hand, it is no longer under Kawhi's control where it is aimed at and when the gun is fired. Da-da-da. The stormy fire, a long version of the magazine, was all lit up. All the mercenaries except Kawhi were killed. The guns hit, and none of them missed. Most of them were headshots with a single shot. Kawhi's legs trembled, and his face was full of horror. Sure enough, mutants are not easy to provoke, but the guy is too terrifying. Is he a devil? Bufan smiled at K-Wade and said, Black brother, can you take me there now, of course? I'm very talkative. You have the right to refuse. I'm just worried that the 4 in your hand will not agree. Don't kill me. Kawhi swallowed hard and said, I'll take you there right away. In the main monitoring room, all staff saw this. All were shocked and dumbfounded. William Stryker stared at Bufan, not afraid, but even more, saying, Instant transfer, plus thought power driving things. This guy actually mastered 2 of these guys. I'm going to make it. General Hank, he is simply a natural weapon. I want him to become a new weapon. What are you talking about? A big look was surprised, afraid, and angry. Cologne William Stryker, don't you see how dangerous he is? You can only solve him now. William Stryker shook his head and believed. General Hank, don't worry. He is definitely not an opponent of the weapon. David Hank felt a little peaceful and said, Why are you so confident? William Stryker smiled and said, His 2 superpowers are terrifying, right? But my weapon will also be too. In addition, he also has an immortal body, laser eyes, and instant diamonds, man's claw. Wait for all kinds of superpowers. Hearing William Stryker say this, David Hank nodded relievedly. In the surveillance screen, Kawhi has taken Bufan to the cell where the mutant child is being held. It was originally a room with several people, but William Stryker was worried about the sneak attack, so he gathered all the mutant children together and imprisoned them in a cell, which saved Bufan's troubles. At least 1 cell is not needed. 1 cell is found. Bufan counted a bit. There were 46 standing and 3 skinny. Chapter 210 Horror. God, he is death. 4 requests for subscription. The one who spoke was a trendy man wearing a peak cap, dressed casual and stylish, Caucasian, not too old or young, in his 30s. His name is Augustine, and his nickname is Nung King. The special ability of awakening is just like the name of the flower. It can extract kinetic energy, whether it is his own or the enemy's, and inject the extracted kinetic energy into any object, and then detonate. Attention, it is any object, including people. The method of injection is also very abnormal. There is no need for physical contact at all. Just close to the enemy for 10 meters. It can be completed in an instant, and the lethality is amazing. This superpower is terrifying, and because of this, he is one of the best in the team. Just like the 5-person team at the moment, the other 4 people are obviously Augustine-based. and they look at Li Bufan jokingly. 0-inch. Jing was put in a cage. 5 people and 5 positions are also very particular point. 4 people and 4 scattered around, and all 3 directions, left, right, and directly above, are sealed, and the king of energy, Augustine, is in the middle of the command. On the far left is a coquettish woman, who chuckled lightly. My kid, don't try to do anything aggressive. No one will fight you alone. Also, let me tell you directly, no matter. How good are you? Once we start, we will only use 3 people to entangle you at most. Then the question is coming. Guess what the other 2 people will do? On the far right, a thief-eyed man laughed and said, Nonsense, of course. All these mutant children are killed. Someone said, Hey, Amanda, Elton, what are you 2 doing? How did you leak our tactics? It doesn't matter. Noble King Augustine smiled and said, Little guy, this is not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy. William wants to keep that group of mutant kids for experiments, but we are different. As long as you dare to do it, we will be big. Kill. Don't talk to us about human nature. It's useless. This is war. We will use it. The smallest price in exchange for the greatest victory. Originally, I wanted to persuade you to catch with your hands, but depending on what you did just now, it shouldn't be the character of catching with your hands, so I won't waste time. Then now, how do you break the 5-hour scheming? Indeed, this is not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy put on the bright side. What Augustine said is true. It's only William Stryker that cares about the lives of these mutant children, not them. Li Bufan wants to save these children. Then these children have become Li Bufan's fatal weakness. They, who are well versed in the way of war, will naturally not let them go. Past this point. But what surprised Augustine and the others was that when they finished speaking, Li Bufan's expression was already calm, and his eyes didn't show a trace of panic. This kid, Augustine was stunned and said, He is bluffing and pretending not to care? Humph! If so, you have made the wrong idea, because we are not scaring you. We will really do that. Regardless of what the Li Bufan wants to do, but in such a situation, he is still calm and composed, which also made Augustine and the others look at him with admiration. You should leave us alone. At this time, Li Bufan, the oldest mutant, said, Thank you for coming to rescue us, but you can't help it. They are not mercenaries. They're all mutants. The kind of a mutant with rich experience and no blinking eyes. If you can go, you should go first. Augustine smiled knowingly. The female mutant smiled triumphantly. My kid, have you seen it? Even they know the situation better than you. Li Bufan shook his head and sneered. Idiot, you are the one who knows the situation. You can want Augustine, right? I can answer your question right now. Do you think it's really not? Oh, Augustine shrugged and said with a smile, It's okay to say it straight. We listen carefully. Li Bufan said, It's very simple. I thought of several ways at random. I can either take them all away or kill all of you first and then take them away, and I can take them away at the same time. Kill you all at the same time. Just like now. In the mutant cell, Augustine's 5 people and 5 groups changed color in horror. Everyone had 5 or 666 Li Bufan clones in front of them, with expressionless faces and cold expressions. Trembling. You? Augustine's heart throbbed and swallowed, and said, You are actually the of death. Li Bufan smiled slightly and said, Guess. Reaper. Reaper has come to save us. We are all saved. Mr. Grim Reaper, you are my idol. I'm so excited. I didn't expect you to be the of death, still so young. God, am I dreaming? Augustine and others looked stiff, but the mutant child in the cell exclaimed ecstatically. The worries on the face, the panic in the eyes, all disappeared. As long as the person in front of you is the of death, you can definitely save them all. Please, this is the hero who frustrated the alien attack. He is the most powerful and incredible of all the heroes of the Avengers. How could it be that his opponent Li Bufan ignored everyone and chuckled at Augustine? Now let's continue the topic. I can still be like this. Whem. Li Bufan put his together with both hands, his left hand slanted on his chest, and his right hand kept drawing circles in the air. The golden light was like sparks splashing, and a fist-large vortex appeared. The portal was successfully built. Soon, the diameter of the portal reached more than 2 meters. That end was the green field of Xavier Genius School. Charles Xavier, Phoenix Girl Piano Gray, Beast Hank, Storm Girl Oro Luo, and others were waiting long ago. Augustine and the others were stunned. Damn it. Is this a portal you can magically? The other members of the special agent team couldn't help but stared and exclaimed in disbelief. There really is magic in this world. My God, magic. What kind of monster did we provoke? William, that idiot. The mutant children were all shocked and dull, as if they had seen the door to a new world. Bufan smiled at the professor on the other end and said, "Hello, Charles." Seeing that the children were all safe and sound, he was completely relieved and said happily, "Lee, seeing these poor mutant children, I will never. Any time is better than now. Thank you. If without your help, even if we can save the children, it will never go as smoothly as it is now." Bufan shook his head. A trace of sorrow flashed across his face and said, "Charles, we are still too late to shoot." Sher's face sank. Bufan said, "I have seen the experimental data here. William Stryker's experiment has been secretly going on for nearly 10 years. He has arrested no less than 120 mutant children. Died. Reality is not a movie. Reality is far more fantasy and cruel than the movie. In the movie, all mutant children are saved, no one is dead, but that is unrealistic. Otherwise, where would William Stryker's tool come from? And these experiments are not a one-off. As far as research is concerned, there are countless attempts, and it is not bad to succeed 100 times. Therefore, the real situation is that many mutant children died because of William Stryker's experiment, and the oldest of those children was only 18 years old and was underage. Bufan is not a virgin, but he is first of all a person. He can understand G's anger, because what William Stryker has done has exceeded the acceptable limit of any normal person. G was silent for a few seconds and whispered, "Lee, what you need to know is that this world, there's still a lot of darkness in the world, and it is happening now, but we don't know it. You need to understand that we cannot save everyone. It doesn't matter if it's a mutant or an ordinary person. It's all the same. What we can do is to save them, protect them, and make this world a better place within our power." Bufan smiled noncommittal. He turned his head, looked at the mutant children, looked at the portal, and smiled. "What are you doing in a daze and roll over? Forget everything that happened here. Remember the pain you have endured, not for revenge, but to let you know how lucky you are and to help more people in the future. Now you are free." Chapter 212, You All Have to Die. 2 requests for subscription. Bufan glanced at Augustine and said, "What is the third method I just said? When I remembered, I just sent them away while killing you. But why didn't you do it? You guys, what are you waiting for?" Augustine's forehead was full of cold sweat. With Bufan's understatement, his face trembled and respectfully said, "Mr. Death, if we knew it was you, then we would definitely not come here. This matter has nothing to do with us. It is William Stryker who did it. If you want to kill, even if you kill him, we will never stop it, but please lift your hands and let us go. We will definitely not cause you trouble. Even if you need, we can take you to William Stryker. If you think we are lying, we can kill him for you. William Stryker's head, Mr. Death, that is our sincerity." Bufan has a weird expression, isn't it? How strong the opponent is, they would rather die than surrender, let alone oppose William Stryker's water. Now, it's even more exaggerated that in order to show their sincerity, they haven't said anything. They're going to turn around and kill William Stryker. Bufan raised his head, looked at the surveillance camera, and said speechlessly, "William Stryker, I know you are watching. Since you have seen all of them, I don't know what you think of these people under your hands. It's really interesting." Master Control Room. William Stryker's face was pale. David Hank flew like a thunder and shouted angrily, "William Stryker, I told you a long time ago that if you're not of my race, their hearts will be different. As long as they are mutants, they are all unreliable. Now you know." "I see." At this time, William Stryker was in a terrible mood. where he would care about David Hank's identity, and he glared back angrily and roared, "Damn." I said, "I got it. What else would you do besides being angry? Tell me, what else would you do?" David Hank was shocked and looked at William Stryker in shock. His body trembled uncontrollably, and William Stryker released a violent and dangerous breath, which was an unprecedented feeling. "If you can't help it, just shut your mouth." William Stryker's face was savage, and he ignored David Hank, staring at the monitor screen, and gritted his teeth viciously. A group of people who eat inside and out, and those who will take revenge, and revenge are not going to die. "Shaw, my tool, it's up to you." He came to a computer and awakened Ming's device. The bottom of the research center. A steel bar. In the room, made of concrete, a bald-headed man in jeans suddenly opened his eyes. "It's just a This guy's not Deadpool. Get out. Sean, go and get rid of those bastards." William Stryker shouted with blood-red eyes. Whoosh! The order of William Stryker has just been given, and the device disappears from his room in an instant. The superpower, he can also teleport. "Sell," Augustine said. "Mr. Grim Reaper, how are you thinking about it?" Lee Bufan nodded and said, "I agree. You take me to find William Stryker. Give me his head, by the way." "Real." Augustine was overjoyed, as did the other 4 members of the engineering team. "Really, go ahead." Lee Bufan waved his hand casually. What he said was true, but his casual attitude made people wonder if he was joking. Augustine frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Grim Reaper, can you give us a guarantee?" Lee Bufan said, "What guarantee?" Chapter 213, The Terrifying X-Weapon. Not Deadpool. 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 214, Suzwaninghu Start. 4 requests for subscription. If he must be held accountable, then just kill Augustine. It has nothing to do with them. Augustine was lying down, and there was pain in her heart that she couldn't tell. "You bastards, now I'm talking coldly. When I was discussing with you of death, I didn't see your objection. I didn't want you to carry the pod door by myself. Even if I was going to die, I would have to pull a few of you back." At this moment, William Stryker in the control room spoke up. "Augustine, I won't mind, and I won't pursue any of you. I understand your situation at the time and think in another way that if I were you, I would do the same. Everyone wants to live. No one wants to die. I want to say, I fully understand you. Don't think too much about it. Now you only have one task, which is to work together and unite as one. If you don't kill that bastard, no one can live, because he's already planned to kill all of us. You are doing a good job. Keep up the work and work with the tool to kill all the clones of that guy, and you will definitely be able to find out his body. I'm in the main control room, not going anywhere." Hearing this, Augustine and the others were shocked. Augustine gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, don't worry. There are still 24 clones left. Within 5 minutes, we will definitely find the bastard. Kill it. I will cut off that bastard's head and show it to the boss." "Cut." With a sneer, Lee Bufan snapped his fingers, and all the clones disappeared. "I am really confident and worthy of encouragement." Lee Bufan looked at Augustine, smiled jokingly, and said, "But you have no chance. I saw the magic. The time is almost here. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go now. It's over." Augustine frowned and said secretly, "This guy has automatically released the magic. What is he doing? Then think about it. There is a big murderer of weapon. Even if this has more conspiracy and tricks, I can't turn the waves. He must die." Reading this, Augustine sneered, "Idiot, dare to play tricks when you die. Huh?" When Lee Bufan revealed his true body, Sean the Weapon had already done it. Unlike other people, he was a killer with no emotions, let alone nonsense. Sean disappeared in an instant and flashed 10 meters behind Lee Bufan. Then, it turned into a phantom and rushed towards Lee Bufan. A ray of cold light broke through the air. The A-Man alloy blade slashed at Lee Bufan's head. "Success!" Augustine shone brightly and laughed. Idiot. I talked to you on purpose to attract your attention. Ha ha ha. Oh, is that right?" Lee Bufan's mouth twitched. Eyes great changes. From black to red as blood. The 3-hook jade appeared, instantly rotated, and the head and tail hooked together, forming a weird windmill pattern. Boom! The majestic chakra is like a flame, floating up, a blood-red giant hand wrapped in chakra, and it instantly reached out and pinched Sean. Click! Sean hadn't disappeared before he disappeared, and his whole body was covered. It was squeezed into a mass of scum, but he had extremely powerful self-healing ability, and he could never be killed so easily. He still activated the teleport super ability to break free from the blood-red giant hand. Susano, it's activated. Damn! Augustine exclaimed. The other 4 people were also shocked. In the control room, everyone is stunned. William Stryker said angrily, "What kind of monster is that guy? And what superpower is this?" He is terrible. David Hank had been frightened and murmured. But what he didn't know was that this was just the initial form of Susano. Only the arm changed, followed by the first form, second form, third form, fourth form, and the most terrifying complete body Susano. Huh, that is the real Susanohu. Susano, the kaleidoscope riding wheel can only be unlocked. Chapter 215, The Great Horror. Completely Sorrow. 5 requests for subscription. Lee Bufan kept releasing the sealed chakras. When the accumulation reached a certain point, his eyes flashed brightly, and he chuckled. Then, let's start. Second form. Boom! Massive chakras were released from his body. All materialized. Inside the blood-red chakras, huge skulls appeared, but only the upper body, meridians, and flesh and blood came into being. The fourth form. On the basis of the second form, the lower body is increased, and the volume is also greatly increased. It's completely necessary to be Sano. Full body Suzuanohu, also known as the real Suzuanohu. Only those who have maximized the pupil power of the kaleidoscope riding round eyes and have a huge chakra themselves can open it, and the volume has been increased to the maximum, even to a level of horror. Whether it's the initial form or the number 1, 930, 2, 3 forms, chakras are not stable, and it takes a huge amount of chakra and mental power to control it. Only the full body must be able to be stunned. The chakra is basically stable, and the attack is even more shocking that it can easily split mountains and meteorites. If the wings are awakened, it also has the ability to fly. Technique. Boom! The entire Foundation Research Center began to collapse. The reason is very simple. It is too big. At this moment, what suddenly appeared in front of everyone was a burly and terrifying giant, blood-red but transparent chakra. Because Lee Bufan was good at flying, his complete body was still born with a pair of huge wings. Then, how high is his full body surname? Like a mountain. 560 meters. When Lee Bufan began to show the full body surname, the powerful chakra would take everything around him, all overturned. Monster. This terrifying destructive power is an absolute monster. Outside the cell, the 5-man and 5-member special team who saw this scene was almost scared to pee. Augustine exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? God, what else can you do? Is this magic too? How could there be such a terrifying magical in the world? All 5 of Augustine were in cold sweat, trembling. They are all veterans who have experienced many battles, killing countless people and encountering desperate situations. But at this moment, what they feel is a deep sense of powerlessness, like an ant against an elephant. Control your body. I couldn't help but tremble. Escape. Augustine's teeth trembled, and he screamed, dead. Run away. As long as one step later, all of us will die here. Flee separately. Don't concentrate. Whoever is lucky can survive. Have you heard it? All run away. Augustine's horrified roar caused all the other 4 people to react, and they all realized that unless it was scattered and fleeing, once Lee Bufan completed this big move, all of them would die here. No luck, no one will die. Instantly, Augustine's 5 people in 5 groups scattered and fled, and they were also panicked, but it was not just them, but also the staff in the master control room. Oh my God! David Hank was paralyzed on the ground with horror, and it was extremely difficult to stand up. Damn! William Stryker snarled unwillingly. That guy is definitely not a mutant. How could there be such a terrifying guy? Absolute physical defense. The most powerful physical offense. General Hank, this place is going to be destroyed soon. The tool is not his opponent. Let's leave now. Only at this moment did William Stryker remember the identity of David Hank. At this point, he couldn't understand that this research center was absolutely destroyed, and she was definitely not an opponent of this guy. And all his years of research were also destroyed. If he wants to make a comeback, he must rely on the military strength. Wei Hank can't die. William, I can't go. David Hank looks at himself. Chapter 216, Wolverine's Astonishment. Damn, what superpower is this? 6 requests for subscription. Drive me. The zero distance was 50 meters away from Susan, and he roared irritably, just listening to the constant clicking sound. The 2 basketball hoops flew up at the same time, weighing nearly a ton, and slammed at Susan vigorously. Boom! The 2 basketball hoops were knocked open again. This is Zero, and I can't remember how many attempts, at least 100 times, but it just can't break Susan's defense. Damn! Zero was also gasping for breath, gritting his teeth. What is going on with you, bitch? A ton of stuff. You haven't smashed it 100 times. You're not tired. I am tired. Damn, bitch. He is really tired, not physically, but mentally. Curse of a shot. This superpower is extremely strange, but it does not happen for no reason. This ability does not consume any of his physical power, but feeds on his mental power. The more mental power is, the weight of the object he chooses will be reduced. The larger the 0-1, the faster the flight speed. Ghost Smith said solemnly, Zero, you can't procrastinate like this any longer. It's almost 10 minutes, and even a woman hasn't solved it. It's so embarrassing. Ghost, it's not a question of shame or shame. With a solemn expression, he said solemnly, the movement of the base is getting bigger and bigger. Augustine and the others must be in trouble. It seems that we have all underestimated the kid. We must solve this side as soon as possible and rush over to join them. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond imagination. The serious consequences will come right away, because at this time, Augustine and the others have already panicked and rushed out of the research center in fear. The people who were fighting were all bewildered and stopped by appointment. Ghost, Zero, the saber-toothed tiger looked dumbfounded. Logan, Susan frowned and looked at the team members who were fleeing in amazement. She couldn't help but think to herself, how could it be that they encountered ghosts in the daytime and the ghosts roared? Augustine, it happened. What's up? Without looking back, Augustine yelled in horror. Escape. Run away. 1 step later, you all must die here. Boom. The answer was revealed immediately that IT was really a ghost, a monster that was more than 500 meters high and exuding blood-red steam, suddenly rushed from the underground research center, and the entire center soon collapsed. The ground immediately. It sinks down, billows dust, soars into the sky, and obscures the sun, as if a building was destroyed by blasting. God, what formation this is! Everyone changed their colors in horror and didn't dare to stop. Susan immediately started the nano boots and flew into the air. Logan stayed away, waiting for a part of the billowing dust to disappear. When he raised his head, his eyes were about to fall off. He shouted, Why are you? Damn, is this your superpower as a mutant? Damn, what superpower are you? Phew. The strong wind roared. Bufan waved his hands around in a circle immediately. Disperse all the billowing dust and smoke. It's only 560 meters. Compared with the 800 meters of Uchiha Madara, it's still a lot weaker. Everyone in front of Bufan is like an ant, but he still shook his head regretfully, because even if it is a complete body, there is a difference. Then, whoever has a stronger body must be stronger. A simple and rude rule. The power is proportional to the height. Whoever is taller is stronger. Uchiha Madara's complete body must be Sano, completely upright, at least 800 meters. When Uchiha Madara and Gakage are shown this at the time of the operation, there happened to be a hill beside him, and he was higher than the mountain. Bufan is located on the forehead of the complete body Susanoo. He looked around and said, No wonder Uchiha Madara can cut off the mountain with one move. These bugs are resolved. Lily, Susan's exclamation sounded. In the unbelievable 930s exclamation, Susan flew to the forehead of the full body with the nano boots, facing Li Bufan's eyes. Li Bufan only glanced at Susan's whole body immediately. I know that in order to complete her test, she suffered a lot. And Chapter 217 Fuck, a sword flattened the mountain. 7 requests for subscription. After listening to Susan, Li Bufan nodded, looked at the stunned ghost and Zero, and chuckled. In other words, your mission has been completed and you can go to death. When the voice fell, Li Bufan lifted his palms and fell, swift as electricity. Boom! The ground immediately. A huge palm print appeared, dust and smoke filled again. The 2 hapless ghosts and Zero, begging in horror, but Li Bufan didn't listen at all and instantly slapped the 2 into scum, mixed with cement and gravel. Together, Logan, the saber-toothed tigers are all dumbfounded. It's so easy to kill, it's too easy it's slapped to death. Augustine, after 5 people ran out of the underground research center, they turned to 555 different, they flee in the same direction. But Li Bufan is now a 560-meter-high giant. Even if they flee in different directions, they still fall into Li Bufan's eyes. Haha, Li Bufan sneered. If you pretend to be forceful in front of me, you want to run? Are you too low on me? Take a decisive shot. Just like slapped a fly, 1 palm, and I didn't forget the saber-toothed tiger. The other 444 slapped to death. The scum like the saber-toothed tiger received special treatment and was directly torn off by Li Bufan. Said the waiter, sprinkle water. He wanted to know whether he could survive with the saber-toothed tiger's self-healing ability. It turns out that there's only one Deadpool. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes widened in horror and unwillingness, and his upper body twitched a few times before he was completely killed. After that, it was Shang-Chi. Although he is an idiot, he also knows to escape. Before the research center collapsed, he also fled to the ground that Li Bufan did the same. In the end, this guy was a low-quality version of Deadpool, and a small injury of this degree would cost him his life. Compared with Deadpool, it was too weak to bear. In the end, there was only one named King, Augustine, left in the 9-man team. That guy had a lot of experience in escaping, and he was very sorry for his life that he knew that there was only 1 in 10,000 chance to escape, and he did not give up. When Li Bufan killed all the others, he had already fled to a kilometer away. There stood a lonely mountain about 1,000 meters high, and Augustine was about to go around that mountain. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Augustine's nerves are tense, nervous, and excited. He didn't look back, nor did he need to look back, that he knew how tragic the battlefield behind him was. To be more precise, is how miserable those people died. Too scary. That kind of level opponents are no longer what people like them can resist. He even doubts that there is anyone on this planet who is the opponent of that guy. It is simply inhuman strength. Augustine made up his mind. As long as he escaped by chance today, and as long as he heard any rumors about that guy in the future, he would immediately. To escape, you must keep a few 100 miles away from that guy. Otherwise, there is no sense of security at all. It's getting better and better away from that guy. In a nervous mood, Augustine touched the 1,000-meter-high, lonely mountain. That behemoth is only more than 500 meters high. It's only 500 meters high. Gushin absolutely blocked his sight. Call! Augustine let out a long sigh of relief, found a corner and hid, and sighed like a rest of his life. Finally succeeded, bastard. Even if you are better, how can I not let Lao Tzu escape? Thinking of Li Bufan's strength, Augustine G. Some little pride. He dare not rest too much. It only stopped for a minute, and he took a sigh of relief, immediately. Speed up and run wildly farther. And at the research center base, Susan said with a pity, Lee, let that guy escape. Beast, just participate. All the people who plan on the device are damned. Li Bufan smiled lightly. Don't worry, he can't escape. Susan said, then are we going to chase now? Li Bufan shook his head. No need. Susan frowned, didn't understand what Lee Bufan meant, didn't chase, and said that the guy didn't escape. What is it? Chapter 218, what do you do? Of course it's killing you. One request for subscription. Chapter 219, oh, the background is not small. Two requests for subscription. David Hank was scared to urinate in an instant, and he slumped directly to the ground. Immediately, he shouted, "Mr. Death, please forgive me." William Stryker is behind the scenes. If you really want to kill, just kill him. All this has nothing to do with me. I am just responsible for supervising him. When William Stryker heard it, he almost lost his breath. Damn, this trash. I still have hopes on him, but I didn't expect this to beat him up. I shouldn't save him just now. Susan was shocked by David Hank's shamelessness and said angrily, "What is it that everything has nothing to do with you? You also know that you are in charge of supervising him. When he killed the mutant children, where were you? You know it all. But why don't you stop you from being so supervised?" "You beast!" David Hank quibbled. "No, it has nothing to do with me. It's the top. The top supports him too. Do you understand, miss?" Susan was shocked, and she trembled. Do you mean that the high-level military knows?" "Certainly," David Hank immediately said. "Over the years, the weapon project has cost billions of dollars. If there is no high-level military decision, how can it be a huge expense? No high-level military nod, fundamentally approve it. Won't come down. Oh, God, what is going on in this country?" Susan was a little unacceptable for a while, and the whole person was a little desperate. "Okay, Susan, there's no clean in politics, and there is no clean in politician. But it's not too late to understand." Lee Bufan comforted him, then looked at David Hank, snapped his fingers, and the trigger moved slowly. David Hank's eyes are almost popping out. "No, damn, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the military of death. You don't know what you are doing. I know you are angry, but you can't kill me. If you kill me, the consequences will be very serious." "Serious? Please," Lee Bufan sneered and said, "Okay, to be honest, I really want to know how serious this very serious consequence is. If this is your last word, then you can go to death." "Damn it, madman, this guy is definitely a lunatic." David Hank is sweating, and he is going mad. If no one save himself, then he will definitely die. Maybe it was David Hank's prayer that worked at once. His cell phone rang. It's like a drowning person grabbing the last straw. David Hank raised his phone and said loudly, "Don't shoot. You listen to the phone first, and then make a decision." He was afraid that Lee Bufan would not listen, so Bin didn't wait for Lee Bufan to respond. So he pressed the answer button, and at the same time, he pressed the speakerphone. Nick Fury's voice appeared. "Lee, is it you?" Lee Bufan was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be Nick Fury. He said indifferently, "Nick Fury, don't tell me. You are also involved in the device project." "No. Yes. I don't know from start to finish. If you let me know, I would never agree to this plan. This is not only immoral, but anti-human. Just 10 minutes ago, the Ministry of National Defense informed me of this plan. The reason is very simple. You take action, they can no longer control the situation. This group of crazy guys, their minds are all squeezed by the door." On the phone, Nick Fury was furious and roared angrily, "Damn William Stryker. Damn David Hank. All high-level military officials who agree to the weapon plan should also go to the military court." "Oh, you think so?" Lee Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth, laughed, and said, "Then our views are the same. I think so too, and I am going to do so now. You have proven that you have nothing to do with this matter. Then shut your mouth, you know what I mean. Those idiots don't think we have a good relationship, or even think that you are my superior. You can order me." There. Chapter 220 boom. Kill it with one shot. No one could do it. 3 requests for subscription. Agent Lee, you are a smart man. You should understand that if we want to make our country strong, then this choice is inevitable. This kind of sacrifice is also necessary. If you feel that my status is not enough, I can even ask Mr. President come here, but I have to explain to you in advance that this is definitely not a threat. I just want to tell you how this country works. Boom. Brian was persuading in you with a flash of thought. Lee Bufan had already pulled the trigger, and a bullet penetrated David Hank's eyebrows. The joy on David Hank's face instantly stiffened, and he looked at Lee Bufan incredulously and slowly fell back. He was indeed delighted. Because of 930, the information Brian revealed was clear. The president was willing to speak for him. As long as he was an individual, he would compromise, but how could this guy dare to shoot? Susan, Logan, and William Stryker were all shocked. Living. Brian on the other end heard the gunshot. His expression froze instantly, and he didn't say any more. Nick Fury shrugged helplessly and said, "I've said this a long time ago, Mr. Bryan. It's useless as long as the guy decides to do something. Even if the president comes, it's useless." Lee Bufan scratched his ears and said casually, "Mr. Bryan, you said that the wind is too big and you didn't hear it clearly. You want me to immediately get rid of this gentle scum, a beast in clothing that is really the same as what a hero sees. I have already killed it. This arrogant, lawless bastard. Damn bastard." Brian's face was pale, holding the landline in his right hand, shaking violently. But things had already happened. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't change the result. It can only make things move in a better direction. No, nothing. Hang up the phone. If the persuasion fails, Brian needs to report to the president, and he needs to clean up the mess left by the death of David Hank. And there's still more to do. Lee, Susan stared, almost unable to believe her eyes. Lee Bufan curiously said, "What's wrong?" Susan asked, "Is this really okay?" "That's Mr. Bryan. Listen to what he said. Even the president has spoken." "Cut." Lee Bufan shook his head and said casually, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. They're not fools. They know how to be Logan. Get rid of that bastard and end it completely." As soon as the voice fell, Logan Steelclaw had already taken action, and William History Bag flew out, killing him instantly. At this moment, Lee Bufan's mind came to life. A red dot appeared on Logan's chest. When his eyes were swept, a golden red envelope appeared with 5 characters. "I have a red envelope with a hammer." This Nima, while Lee Bufan is completely used to it, this is a system. No. If there is any hesitation, he will punch Logan in the chest. Logan was overthrown directly. Susan was stunned and looked at Lee Bufan suspiciously. "Pete." Something clearly punched but didn't open the red envelope. Could it be that there was a flood of information that entered Lee Bufan's mind when the strength was not enough? Is it really not enough strength? "Asshole!" Logan stood up and roared angrily. "What are you doing?" Bang! With another punch, Logan's entire chest sank, dripping with blood, and was overturned again. "Pete." Lee Bufan is speechless at this level. He hasn't exploded the red envelope yet, and the strength is not enough. What does it mean? Okay, if you break your stomach, you will break your stomach. Anyway, Logan will not die. To verify Logan's self-healing ability, it is considered to give him a warning in advance, because he will definitely not obediently report to the Xavier Genius Youth School. Even if you don't fight now, you will definitely fight later. Susan said, "Lee, what are you doing?" Lee Bufan said casually, "Don't worry, I will play with him." Play. Logan stood up again, twisted his neck, stared at Lee Bufan angrily, gritted his teeth, and said, "You damned bastard. You're really excited." Chapter 221 Wolverine. Hell friend, you were just talking about it. 4 requests for subscription. The hardness of Edmund alloy is stronger than the captain's shield vibrating gold. How strong is it? So strong that it can directly withstand the attack of a nuclear bomb. Just like Suzwifeninghu has several forms, Imandel alloys are also divided into several types. There are primitive Imandel alloys, real Imandel alloys, and secondary Imand alloy, and Imand alloy version, etc. The true Edmund alloy is indestructible. Once the liquid Edmund alloy cools, it will harden and cannot be deformed again. Secondary Edmund alloys are cheaper and easier to handle, but at the expense of strength. If you have a superpower, such as the Hulk, you can destroy the secondary Adelman alloy, as far as it is known. Any destroyed or deformed Imandel metal is all a secondary Edmund alloy. The answer is Edmund alloy version of Wolverine's skeleton. Initially, Wolverine's body was injected with real Edmund alloy. The powerful self-healing factor in his mutation ability not only allowed him to be in it survive the experiment, and it also induced a change in a molecular layer in the metal. As a result, the real Edmund alloy became the Edmund alloy version. To put it simply, the Edmund alloy version is a more advanced real Edmund alloy. To be fair, all the bones in Logan's body are injected with Edmund alloy, which means that there are Edmund alloy weapons, and other weapons have no effect on him. Ordinary swords and swords want to cut off Logan's head. Don't even think about it. His neck has a neck, so it is also a Mandel alloy. How you cut it is like now. Bufan urged Suzwa to be in his primary form and blasted out most of Logan's body into muddy flesh. But his bones, those are the Mandel alloy bones that had been exposed, were still intact. Even Suzwa Nunghu continued to cut Edmund alloy, knowing how terrifying the intensity of this thing is. God, Susan was dumbfounded and murmured in shock. This way Rogan can't be killed, and his self-healing ability is too terrifying. The flesh and blood actually recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is incredible. Bufan smiled and said, "It's really incredible." With a wave of his hand, he threw Logan to the ground and put away Susanoo Nohu. Ah! Logan roared angrily. His powerful self-healing ability quickly recovered him, and then he raised his head suddenly, shaking his hands. Ha! With your left and right hands, 6 diamond claws flashing with cold light appeared in an instant. Boy! Logan gritted his teeth angrily. Since you want to play, I will accompany you to have a good time. Bufan shrugged and said, "Hi, Logan. Am I not your super assistant? I think we should be friends. The game is over." Logan! Exclamation point. He looked at Bufan with constipation, trying to figure out Bufan's identity. Still joking. The result disappointed him. That guy was serious. God! Logan was going crazy. That guy was really just thinking, "This bastard, you played too much, even more too much. Yourself, it's cool to play. I haven't vented yet, so you're gutted. Wolverine, I'm very angry. Logan, don't have a friend like you." You are really, not only Logan, but Susan was also extremely speechless, and she couldn't help throwing a big glance at Bufan. "Don't be angry. Root." Bufan came to Logan, and he clasped Logan's shoulders very familiarly and said with a smile, "My friend, now William Stryker is dead, and you have already taken revenge. What are your plans next?" "Humph." Logan angrily shook off Bufan's hand on his shoulder and said with no good air, "What are my plans? What does it have to do with you?" "Correct you. We are not friends. I don't care what you think, anyway. There is no friend like you." Yoli Bufan's eyes lit up and said, "You also said that we are not friends. Your personality is too suitable for me." "I think so too." Logan looked confused. "What do you think?" Bufan said. "We are friends. I don't care what you think. Anyway, I think we are friends." "Logan." "Nima." Logan's mouth twitched, so he wanted to hit someone. "If it wasn't for this guy, I would have done it early. You are so skinny. Believe it or not, I will give you all your shit." Chapter 222, The Invisible Heroine. You are just an animal. 5 requests for subscription. Manhattan, the wealthy district. A villa. The villa is a fixed asset of the Stone family. Susan, Johnny's brother and sister live here, and their parents live elsewhere. Susan and Johnny are all grown-ups. It is inconvenient to live with their parents, and their parents feel uncomfortable. Bufan sent Susan home first, and then planned to leave. But it didn't make it. Plum. Susan blushed for some reason. This reaction is very strange. Bufan asked, "What's wrong?" Susan met Bufan's eyes. She was a little flustered, and she hurriedly lowered her head and said, You helped me so much, I haven't thanked you yet. Johnny is not at home. I'm alone. It's quite boring." Or else, let's have a cup of coffee before leaving. Authentic, freshly ground coffee. It's very good. You first sit in the living room. I'll change my clothes. As he spoke, Susan was like a frightened little white rabbit and went upstairs as if to escape. As I walked, I cursed secretly. Susan, why are you so unwilling to take the initiative? And no one said you're 24 years old, but your performance is too bad. You will be... It's a joke of the little villain. You can't calm down. You would definitely be laughed at like this. Susan went upstairs, annoyed. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Bufan's eyes flickered. Johnny is not at home. Isn't the hint that I alone is not obvious enough? No, this is no longer a hint, but an explicit expression. Susan's reaction is so cute. Bufan smiled knowingly. The girl was so proactive, he was not a fool, and the bedding was all in place. How could he not eat the meat right away? Go upstairs. Ah, you little villain. What do you want to do? I haven't changed my clothes yet. There's no need to change. This is a good result. Naturally, I don't drink coffee anymore. If you want to drink it, drink Susan this one. The leisure time is always short, especially this ultimate enjoyment. Unconsciously, the two have been tossing for 3 hours, and they came back at 2:30 in the afternoon. When the battle is over, it is already 5:30. 5 in S. With Bufan's current stamina, even if he fights for another 3 hours, there is no problem, but the problem is that Susan can't hold it. She was the first time. This can last for 3 hours, It is definitely a gifted talent, and the deep love for Bufan. Thinking that it doesn't matter to me, I want to make my lover happy. There is no doubt that Susan loves Lee's thoughts very well, but it's a pity that the reality is very cruel. It's all down. Johnny will come back any time. If she is hit by her brother, she will have no face to live. Of course, the reason is that, fuck off. You are an animal. It was exactly the same as Wanda's reaction. He kicked Bufan out of bed and gave him an angry look. Tea this time. There was a sound in the living room on the first floor. Johnny is back. Go. Susan's face changed drastically, and she shouted, Oops, I forgot it's Sunday. Bufan said strangely, What happened on Sunday? Susan glared at Bufan annoyedly and panicked. This weekend is our family dinner day. I blame you. If it weren't for you, I won't forget it. I was only worried about Johnny, but now I have to worry about everyone. This can also be blamed on my women, who all have a name, which is pretty unreasonable. Bufan smiled and said, Don't worry, you won't find it. Love you. After all, he quickly got dressed immediately, casting the space teleportation magic and returning directly to her home. Susan breathed a sigh of relief. When Bufan left, Susan was lying on the bed with a smile on the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, feeling like she had a dream that lasted 3 centuries. If she can, she hopes she will never wake up. 2 hours have passed, and it is time for dinner. Chapter 223, Dr. Destruction here. 6 requests for subscription. Chapter 224, Unbelievable. That hairy boy he's soaked in Susan. 7 requests for subscription. Wait, Susan, I see. Victor Dumb took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and immediately said, I think I fully understand what you mean. There's only one problem. You said you have a boyfriend. Right. Without any hesitation, Susan on the other end of the phone replied decisively. Victor Dumb said, Is it Reed? Reed, what are you kidding? How could it be Reed? After graduating from college, he and I are over. It's impossible in this life. Victor Dumb looked dumbfounded. What situation is actually not Reed? He can hear who it is. Susan is definitely not joking. She really has a boyfriend, and her boyfriend is not Reed. That is to say, in this battle, he Reed both out. What a hell. Victor Dumb was surprised at the same time, but at the same time he felt better. At least he didn't lose to Reed again, and asked, Who is Susan? Tell me. Susan glanced at her family. Naturally, she wouldn't say it, and she was a little impatient. Victor, I think I have said it enough. From now on, we will have nothing to do with you. Whoever he is has nothing to do with you. This is just my business. Do you understand? Even if it's my parents, if I don't want to say it, I don't have to say it. If nothing else, I'll hang up. Susan, very impatient. Victor Dumb was completely stunned. He was not afraid of failure, as long as he didn't lose to Reed. But if he failed like this, he would fail without knowing who the other party was. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. For him, this is a great shame. Who is who? In these 3 or 4 days, Susan's relationship has changed dramatically. We returned to Earth from outer space. After the treatment, we were all discharged from the hospital, and Susan was immediately discharged. Moved to Baxter Building, but there was only Reed and Ben, and she couldn't reach other people. Damn, who the is Victor Dumou's head, instantly brainstorming, trying to find out who Susan's mysterious man is. Wait, a young and depressed face entered Victor Dumou's mind. According to the secretary's report, Susan had been in contact with the little guy for a while, and that little guy seemed to be called Bufan, who was still in college. The State University of New York, or their younger brother, wouldn't it be him? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Victor Dumou thought about it carefully, shook his head firmly, and kept giving himself psychological hints. Over there, Susan was already impatient to hang up and didn't ask about the identity of that mysterious man. How could Victor Dumou give up so easily? It's a pity that he dangled for 3 minutes. And Susan was no more than 3 seconds 3. It is very likely that in the next second, Susan will hang up. Victor Dumou has no hope, and casually said, "Susan, it won't be that. Bufan's son." Okay, I just said it casually. It's impossible. How did you know? Susan came out without thinking. Victor Dumou's expression froze for an instant. My Nima. Really, Susan's mysterious boyfriend. It is really that stinky boy who is only 17 years old, or 18 years old. They and Reed actually lost to a Mao. There is no such thing as a kid. This SOSO Victor Dumou has constipation on his face, and he feels that the whole world has become unreal. Ding! Susan hung up the phone decisively and hated it. Victor Dumou, my father, my mother, and 2 uncles are all there. Victor Dumou made this call. I'm going to make a lie again later. Johnny might still need to cooperate, bastard. Susan right away. When Victor Dumou's phone was blocked, she didn't like Victor Dumou in the first place, but now she is promoted from dislike to dislike. Victor Dumou in Dumou Industrial's office was stunned for 30 seconds before he reacted immediately. After dialing Susan's mobile phone again, Nima herself has been blocked by the other party. Victor Dumou snarled angrily and yelled at his assistant. 10 minutes, I want all the information of that Asian boy. It's not done, you immediately. Pack things and get out. The assistant paled with fright. Chapter 225, an incomparably rich reward. A tribute card, super body. 1 request for subscription. Bufan's thoughts flashed, and he entered the red envelope space, followed the original order, and first checked the item rewards obtained by killing David Hank with a shot. Name, mind power-driven objects attribute card attribute. Special item quality. Level elementary world. Superpower loss control, special effects. The original ability can control the distance, weight, and speed to 10 times the original. Bufan's eyes lit up. This item reward is very useful. The control distance and weight have been increased once before. In terms of weight, it was originally only 1 ton. After the increase, it became 10 tons. Now it is increased again. The heaviest he can drive. The weight has reached 100 tons. 930 inch. In a normal state of Hulk, it is only 200 or 300, a ton of huge power. 10 tons is already terrifying. Even if it does not use strength, it can kill most enemies. Like Black Widow, Hawkeye, a Marvel hero who has no special awakening ability, is even more accurate and can't die again. In Deadpool 2, Deadpool made a big mistake and put a circle around his neck that inhibited his self-healing factor. At that time, Deadpool complained and gave him a bow and arrow. He's an eagle eye. Hey, it's not right. My thoughts are very wrong. Why do I keep thinking about smashing the Avengers? Bufan laughed dumbly. Immediately. Check your current mind drive ability. 1. Controlling distance is 0.1 meters. Effective distance. 50 meters beyond the effective distance. Flying speed. Driving weight will gradually decrease. 2. Driving weight. 0 tons. The weight can be driven within the effective distance to the limit of 100 tons. 3. Flying speed. 0 meters per second. The speed can be increased to the limit within the effective distance, and the speed will decrease as the distance changes. Yes, look at the next reward. Bufan immediately. Using the attribute card, there is no big feeling within a few seconds. The absorption is completed quickly, and then the thought is turned, and it is swept in the red envelope space. Name: Super Body Attribute. Item: Special Physique Quality. Level: Advanced World. Superpower Body Description. Super Body is a supernatural power, a world of magic, and the ultimate goal of this person is to pass cultivation, refining a super body. Special effects. 1. Physical fitness is greatly improved. Now the physical fitness, own strength, speed, agility, and other attributes of the host will be improved too. Super skin can resist cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, and disease. 3. The mental power is strengthened again, and it is close to invincibility. Unless it is a demon, god-level attack, it cannot hurt the super body. Superpower Body. Bufan was shocked slightly. Although I don't know what world super body is, I can guess one or two by just looking at the description. This is the ultimate pursuit of everyone in that world, which is about to say who refined the super body. Who? Invincible in that world. The force value of that world is definitely not as good as Marvel, the top 10 demon gods, and the 5 great creation gods, let alone that the big purple potato face, the Cosmic Family Planning Committee, Comrade Thanos. The physical strength has reached the superpowered body. In Avengers 2, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy, and others teamed up to fight against Thanos. But after a long time, Thanos' skin did not break 5. That is to say, at the end of the battle, Tony opened up. Trick. In the end, it only opened a small hole in Thanos' face, and a little bloodshed, which made Thanos' face wiped. He couldn't help but vomit and said, "You have been fighting for a long time, desperately working hard. And the result is just this." A little bit of ability. Once Bufan has a super body, in terms of physical fitness, he is already qualified to face Thanos. This reward is very good. 0. Bufan couldn't help laughing immediately. Taking out the super body from the red envelope space is not a physical object, but a purple energy ball, and the system immediately asks whether it is immediately. To transform one's body, the answer is yes. The purple energy ball immediately. Get into Bufan's body. Pain. It was an unprecedented pain. Every cell in the body was roaring, screaming, and bearing it. Bufan's face instantly changed to hideous. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to become stronger, you must pay the same price. If you want to get a super body, you must complete the transformation from a cell. Even the genetic level. Every cell is in transformation. This level of pain is unprecedented. It was even beyond Bufan's cognition. His eyes widened, his face, neck, chest, legs, and every green vein bulged up. 66 minutes. Such a terrifying transformation. Such an ordinary person unbearable, even unexpected pain. Bufan is 0. Chapter 226. Children make choices. I want them all. 2 requests for subscription. Super powerful body. This is the lifelong pursuit of everyone in the world. Now Bufan has completed the thing that 99% of the people in the world could not accomplish in his entire life in just over an hour. This was definitely earned by Bufan, and this level of pain was also the price he had to pay. He is very clear. So there is no complaint, no complaint. Call. Bufan let out a sigh of relief, lowered his head and looked at himself, raised his hand, and carefully examined his skin. Well, there was no change on the surface, but only Bufan knew that his body was completely different from the previous one. The super body is very overbearing, but if you maintain this state in daily life, it will be boring. It will be pinched and cut and burned. No feeling. This is not a super body, but a patient. It is indeed a kind of disease. Painless patients, no matter what degree of injury, there is no pain. Of course, Bufan's painlessness is naturally different, that he is not injured, but there is no one at all, and he can be hurt in any way. Try to see if you can adjust the strength of the super body. Well, it can be. All thoughts flashed through Bufan's mind, and he immediately. I tried to adjust the strength of my super body. I was hopeless, but I didn't expect it to be the same as before. The super body adjustment range is terrifying. 0%. What kind of situation is the super body already? completed the transformation of every cell in my body. Lee Bufan muttered, asked the system for nothing, immediately. Asked. The next second, a huge flood of information entered Lee Bufan's body. He quickly received it and browsed through it. Understood. The reason is very simple. The super body is not simple technology, but the perfect combination of magic and technology. Technology transforms every cell of a human body, and magic can control the state of every cell. People in that world, who can the more skillful control, the stronger, and what Lee Bufan has obtained is a complete and perfect superpower body. Lee Bufan's heart is full of emotion. The combination of magic and technology is so imaginative. Finish, take a shower. For more than an hour, the sweat was raining, and the whole body was like a rainstorm, and the clothes were all soaked. Time has hurried. Days have passed. S.H.I.E.L.D. After the disbandment, Wanda received a mission and had nothing to do for several months. According to her own words, she was about to be moldy in her leisure time. She only came back one night and then actively participated in various charity activities again. In Lee Bufan's view, it was work, but Wanda didn't think so at all. She almost regards public welfare as her career, no matter how tired she can stick to it, and she still enjoys it. This also made Lee Bufan deeply realize that people are really different from people. Kind of. If you want to give him so much free time, he will definitely be crazy. But unfortunately, the situation does not allow him to salt fish. Lee Bufan knows better than anyone how dangerous this world is. Thanos, Dormammu, and Beholder will become more and more dangerous as time goes by. He must improve himself as much as possible in the shortest time. Otherwise, when the danger comes, he can only be the fish on the cutting board, and he can be slaughtered. Susan, Reed, Ben, and others, after acquiring superpowers, their first thought was to use technology to transform themselves back into ordinary people. But now they are one by one, training harder than anyone else. Even the Fantastic Four understands the truth. How could Lee Bufan not understand? Of course, the combination of work and rest is also necessary. After solving the tool plan event, the strength has been promoted by a lot, and no major events have happened for the time being. Lee Bufan took a short vacation for himself. Going to school, dating Lee Bufan, who has never been to college in 2 lifetimes, enjoys the moment to the full. Wanda is too busy, so the date is naturally with Susan. Since the relationship, Susan has been eating the marrow and knowing the taste, like opening the door to a new world. Chapter 227, Someone Wants to Kill You. A reward of $200 million. US dollars. 3 requests for subscription. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Secret Base. Office. Nick Fury, who is on the phone with Lee Bufan, has a black line on his forehead. What he says is also S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, even the President, the Secretary of State Martial Arts, dare not talk to him in this manner. But that little devil, forget it, don't say it. All in short, it's just heart stuck. No mission. Nick Fury rolled his eyes and decisively answered Lee Bufan's most concern. In a step classroom, Lee Bufan's mouth twitched and said, "What's the matter? Is it convenient for you to chat over there?" "It's very convenient. I'm in class." Nick Fury! Exclamation point. This is so convenient. Do you think that there are not enough people, or do you want all your classmates to know that Nick Fury has suppressed the irritable mood forcibly and said, "Lee, if there's nothing special, I absolutely won't contact you. The next thing I want to talk to you is very important, and you can't let other people know. You better not go to class and find a place where there is no one." Good. Lee Bufan didn't care about himself and quickly packed his textbooks. And at this time, on the podium, the professor of the elective course had already noticed Lee Bufan. Since the kid answered the phone in class, he paid attention. The guy actually dared to despise the male professor in the classroom holding his glasses, and seeing Lee Bufan put everything away, he obviously intended to slip away and sneered. Professor Lee Bufan blinked his left eye under the desk. His hands fluttered immediately. Cast short-range teleportation magic. Disappeared in an instant. The male professor almost didn't get blown up. He pointed at Lee Bufan and said sternly, "The male student in the last row, you fuck." The students were in an uproar. and they were all mistaken. This male professor is very educated and has been teaching for 10 years. As long as he is in class, no matter what happens, he will control his emotions. In more than 10 years, he has never been like today. All the students turned around, followed the male professor's gaze, and looked towards the last row, but they didn't see anything, and there was no one in the last row. Male professor, see you hell. That Asian classmates disappeared out of thin air. Did you see, professor, you read it wrong, right? There is no one in the last row. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The male professor turned pale and exclaimed one after another. He shook his head, and he wondered if he had hallucinations. Ha. After making a little prank, Bufan was in a good mood, came to a remote corner, and said, Nick, let's talk about it. What is going on? Nick Fury sighed lightly, and then told the White House's reaction again. David Hank, a high-ranking military officer. It is not just the supervisor of the Chi project, but also holds a lot of high-level secrets in his hands. But no one expected that Bufan was not a bird at all, not to mention the Secretary of the State Martial Arts. Even the president, he would not give any face. As you can imagine, the entire White House almost exploded. If they could, they even wanted to deal with Bufan's disobedient. But it's a pity that it's impossible. It's not against the law, but they didn't. This ability, no matter how uncomfortable, can only endure it. Unable to deal with Bufan, but the President and the Secretary of State Military Affairs were all furious and had to look to other ways. The other methods are: 1. Bufan has been expelled from Avengers 2 from now on. No matter what happens in the future, he must not let Bufan know, and he must not let Bufan intervene. The whole method can be summed up in one sentence. Do not provoke, I can't hide from you. Bufan is stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. How did those idiots in the White House grow their heads? How did they come up with this genius method? Absurd, absurd. This may be the most funny thing Bufan has encountered since he traveled to this world things. Ha. I couldn't help it anymore. Bufan burst into laughter and laughed for half a minute. Chapter 228, Assassination. Assassinated the whole city. 4 requests for subscription. Chapter 229, I have a perfect plan. 1 request for subscription. Read Charlize, the future Mr. Fantastic, is an honest person, and his personality is indeed good. Susan intercedes for Reed, naturally because she doesn't want her old friend who has been in friendship for more than 10 years to have conflicts with a man she has decided to stay together for life. Bufan smiled knowingly and said, Okay, from now on, the 4 of you will stay in Baxter Mansion, waiting for my call. Whenever I resolve this matter, you will be free again. How long does that take? Soon. Bufan's eyes flickered. Well, then be careful yourself. Good. Susan answered, and then hung up. No, you must remind others. Bufan hung up the phone immediately. After planning, since the killers who do not live and die are eyeing Susan, that is to say, as long as they have a relationship with them, they will not let them go, and they must be notified as soon as possible. Susan, Johnny is safe. On the other side, there is no need to worry about the little spider himself. He is Spider-Man, and he has spider induction that if he encounters danger, his body will instinctively issue a warning. He has the ability to protect himself, and Bufan does not need to worry. Wanda. I don't know if Wanda knows now. Bufan's nerves are tense immediately. After dialing Wanda's phone, the ringtone rang for a full 15 seconds, but it was not connected. When the accident happened, Bufan's face sank. He set up a couple app with Wang's mobile phone and knew where Wanda was immediately. I have to rush over. At this moment, Wanda answered the phone. Hey, Wanda, your side? Bufan immediately asked, but before he could finish speaking, Wanda had already interrupted. Bufan, there's a killer who wants to kidnap me, but he has been settled by me and is worried about me. Uncommon. Nick Fury has already told me. I'm going to S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, where it is absolutely safe. You will handle the rest. Bufan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wanda was fine, otherwise he really didn't know how crazy he would do. Maybe Nick Fury had guessed it, so he notified Wanda as soon as possible. As expected to be his own wife, she has a good heart. She can make sense if she doesn't talk. In order not to worry about herself, she has no worries and dealt with this matter wholeheartedly. He did not ask for it, and Wanda went to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. As far as the current situation in New York is concerned, it is definitely one of the safest places in New York. Wanda sighed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. The headquarters rushed to the side and said, "Buffalo, who did you mess with? That guy is actually offering a reward of $200 million US. I don't know, I want to know too." The corners of Bufan's mouth curled up with a hint of coldness and said, "Wanda, before this matter is over, you are hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Don't go anywhere. If nothing happens, the matter will be resolved soon." Mysterious man, I would like to see how long that guy can hide. Wanda, well, I believe you, it's extraordinary, but how do you plan to find that guy? Then don't worry about it. Bufan's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. I already have a perfect plan. No surprises. Within 3 hours, I should be able to pull out that mysterious person. 3 hours, 3. Wanda was taken aback, a little disbelief. Humph. At this moment, a familiar hum suddenly came over from the phone. Bufan was taken aback for a moment. That hum, it's been a long time since then, no, how could she follow? Chapter 230. Natasha is jealous. You big bad guy. You'll lie to me by saying nice things. 2 requests for subscription. That familiar hum is not someone else, but the widow's sister Natasha. Hell, how come she is with Wanda and Bufan is so big? But he soon understood that Nick Fury had already told him that Natasha went to Eastern Europe and North Africa with him, and returned after completing the mission, and told him that his direct contact would still be the widow's sister in the future. As for the moment, Nick Fury knows what Wanda means to Bufan, that if something happens to her, no one knows what crazy things Bufan will do. It's definitely a nuclear bomb-level crisis. So no matter what, does Wanda have the ability to protect itself? Nick Fury dispatched competent officers to protect them. Absolutely, absolutely not. Wanda will have any accident. Even if there is a probability of 1 in 10,000, it won't work. This hand, of course, there is no 930 problem. Even Bufan still appreciates it. But who is bad for you? Why do you send the widow's sister over? Wanda said, "No." Mr. Fury sent Natasha over. "Wanda, give me the phone. I will tell her." Natasha's voice came. "Okay." Wanda responded, "Humph. I found a mysterious in 3 hours and 3, knowing that you're trying to reassure Wanda, but please don't brag, okay?" Natasha snorted coldly. "Before you knew about it, S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents are on vacation immediately. Resumption of work, still. Work immediately. Putting down the work at hand. Everyone is investigating this matter. We have been investigating for a full hour, but there is still no clue, no clues at all. No matter how strong you are only one person, and you can still be comparable to our S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. This is intelligence work. The problem now is not to fight with the who is hiding in the sewer, but to find him out. Do you understand?" "Boast." Bufan chuckled, as if he didn't care about it at all, and asked, "Natasha, when did you come back?" "I just came back. What's the matter?" "I'll catch the wind and dust for you." Bufan smiled. "No need. You have done well enough, and I'm almost too busy just to come back." Over there, Natasha rolled her eyes. Her heart was bitter, and she secretly angrily said, "Humph, you big bad guy. You will lie to me by saying nice things. I have been away for so long, and I haven't seen you take the initiative to contact me. What a big tail wolf." She turned her head and glanced at Wanda, seeing that even with such a big incident, Wanda still had a relaxed expression, and she guessed how sweet the two of them were during this period of time. "Hey, that's not right. It's not just Wanda, it's that. A chick named Susan Stone, blonde, blue-eyed, brown-skinned, devil's figure, and an angel's face." Natasha's heart is even more bitter when she thinks of this. This bastard, it doesn't matter if he doesn't find himself. He hooks up with other women during his absence. Humph, you're just a big luabu with a heart. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Natasha's mind, making her feel both wronged and irritated, so that even the most important thing was forgotten for a while. and she sneered without thinking. You have not accepted someone named Susan's recently. A female student who knows how to pass, and I still feel in the mood to care about me. The tone is full of complaints, like a person who can't get a husband. Loving, bitter woman. Damn it. Bufan's mouth twitched. Isn't Natasha just coming back? She even knows this, isn't it? This is not the point. You know it, but at this time, it's a matter of course. Wanda is still there, by your side. Even if my affairs with Susan are exposed, the Rain Girl has nothing to do with it. But if you think about yourself, Wanda will see it. Sure enough, without waiting for Bufan's answer, Natasha blurted out a word. She had already noticed the slip of the tongue, and when she looked at Wanda, the girl was looking at herself with a smile, with joking and joking in her eyes. Oops, it's all to blame. Natasha didn't dare to entangle this topic with Wanda, the main palace, and she didn't dare to look Wanda's eyes immediately. Chapter 231, Domineering Wushuang. Now you shut up. 3 requests for subscription. Gene Bin, whose real name is Wilson Fisk, is just an ordinary person without any superpowers. This person has been rebellious since he was a child and has a very personal personality. His father was a small gang leader. When he was very young, his father died in the Underworld Fire Union, which gave him a deep understanding of the social. It was also from that time that Gene did not develop his ambition to build his own underworld empire. After years of hard work, he finally fulfilled his dream. All the gangs in the United States are under his control, and he has become a veritable underground emperor. Gold is unusually burly, at least 400 kilograms. What's more terrifying is that he is not a fat man of 400 kilograms. The truth is that more than 90% of his body is muscle, and his strength is extremely terrifying. For him, punching through a wall with bare hands is as easy as eating and drinking. This person is thoughtful and intelligent. Even if he has a combat power comparable to a superpower, he still does not forget to prepare other killer moves for himself. Like a cane, his cane can emit lasers, smoke, tear gas, and all kinds of old six tricks, which are hard to guard against. The world doesn't count. Just talk about New York. It is said that 40% of New York's crimes are related to him. As long as those heroes destroy a crime, may first be related to it. Therefore, this person hates superheroes. Now the biggest wish is to kill all superheroes. A hero. In fact, Bufan knew this guy a long time ago, not through comics, movies, but after he came to this world. After Peter became Spider-Man, the two were already on the bar. Bufan didn't make a move. It was because Jean was helpful to Peter's growth. This fellow was one who couldn't get rid of it. The little spider could constantly learn from his experience, but now, the situation has changed. Bufan's mouth curled up, and he chuckled and muttered to himself. It's not Jean, right? The Underground Emperor, is it? This matter is really getting more and more interesting. Natasha nervously said, if you want to do what you want, you don't really want to do it against Kim. Okay, I know you will do it, but I want to remind you that although that guy does not have any superpowers, it is not easy to deal with. I want to bring that guy to justice, and even talk to us with S.H.I.E.L.D. Teamed up, but still didn't catch that guy. If you think about it carefully, he is an ordinary person without any superpowers, who can control more than 70% of the gangs in the country, and is known as the Underground Emperor of the United States. This has shown that he is a very scary guy. Bufan frowned and said in a bad mood, Please, Natasha, it's only been a few months since I have seen you. How come you have become like an old mother? So awkward. Old mother. Natasha's expression stiffened, and she almost didn't get blown up by Bufan. She yelled angrily, Little bastard, what do you say? Who is the old mother? If you are old, please tell me clearly. Let me go. Bufan hurriedly took the phone away and stayed away from his ears. Otherwise, he would really be deaf by Natasha. What, he is just making a joke? No, it's not a joke. Just make a joke. Natasha's reaction is too exaggerated, right? Wanda's laughter came, with a mentality of watching the excitement, and smiled. It's extraordinary. Let me tell you, women don't care. Women of any country and color are very concerned about their age. This is absolutely not to be used as a joke. Remember, you little idiot. Okay, It seems like this is indeed the case. Lee Bufan couldn't help but laughed and said, "Remember, I'm going to do something. You all pay attention to safety. Wait for my good news and hang up. Well, you also pay attention to safety. Hang up the phone." At the moment when she hung up, Lee Bufan heard Natasha's hurried and concerned Sundara. "Bastard, the two of us have not yet settled. You are not allowed to die, you know." Lee Bufan smiled knowingly. The widow elder sister is the widow elder sister. Even the care is so unique and so different. Lee Bufan twisted his neck. His mouth was filled with coldness and said, "I don't have any worries. I can have fun with you." At this moment, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was the little fat yawn who called. Lee Bufan's eyes narrowed. This group of people also. Chapter 232 is shocking and daunting. God. Lee, are you really of death? 4 requests for subscription. Hell's Kitchen, that abandoned factory building. The bullseye, after answering the question, was stunned. He said, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Philosophy's 3-questioned expression. His eyes widened, and he looked at the little fat yawn. The little fat boy yawn was tied to a dilapidated office chair, and his heart was hairy when he was seen by the bullseye. He was almost not scared to death. He hurriedly said, I really don't know anything. Will you make a mistake? That's it. Lee is just like me, just an ordinary person. Why do you want to kill him? He can't be of death at all." The voice choked. Shut up, shut up, shut up. You idiot. You don't know anything." Hey. Bullseye roared in anger, slapped Yawn's face fiercely, and roared, "I don't want to discuss this stupid question with you now. I ask you that is really your friend. Very iron." Yawn, the little fat man, had fat cheeks, and his eyes became more swollen, and he was very painful and wanted to cry, but he was afraid that his reaction would offend the irritable man in front of him, so he could only hold it back forcibly and couldn't help nodding. "Then he is deaf, or his ears are not working well." No. Yawn couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Very well. Lee has no problems at all. Everything is fine." Snap. The target, I slapped Yawn on the cheek again, and he roared angrily. Then why does he dare to be so arrogant? Didn't he hear what I said? I can only say it. Without my permission, he dared to say one word. "You are dead." But what's the matter with that bastard? You tell me something. You're good friends, and I am a good friend of Nima. He didn't take your life in his heart at all, no? That bastard. He is sure I dare not kill you. Yes, he must think so. Damn bastard. How dare you look down on me? How dare you look down on me? I will kill him now. For the bullseye, this is definitely the biggest humiliation he has suffered in his life. Even the underground emperor of New York, Jinha, has never treated him that way. But that didn't put him in his eyes at all. He roared hysterically, like a madman. He held a silver desert eagle in his hand, pointed at the head of the little fat man Yavin, and couldn't help shaking his fingers on the trigger, and he could press it at any time. The little fat yawn had a nosebleed violently, his teeth were loose, his lips were smashed 5 times, and blood was also rushed out, and most of his face was dripping with blood. It was terrible and shocking. It's unbearable to look straight. This time, the little fat yawn no longer cried in pain and snarled with the same anger. "It has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with Lee. Bastard, I have already told you. I made a mistake. Now, Lee is an ordinary person. What the are you doing? Why are you killing him? How could he be possible? Asshole! Asshole!" The bullseye yelled. "You stupid pig dare to talk to me like this. Do you want to live? Or just like that bastard, shoot?" Perhaps it was after the psychological panic. Facing the rebirth of the bullseye, the little fat yawn was not afraid, and said angrily, "Small, you can shoot if you have a seed. I am your only bargaining chip. Kill it. Do you see if Lee is coming? Shoot. You crap, not afraid of you. You are a jumping clown. Pop, pop, pop." At this moment, applause suddenly sounded. The golden mysterious sparks splashed. The bullseye, the space in front of the little fat yawn tore apart, and a 2-meter diameter space portal suddenly appeared. Lee Bufan instantly passed through the space portal and appeared in front of the two of them. Lee Bufan applauded and smiled and said, "Yawn, you have done a good job. Your bravery has proved that even if you're just an ordinary person with no superpowers, you are also qualified to be a friend of Spider-Man, Thunderbolt, and Death. The bullseye was stunned. The little fat yawn also temporarily forgot the pain and exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh God, my God, I'm not dreaming. Kong, the space portal is the space transmission in myths and legends. Door, right? Also you are the of death. What this scumbag says is true." Chapter 233, Calm, Basic Operation. 5 requests for subscription. Chapter 234, this is so special, what a surprise. 1 request for subscription. Very good, Mr. Killer. Lee Bufan smiled slightly and said, "The first question, who sent you here?" The bullseye said without hesitation, "Gene Bin. You should know who Gene Bin is, right? This is the Hell's Kitchen, the base camp of Gene Bin. On the surface, he is a philanthropist and entrepreneur. The mysterious man put 200 million hidden flowers into his intermediary agency, and he also wants to earn 200 million. Lee Bufan smiled and said, "Since that mysterious man has put the money into Gene Bin's intermediary agency, he just wants to take it directly." The bullseye shook his head and said, "Sir, it's not that simple. The mysterious person is not a fool. Although 200 million hidden flowers have entered the intermediary agency, they can't be extracted. If you want to bring it up, you must have 2 authorizations." Lee Bufan said, "Of the 2 authorizations, one is held in Gina's hand, and the other is held in the hands of the mysterious person, right?" "Yes, sir." Lee Bufan couldn't help laughing. "I didn't expect these criminals to be very particular. The existence of Gene Bin ensured that the mysterious man would not run away, and the mysterious man himself. It ensured that before the matter was settled, Gene did not want to embezzle the reward. However, this is also..." Goodly Bufan's eyes flashed a bright light and said, "The second question, that who is the mysterious person who is offering a reward of 200 million for my head?" The bullseye shuddered inexplicably, and he shook his head. "First, sir, I don't know. I really don't know. He only contacts Gene, and then gives me the task of Gene, and he definitely knows who that guy is." "Yes, he must know." Lee Bufan smiled and said, "Mr. Killer, don't be afraid. I won't eat you. I know you don't know. Of course, I also know Gene, and I know. So, let go of prejudice, let go of fear, and let us continue to cooperate, okay?" The bullseye only felt dry, so he could not help but swallowed his saliva, nodded and said, Okay, sir. The 18th generations of Gene Bin's ancestors have already greeted them in my heart. That bastard. This is what you say the hair doesn't grow all the same. The guy, it's easy to solve. I'm easy to be your uncle. This guy looks really harmless to humans and animals, but it's so special. He is a demon from hell. Okay. Lee Bufan doesn't know the psychology of the bullseye at the moment and doesn't care. He raised the Edmund alloy bullet in his hand, squinted at the bullseye, and smiled. Then, "Dear Mr. Killer, here comes the 3rd question. Congratulations, this is the last question. Where did you get the Zach Edmund alloy bullet?" The bullseye shuddered all over, not only unhappy, but also terrified to the extreme. The last question, this also means that the other party has to end the questioning and deal with himself. God, reality is not a movie, let alone a comic. Everyone cherishes his life, because if it is gone, it is really gone. Golden gave it. He took it from that. God, the mysterious man said that your defense is too strong. Only Edmund Alloy can do it. It may break your defense. Don't kill me, Mr. Death. I still have great value to you. I still have a living value. I can take you to find Jinha. If you have any inconvenience to do in the future, you can give it to me. You will be mine from now on. Mr. Grim Reaper, please believe me. Give me a chance, see? For the sake of God, please. Faced with the threat of death, the bullseye showed a strong desire to survive, which surprised Lee Bufan. Oh shit, what is going on with this guy? Although William Stryker's work is choppy, even if it's dead, it's not like a bullseye. Compared with the bullseye, that guy is just an ordinary person without any superpowers. It seems that a person's psychology and quality can't really be linked to strength. Lee Bufan looked at the bullseye, sneered, and was about to refuse at this moment. I was shocked. The real map appeared, and a red dot flashed. At the same time, Chapter 235 SSS level medium reward. Terrifying, soul contract. 2 requests for subscription. Fuck. This was Lee Bufan's first reaction after learning all the information. Just kidding. It's more difficult than the last ultimate mission, okay? Of course these killers can't be compared with Dormammu and Beholder, but the problem is that there are so many. There are nearly 125 killers, and he has to kill 95%. In terms of probability, this is no different from 100%. As far as Lee Bufan's current strength is concerned, these killers, regardless of whether they are ordinary people or mutants with special abilities awakened, are all weak chickens. But the question is, how can he kill them all within 3 days? Once the mission fails, the punishment is quite severe, and you must wait another 6 months before receiving the first promotion mission again. As mentioned earlier, every time the level is 930 for promotion, at least 1 to 3 ultimate tasks must be completed. Only after half a year can I get the first one, and when I am promoted from level to demigod level, the item rewards drawn by the red envelopes have undergone a qualitative change. The Li Bufan can almost conclude that he will definitely do 3 ultimate tasks this time. It will take more than half a year to complete the first one. I don't know the 3, but they must be extremely long. 2 years, 3 years are possible. At least it is almost a year. Lee Bufan can't wait that long, so no matter what. How troublesome this task is, he must definitely must solve it. Otherwise, he will really be crazy. Oh shit. Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, extremely speechless, and his mind quickly turned. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. How on earth should I kill all these killers in just 3 days? Look for them one by one. Even if Lee Bufan has the technique of multiple shadow clones, it is impossible, tired and exhausted, but also find multiple shadow clones. Although the technique is a bull fork, it is not omnipotent. The clone can only move in the body with a radius of hundreds of meters. This is still because Lee Bufan has 9-tailed chakras in his body. If he uses the shadow avatar technique, the farthest distance between the avatar and the body will be 300 meters. Finding one by one is unrealistic, and it is not feasible. It is better to rely on the power of the government. But once the power of the government is used, those politicians would certainly not allow themselves to kill all these people. Human rights, no. At this time, all those who dare to come in New York are extremely vicious criminals who have few human lives in their hands. They have a human rights of shit. Those words are only used by the government to fool the people. If you don't kill them, it's because these guys still have the value to use. The government will definitely transform them and turn them into their own agents, killers, and deal with those gray incidents that the government is inconvenient to take action. For example, assassination of political enemies. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lee Bufan's mind, shook his head, and said, no, unless there is really no way, otherwise you can't let it. Shield. Some people intervene. What is a better way? If there is any way, these people can be gathered together. Thinking of this, Lee Bufan's mind suddenly flashed. Yes, he thought of a wonderful idea immediately. His eyes burned in the bull's eye. Hiss! Lee Bufan saw that the bull's eye made my heart hairy, and he couldn't help but shudder, and he trembled. Sir, I've said everything I can say. Please, look at the face of God. Please raise your hand. Although I'm an ant in front of you, my strength is actually quite good. Not bad. It is more than enough to deal with some miscellaneous fish. I can serve you from now on. You are my boss, the only boss. I will never betray. I swear. Please give me a chance, sir. Please give me a chance. Lee Bufan smiled at the corner of his mouth and did not answer, but slowly walked towards the bullseye. Another real-life extraction of the red envelope has already begun, and that, the flashing red dot is located in the center of the target on the forehead of the bullseye, but the bullseye doesn't know it. He thought that Lee Bufan was about to attack him, and his face was pale with horror. Can't help shrinking back. He retreated to the wall, unable to retreat, and then barely stood still. Snapped! Lee Bufan slapped the forehead of the bull's eye and popped out an ordinary red envelope. There is no need to do tasks, choices, or gambling, and you can get prizes directly. This is the most common. Item: Soul Contract. Chapter 236 Deadpool Debut. Hey friend, want to use your head, okay? 3 requests for subscription. Lee Bufan didn't answer, frowned, and said irritably, "What you think, do as I said." "Okay, yes, sir." The bullseye was afraid of irritating Lee Bufan, so he hurriedly responded, and without looking at the content on the parchment, he signed his name at the end, dripped a drop of blood, and secretly said, "Idiot, although you are very strong. You are special. What is too naive? Soul contract, huh? Are you really a 3-year-old child? I would believe that such a funny, absurd, ridiculous thing is damnable. As long as today is past, I will run away and can't beat you, but I can always hide." Paralysis. Bullseye. I'm so famous, but I really think I don't want to lose face. Bullseye didn't notice. When he signed his name and dripped his own blood, the parchment happened instantly. After an incredible change, the black English suddenly moved and turned into tadpole-shaped text. That kind of character, it's not the word of any language in this world. It's the word of the devil. It really changed. The bullseye didn't notice, but Lee Bufan noticed. 01, he twitched the corner of his mouth and said in secret, "I'll just say, how can the soul contract be so ordinary?" He casually threw the signed soul contract into the red envelope space. "Try it." Lee Bufan's mouth twitched and his thoughts turned. His sea of consciousness is immediately. It is connected to the sea of consciousness of the bull's eye, and his soul is in an absolute leadership position, like a majestic tiger, and the soul of the bull's eyes like a sick cat in front of him. Moreover, the sick cat was still locked in a cage, shivering. Tiger eyes stared. The sick cat in the cage was instantly scared to death. In the real world, the eye of the bullseye changed in amazement. And when I looked at Lee Bufan, my face was already full of horror. Damn, this soul contract is true. I really sold my soul to him. From now on, I have never resisted anymore. The possibility. The next moment, he hugged his head, curled up into a ball, and rolled around on the ground, screaming in pain. "Ah! No, master, forgive me. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. Ah! Please forgive me." The previous bullseye, because he wanted to survive, although he put his posture very low, it didn't have the same dignity as it is now. He reluctantly controlled himself, kneeling directly in front of Lee Bufan, kowtowing and begging. With this, the target, I went from head to toe, and then from brain to heart, completely surrendered, and dare not have any strange thoughts. Fuck. The little fat man yawned, couldn't help but exclaimed, "The soul contract is God. The world I live in, what kind of world magic is it? The soul is the truth of the world. This is the real world, Lee. You are much better than Peter. You are simply the of death. Yes, you are the of death." Lee Bufan laughed blankly and said, "Stop flattering. I can't teach you magic." Little fatty yawned, shook his head, and said, "No, Lee, I assure you, even if I know that you are of death, even if I know that you have such a great ability, I have never thought about it like that. I know that I want to be a qualified superhero. What is the price to pay? From Peter, I knew it. I'm just an ordinary person. Although I want to be like you, I know that I can't do it." Lee Bufan looked at Jan in surprise, but he didn't expect this guy to be so self-aware. "Very nice. Ordinary people are no different from superpowers. You are an ordinary person, but not our friend." Lee Bufan smiled. The little fat man Jan nodded heavily and said with pride, "Lee, brother, being able to go to the same high school and university with you and Peter, and being friends with you is definitely the most proud thing in my life." Lee Bufan smiled knowingly. "It's really rare." He patted Jan on the shoulder and looked at the bullseye, who was kneeling on the ground. He said, "Then, my friend, it's time for you to take action now." Little fatty Jan was taken aback and said, "What?" Chapter 237 Paralysis. That guy is really spitting out with his life. 4 requests for subscription. Not to mention the bullseye and Jan, even Lee Bufan, who knows the character of Deadpool better, can't hold it. This guy is simply chattering, poisonous tongue, low-mouthed masters, stars, spiders, Ant-Man. These superpowers who are also famous for their mouths. Altogether, they're not enough to fight. Without him, the other three have lower limits despite their broken mouths. Deadpool lower limit stop. Stop. This joke is not funny at all. Bufan's time is precious, and there is nothing to waste. So he went straight ahead and said directly, Deadpool Wade Wilson, I am very interested in you and want to hear your story, but the timing is wrong. So, let's stop talking nonsense. You also came for the 200 million hidden tricks. Deadpool's eyes widened, and he shouted, Wow, have you two guys seen it, Death? This is the Death God. He really knows me, ha ha ha. Is the fame of this uncle so famous? Oh no, ha ha ha, it's really an honor for me, absolutely. Reaper, Deadpool, wow, both of us have a code name of Death. This is 50% fate. How many of the 7 billion people in the world can have 50% fate? So we are friends, right? You don't need to answer. I've already got a definite answer from your frowning brow and thinking expression. Bufan's teeth are itchy. This is really a word. Friends, don't be like this, as the saying goes. An inch of time and an inch of gold are hard to buy an inch of time. Your time is precious, and my time is not. Bad. It was not 24 hours a day, 14 minutes, 86 seconds. Since your time is precious and my time is precious, then I will make a long story short. Although you already know me, my friend, you should formally introduce yourself. This uncle, Wade Wilson, the famous Deadpool, you can also call me Xiao Qian, the closest friend in brackets, and I will allow him to do this. Called, so hey friend, let me use your head, can you? Click. Bufan has heard enough of Deadpool's nonsense. More importantly, he already knew that this guy had found his own purpose, and with his divine mind, most of the wall, like a tumbling earth dragon, smashed on Deadpool. Go! It weighs nearly 100 tons. Fuck! Little fatty yawn couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The bullseye sucked in cold air and was dumbfounded. Nima. This guy's thinking ability is so strong, and he demolished most of the factory as soon as he shot it. That was nearly 100 tons of weight. If he did it with all his strength just now, there would be no chance for me to sneak attack, and I was smashed into flesh in an instant. Okay. As soon as I thought of this, the bullseye couldn't help feeling extremely grateful for myself. Fortunately, I didn't have a way to go to the dark. Otherwise, I didn't even know how to die. At the same time, it is more fortunate that after leaving Gene Bin, a stronger mountaintop. Master, he made up his mind that he would never betray, even if he died in the future. At this moment, the bullseye was convinced. Bufan is full of admiration and gratitude. Bufan's shot is a killer move, that if he is against a general superpower, the target I will think it will be smashed to death. But it is a pity that Deadpool is not a general superpower. When most of the factory smashed his brains at him, Deadpool was still sitting on the beam and raised up at Bufan the version of the portrait he painted for Bufan just now, and grieved, Hey, my friend, how do you react? It's too violent. I was just kidding, and I didn't really want your head. Of course, if you agree, then I will definitely be grateful to you. This painting is my compensation to you. Are you satisfied with my uncle's painting skills, right? The sky was full of dust and smoke, blasting up and completely swallowing Deadpool. Fuck. The little fat yawn was stunned, his eyes widened, unable to believe. This is over. What kind of species is that guy? Really a talent. He is using his life to complain. The bullseye also said, Master, you are really strong, and he is really stupid. Bufan sneered. Idiot, you don't know Deadpool at all, and you won't know it in the future, but at this stage, he can't kill at all. With the bullseye, the little fat yawn was all stunned. Chapter 238, Deadpool Grievance. You cheated. You open a plug-in. I want to report you. 5 requests for subscription. Chapter 239, Deadpool. Heroes forgive me. I am willing to eat your poop. 1 request for subscription. Worthy of being my friend, then I am coming. Deadpool exclaimed in excitement. The bullseye and yawn, who were watching the battle, their expressions changed drastically. God, this is too crazy. the little fat guy yawn exclaimed. Lee, don't take risks. That is Edmund alloy. Even I know it. It is the hardest material in the universe. What anti-healing factor, although I'm not very clear, but that should be the self-healing ability that restores you. This is too risky. I don't want to lose your friend. The bullseye was completely convinced. At this moment, he stared at Deadpool angrily, gritted his teeth, and said, Master, you don't have to do this at all. Let me do it too. Even if this can kill me, you can take the opportunity to kill him. Deadpool stood in place, not immediately. Started, shrugged, and vomited. My friend, or else you think about it, and take a look at that little fat guy, and your minion. I feel they're almost scared to pee. Lee Bufan swept the little fat man yawn with a bullseye, then shook his head and said, Come on, Wade. Good. With a move of Lee Bufan's spiritual thoughts, the superpowered body was raised to the extreme. This is a defense second only to Thanos, and Thanos, even in the face of a nuclear bomb attack, exists without fear. Whoosh! Deadpool disappeared in an instant. This time, the teleportation belt did not cause an oolong. Next moment, the Deadpool suddenly appeared behind Lee Bufan and rushed towards Lee Bufan with great inertia. The two knives slashed towards Lee Bufan's back and issued a ding-dong. There was a crisp sound, like a violent collision between metal and metal, sparks splashing everywhere. Lee Bufan's clothes were cut open. Only two faint sword marks appeared on his back. Deadpool was stunned. With the bullseye, the little fat yawn was also shocked. What's so special? They really didn't get hurt at all. They finally know why Lee Bufan is so confident. What's so special? This is too abnormal. They even doubt whether Lee Bufan can resist nuclear bombs physically. Deadpool exclaimed, My friend, what exactly is your body made of? You can actually carry it off, so it's a fart. Just now you stood on the spot. Don't defend, and you can just attack all the way. Lee Bufan sneered. Idiot. You can't kill, but the bullet hits your head. Why do you want to hide nonsense? I don't have time to play with you. Continue. 2 knives? You still have 16 knives. Deadpool yelled. This is not fair. I just have a better self-healing ability. You are truly indestructible. I'm here. Roar. In an instant, there was a shadow in the abandoned factory, and seeing Lee Bufan's terrifying defense, Deadpool had no reservations, like a storm, and launched an attack on Lee Bufan. For knives. 6 knives. $18. Almost within a few seconds, Deadpool had already cut $16. He was so excited, he completely forgot his bet with Lee Bufan and exclaimed, God, strong, it's true. It's too strong. I love you so much. One more knife, one more knife, one more knife. Click. At this moment, Lee Bufan suddenly made a move, pinching Deadpool's wrist accurately and directly, squeezing it to pieces. Mom hot fake. Deadpool yelled, Lee, what are you doing? I can chop. Really, I can chop. Give me another chance, just once, okay? Wipe. Lee Bufan's forehead is full of invisible black lines, and he said coldly, Wade, you have cut 18 times. Now it's my turn. It's time for you to fulfill it. It's time for you to promise. Don't tell we don't remember. I'll promise. Deadpool looked dumbfounded and asked, Lee, did I say something, right? I will make you remember. Lee Bufan said coldly, Originally, I was just going to smash your lower body, but now I decided to destroy you all humanely. No, look at God's face. I remember it. I remember it all. Chapter 240 Deadpool. I'm only responsible for hacking people. Cut people. What's so special is hacking people? 2 requests for subscription. With a bullseye, Yawn was already sluggish. Lee Bufan was about to punch. At this moment, the corner of Death's servant's mouth twitched, and he blinked at Lee Bufan suddenly and said, Wait a minute, my friend. I can tell you. Who is that? The Who is offering a reward of 200 million hidden flowers. Lee Bufan narrowed his eyes and shouted, Who? Nima. This bastard, Deadpool, is really a mouth-watering man. With such an important message, he says, Ajax. Deadpool said, Ajax. Lee Bufan said in a puzzled way, It just turned you into this ghost-like now. Deadpool said excitedly, It's him. Ha ha, Lee. I know you must know that, although you have not investigated and have never seen me before, you just know that we are absolutely natural friends, unique in the universe. Lee Bufan's face, 93-0. He sank and said, I don't know that bastard. Why did he have to deal with me? There are still 200 million hidden tricks I didn't expect that is quite rich. Deadpool quickly explained the ins and outs of the matter. The reason is very simple. Over the years, the two have been working on the weapons project. Once there is any research result, the two will exchange information. William Stryker is in the morning and Ajax is in the dark. Even if one of them has an accident, it doesn't matter. As long as the two live one, their great weapon project can proceed smoothly. Their scientific research results will also be inherited by another person and carried forward. How the Edmund alloy bullets of the bullseye come from Ajax? Yes, and this thing is the result of William Stryker's research. William Stryker, Ajax. After listening to Deadpool, Lee Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and secretly said, This is really getting more and more interesting. All the plots are connected together. I didn't expect that the two guys actually have a relationship with father and son. People were shocked. Deadpool said, Lee, can you let go? Lee Bufan said, You want to use me to find Ajax? Obviously. Deadpool shrugged and said casually, That has tortured me for several years and turned me into this kind of ghost. How could I let him, Lee? Our goals are the same. From now on, we will be comrades. Such a solemn, sacred moment. I think we should have a historic handshake. What do you think? Deadpool looked at Lee Bufan and then at his own hand, strongly hinting that Lee Bufan would let go. Lee Bufan thought for 2 seconds, throwing away Deadpool's hand, and said, Our bet is still valid, and your lower body belongs to me. When the whole thing is over, I will reconsider our relationship and decide whether to bomb or not. Rotten it. From now on, to the end of the matter, you either listen to me, understand? Deadpool blinked his left eye at Lee Bufan and exaggerated. Brother, of course I want to listen to you. Anyway, following you, I will definitely find Ajax. And I will listen to you. As Deadpool spoke, he twisted his wrists and only heard the creaking sound. In just a few seconds, his wrist was restored to its original state. Bullseye, the little fat yawn's eyes almost fell off. Damn it. Under Lee Bufan's gravity, just now, he squeezed all Dead Servant's wrists to pieces, and in just a few seconds, he was completely restored. This strange guy's self-healing ability is exactly the same as Lee said. It is really terrifying. What? At this time, Lee Bufan's mind and spirit were shaken. The real map was updated again, and red envelopes appeared, and the red envelope was nearby. The bullseye immediately said, Master, I am immediately. Take you to find Gene Bin. Not urgent, Lee Bufan said. Where is he? Bullseye immediately. Chapter 241 Killing. 3 requests for subscription. Hey, what do you look? I am here, baby. You are too slow. Quicker. Fuck, Gatling light machine gun. You are cheating, but this uncle is not bad. Let you see, what is a knife and a bullet? Get ready to be blinded dog eyes. Deadpool passed through the space door, like a tiger out of the cage, wolves into the flock, and began to kill unscrupulously. The one responsible for guarding the lobby on the first floor is just ordinary gang members. There is no mutant. Even if there is, it is definitely not the opponent of Deadpool. The Deadpool of this world is not. The weak chicken in the movie, this guy has upgraded. Equipment upgrade, self-healing ability upgrades, fighting skills upgrades. Simply put, it is a comprehensive upgrade. He is like a ghost in the dark night, suddenly appearing and disappearing, and the sword will not fail, and the sword will see blood, and soon the hall on the first floor will be seen. More than a dozen gang members were all beheaded, and the ground was all broken hands and feet. The blood gathered into a trickle. The little fat man yawned, saw such a cruel scene for the first time, and his face was pale with horror. When he turned around, he bent over and vomited directly. Lee Bufan didn't say much. With the passage of time, the world will become more and more dangerous, as in this scene of 01. It may become ordinary people's daily life in the future, Not to mention the relationship between the little fat Yavin and him and Peter. The little fat Yawn vomited almost. Lee Bufan said, Yawn, can you still hold on? If you don't want to watch it anymore, I can immediately send you back. No, I can't. Little fatty Yawn shook his head with a pale face and said firmly, Lee Bufan understood the truth, and he also understood that although he did not have any superpowers, in fact, he was just like Lee Bufan and Peter with a high IQ. Good, Lee Bufan said. Over there, Deadpool had already cut the people down. Lee Bufan took Yawn and went in with the bullseye. The bullseye said, Master, Jean is on the top. He has already reacted. Now the elevator is definitely not available. We can only take the stairs. The corner of Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and he sneered. In other words, we have to kill one by one. Lee Bufan's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled and said, Then kill it. Wait, Bullseye, let the two of you clear the way. No problem. Deadpool gestured and said with a smile, You dog minion, forget it. Leave it to me, so you can see my true strength, my friend. In fact, this uncle is very strong. The bullseye was dissatisfied with his breath. I am not very weak either. Oh, is it so? The corner of Deadpool's mouth was hooked. The target I blinked his left eye and said, Then let's make a bet. Kill from the first floor to the 9th floor and see who kills more people. The one who loses will lick another person. Eyes, you have to fly to the sky. Okay, since you also agree, then happily conclude the bet and have a better time. The game officially begins. The voice fell, and Deadpool touched the red and disappeared in an instant. Follow closely. On the 2nd floor of the stairs, there was a loud gunshot, and the gunshots only rang for a few seconds, and they all stopped, replaced by painful wailing and screams. Soon, even the wailing and screams disappeared. Damn it, Nima. The bullseye face turned black in an instant. Who is going to bet this pervert with you? When did I agree and happily reach a consensus? I agree, your uncle. Lee Bufan said, Bullia, are you still not moving that guy? After reaching the 3rd floor, if you don't act, there will be no chance at all. The bullseye looked dumbfounded and trembled. Master. Lee Bufan shook his head and said, No, I was wrong. Even if you let you take the shot first, you are not Wade's opponent. Who makes him a pervert? But you are not. I know too. Master. The bullseye was almost crying and said, Then, that is like. Chapter 242 Horror. Instant Gold Merge. 4 requests for subscription. The bullseye sneered and said, Compared to my master, Jinha is a Harry. Bagley, you are an ordinary person and can be a think tank of Jinha, which proves that you are indeed capable. Even if it was me, I was afraid of you. Tactics 3.3, but... Bagley sneered, but what? The bullseye snorted coldly. You don't understand at all, and I didn't understand it very well before. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is a paper tiger, and it is not useful. Ha. Bagley looked sullenly. He smiled and said sarcastically, You still want to say that your new master has absolute strength, right? Why didn't I find out before? You guy can still be a dog, so happy. The bullseye was furious and was about to shoot, but Deadpool patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Hey, don't be angry. How come you're like a child? You have grown up, you are an adult, and you're a little mature. Be rational. Hey, the bullseye looked at Deadpool in amazement. This guy has changed his sex, and he will comfort himself for the next moment. Deadpool smiled and said, I killed 156 people, and you only killed 2 digits. 0 is 20, or 30 is 30. You lose. Bullseye! Exclamation point. Nima, you still remember that after a long time of trouble, it's possible that your bullseye face instantly turned black, and his eyes were full of despair. He can already imagine how tragic his fate will be in the coming future. No, this pervert. At this moment, Lee Bufan took the little fat man Yawn, appeared at the door of the office, and walked in slowly. Genie supported his chin with both hands, but never opened his mouth. The moment he saw Lee Bufan, his broad cheeks finally smiled, and he said, Little guy, you are very young. You are worthy of death. I thought I had overestimated your skill, but I did not expect to underestimate my crime. Made a fatal error. Li Bufan said blankly. Oh, Jean Bing said slowly. The fatal mistake I made is that I shouldn't send Bullseye to kill you. Rubbish like him to deal with ordinary people, ordinary superpowers, and barely make a living. But how could it be yours? What about the opponent? Not only can't you get rid of you, but you will also be stunned. Do you think it's fuck? Li Bufan disappeared in an instant, a teleportation, and the man had come to Jean Bin's back, and he sneered, Idiot, this will be your second fatal mistake. I've already killed you in front of you. You still have so much nonsense. Sick you. Bang! Li Bufan hit Jean with a punch in the back. Jean Bin's eyes were instantly congested, only to feel that the force came from his back, and he felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. I was shocked. This hairy boy has a heavy punch. Jean Bin is Jean Bin. And Li Bufan hit hard with this punch, and he actually held it up with his tenacious perseverance and did not fall. But not falling down is not necessarily a good thing. Jean was furious and instantly changed from a quiet polar bear to a raging rhino. He changed his hand and punched Li Bufan in the chest, and his eyes roared with blood red, dead. I want to kill you, who knows nothing about life and death. Li Bufan didn't evade and took Jean Bin's punch. Don't move. Ordinary people are ordinary people. No matter how awesome this guy is in the comics, it's like that. This guy is thoughtful and smart, and he likes to use various conspiracy calculations to calculate Daredevil, Spider-Man, and even Fantastic Four. His power is of course great. After Peter becomes Spider-Man, his power has been horribly improved, but Jean is still able to hold Peter's fist. But it's only Peter. Now his opponent is Lino Fan. How could this be possible with you? Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, shocked, and murmured, How can your body be so strong that you guy, can't be regarded as human at all, right? Li Bufan sneered and said, It's still what I said before. You are too much nonsense, idiot. Bang, 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 bang. Li Bufan suddenly made a move. His body turned into a ghost, and in less than 2 seconds, he blasted 5 punches one after another. With a punch, he was blown away. Li Bufan did not give him any chance to fight back. He followed closely behind. It's a pity that Li Bufan was disappointed this time. Just when he was puzzled, a huge flood of information flooded into his mind. According to the system, the life and death talisman has been refined into a supernatural existence. When he wants to launch it, he can complete it with a flash of divine thought. The order, proportion, and so on of the yin and yang energy can be accomplished without mastering the martial arts of the Xiaoyao school. At the same time, the red envelope space is also equipped with 10 universal antidote for life and death symbols, one of which can be used for 1 year. In other words, the life and death talisman is just a skill. Hey, what a pity. Li Bufan feels that it is a pity that the Xiaoyao school is unique. In the martial arts universe of Jin Daxia, it is definitely the top existence. It's also good. At least the trouble in front of me is solved. Big guy, you really don't know good or bad. Deadpool brandished a pair of knives and came to Jinha. He saw that Li Bufan hadn't taken a next step for a long time, and he said that Li Bufan had nothing to do. Is his cut off? Nima. Li Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth. You are really trying to achieve your goal. You don't compromise, and any extravagant tricks can make it come out. Jean is even more daunting. Deadpool smiled and said, Boss Kim, we won't kill you, or else you commit suicide by yourself. Humph. Jean Ping snorted coldly and said with disdain, Suicide is something only a coward can do. I, Jean Ping, will never commit suicide in this life. Stop talking nonsense. You will kill me if there's a kind of thing. Deadpool couldn't help clapping. He nodded and said, Wow. You deserve to be Boss Jean. What a tough guy. You don't want to commit suicide. That's just right for me. I will cut off your next. Don't be angry. You must stay calm, because the more angry is still there behind. Next, I will strip off your clothes and let you parade in the Hell's Kitchen. Wow, you're the boss of the Hell's Kitchen, but you can't do it now. That scene is so beautiful and interesting. Hey, do you want to watch it? Deadpool was talking about Jean Bin's men. Those people all looked dumbfounded and didn't know if they didn't even know what they should or shouldn't do now. Bagley, the think tank of Gene Bin, is also shaking. If Deadpool really did that, then Gene did not face his face. Even if he's still alive, it is impossible to rule the Hell's Kitchen. Asshole. Miscellaneous. Genie snarled, "Come on. You unbelievable crap." Deadpool exclaimed excitedly. "You curse, the more you curse, the happier you are, huh? The whole thing is perverted. Enough, Wade. You step back first, and then you can leave it to me." Bufan shook his head, snapped his fingers, and a bottle of 1984 Lafite flew over and was held in his hand. The Deadpool general doubted. "Friend, do you have a solution? This guy is very stubborn. If you can't figure it out, let me do it. Get out, I'll do it." Bufan said lightly, but in an unquestionable tone. "Comma." Deadpool waved his hand and said, "You are the boss. You have the final say." Genie took a breath. As long as he didn't face the perverted Deadpool, he stared at Bufan and said coldly, "Little guy, you should listen to the perverted one. You have no way at all. The only thing you can do is just kill me. So stop the ink, kill me soon." He roared loudly. "No, I have. You will know right away." Bufan smiled slightly, already holding the bottle of red wine, and came to Gene Bin. Gene Bin felt an unprecedented crisis in his heart for no reason, and couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 245, Terrifying Life and Death Talisman. Kim and succumbed. 3 requests for subscription. Bufan smiled slightly and said, "On the surface, I was born in Queens, grew up in Queens, and an authentic Queens man, but in fact, I never think of myself as a Chinese. I am a human." "Yeah, that's it." Deadpool couldn't help nodding and said, "What are you doing all these messy things?" "My friend, please believe me, no one cares about where you are, and no one cares." At such a serious and depressing moment, why did you suddenly change your trick? "The big guy only cares what the are you doing." Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Good question. Martial arts, kung fu. This can be regarded as the international standard 930. Sign, and what I want to show you next is just one of the small hidden weapons. Its name is the Talisman of Life and Death. Follow closely." Bufan talked about the information related to the Life and Death Talisman. Shocked. Bullseye, the little fat yawn, was dumbfounded. This is so no. There's such an incredible hidden weapon in the world. The two have undoubted trust in Bufan, and they believe what he says. What? If some people believe it, others will naturally doubt it, and some will not believe it. The suspect is Deadpool. Damn it, Lee, you can't just be honest. You can't stop telling me that all my goosebumps have come out. If there's such a fierce thing, why didn't you use it when the two of us were facing each other just now? Those who don't believe it are the Golden Union. Huh. What the Talisman of Life and Death will be. You think I'm a 3-year-old child. Will you be scared like this? Whoosh. When Gene Bin was speaking, Bufan flicked his finger. The piece of thin ice had hit his forehead. The moment it touched Gene Bin's forehead, the piece of thin ice melted and got in. Gene Hay stretched out his hand, trying to stop it, but it was too late. Bufan returned and sat down in Gene Bin's boss chair, knocked his legs on the desk, put his hands on the back of his head, looked at Gene and smiled. "It may take a few minutes to wait, whether it's true or not. You will know right away. Oh, I forgot to say that once this Life and Death Talisman strikes, it will be severe for a day, and the severe itching pain will increase until the 99 and 81 days, and then gradually decrease, and after the 81 days, it will increase again so it repeats, never ending. When the Life and Death Talisman strikes, there are 10,000 ants in your body that are biting. You want to commit suicide, but suddenly you find that you are weak. You don't even have the strength to kill yourself. Otherwise, the pain will never be solved." Gene Bin's face couldn't help twitching, and secretly said, "This bastard, what he said is not true. Is it false? False. All false." At this moment, Deadpool kept waving his hands and said, "Big guy, don't listen to him. How could there be anything so overbearing in the world? It's strange that he lied to you. Nima, it's actually true." Deadpool's expression changed suddenly. Ah! Gene Bin's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he really told Bufan that his body was like 10,000 ants constantly biting, not only biting his bones, but also sucking his bone marrow, which had been accumulating before. When the accumulation was almost the same, it exploded in an instant. What made Jean even more frightened was that he felt that his strength was also disappearing little by little. Likely Bufan said he could scratch his cheek, but this is also the case. The greatest strength, if you want to commit suicide, you can at all. Ah, itchy, itchy, itching to me. It hurts, itchy and painful. Kill me. Damn, you guys are going to kill me. Bagley, do it. You quickly shoot me in the head. It's too uncomfortable. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. You are not of death. You are a demon. Jean Bin's eyes were bloodshot, and he kept rolling in the corridor. The pain of 10,000 ants' hearts is definitely not a zero that can be sustained by a strong will. Before the middle life and death talisman, even in the face of Deadpool's perverted humiliation, he never thought about death. But now he really wants to die. Chapter 246, Jean and Surrendered. Whatever you say. 4 requests for subscription. Ah, itching kills me. Itching and pain kills me. Please, right away. Kill me. Jean Bin kept tumbling in the hallway, and his entire face was scratched with countless blood stains by himself. Shocking. I can't bear to look directly. Lee Bufon's expression is still, and he has a leisurely and contented appearance. His reaction fell in the eyes of those gang members, and it was even more terrifying. One by one was trembling and sweating down. This guy, he is a real demon. After a while, about 2.5 minutes have passed, and even less than 3 minutes, Jean can't hold it. This state of surviving and dying is really going to force him. Crazy. Lee Bufan, I give up. I give up completely. What you say is what you say. Damn, I surrender. Hurry up and give me the antidote. What do you want me to do? I will do it. I've always said that one is one. I really can't stand it anymore. Just give me the antidote no matter what. Whatever you want to do, I will cooperate. Please. Lee Bufan snorted and said lightly, I told you a long time ago, I have a way. If you cooperate earlier, you don't need to be like this. Open your mouth. Jean He heard the words immediately. Do the same. The mouth grows to the extreme. Lee Bufan took out the special antidote of the life and death talisman from the red envelope space. Flicked his finger, swish. At that moment, the red pill entered Jean Bin's mouth. After swallowing his stomach, get relief immediately. After about 3 minutes, the antidote fully worked, and Jean did not recover. Lee Bufan looked at Bagley and other gang members, jokingly smiled, and joked, Your boss has succumbed. Now it's your turn. I want to know if there is any which hero among you, even if the boss succumbed, you guys, but still refuses to give in. Bagley and the gang members couldn't help but shudder. Those gang members immediately, throwing all the weapons on the ground, for fear that Lee Bufan might misunderstand him, and felt that he was not doing enough. Chi raised his hands and shook his heads like a rattle. Bagley smiled bitterly. Mr. Lee, don't follow us. We will be scared to death. Even Boss Kim will give in. How can we have other opinions to lend us 10 courage, and we dare? Lee Bufan smiled, stood up, gave Deadpool a wink, and said, Wade. Clear. In the depths of Deadpool's eyes, there was a flicker of resentment, and he rushed to the gold and said, Bulk, the first thing you need to do is here. Where is that Ajax? Jeannie immediately said, 10 minutes ago I talked to him on the phone when he was still in Manhattan. Hang up the phone. He said he was leaving the country. Now, whether he is in Manhattan or has already boarded the plane, I don't know. Manhattan. Lee Bufon's face changed. If Ajax escaped, it would be a little troublesome to catch it again. Asshole. Deadpool immediately asked, Where's he in Manhattan? I want a specific location. Jean Bin frowned slightly and said, Even if we rush over now, I am afraid it will be too late. It will take at least half an hour to get there from Hell's Kitchen. Ajax has escaped early. Without further ado, Deadpool made a false flash and instantly appeared behind Jean Bin. The two knives were in the shape of, placed on Jean Bin's neck and gritted his teeth. Hurry up and tell me the fuck that is the in the end. The specific location. Jean, he was expressionless immediately. set a detailed address. Leave Bufan immediately. Turn on the computer and
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.